build interoperability and alignment amongst these AI efforts. And a lot of this is very focused on what's practical and what's achievable. How can we identify where there are commonalities and how we can make these systems talk to each other? How can we get at the implications? Because a lot of the domestic governance efforts will have international impacts. So we want to get at what these impacts are to make sure that they don't unnecessarily prevent innovation or uptake of AI. And how can we learn from all the different approaches to AI that are being evolved in the US, in the EU, in Canada, Japan, in parts of Africa and elsewhere. So there's a big learning effort underway as well. And a lot of what we are here today will kind of get at what's happening in key economies and key countries domestically, but also what's happening internationally, and how does this fit together and what works, and how do we look forward to more effective alignment and international cooperation in AI. So with that, we look forward to a very rich day, and I turn it back over to Maeve. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause there for our three gentlemen, Cameron, Joshua and Andrea Renda. But if you liked what you heard on stage, don't you worry, they'll be back much more later on throughout the day, moderating a number of the panels, so we really look forward to them. I can feel the giddiness and excitement in their voices about the momentum right now when it comes to artificial intelligence, so I'm really excited to hear more in those panels. But now it is time to hear from the EU capitals and find out how they're grappling with this fast-paced world of artificial intelligence. And in just a couple of minutes, we'll be inviting up on stage the Irish Minister for Trade, Enterprise and Jobs, Simon Coveney. A warm welcome to yourself. Great to see you here with us this morning, Simon Coveney. Ireland, of course, it is no secret that it is one of Europe's tech hubs. It will probably have no problem investing in AI, attracting a lot of talent in the next couple of decades. So we're very excited as well to hear from you, Minister. But first, as you might know, Spain is currently presiding over the European Union and has set itself the challenge of trying to conclude these talks on the AI Act before the end of its term in December. So we wanted to get the view from Spain and from the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister in charge of digitalization, that's Nadia Calviño. So we sent our Euronews' Jaime Velasquez to sit down with her over in Madrid, and you can take a look now at what she had to say.
Spain has taken the initiative about Europe's digitalization. So tell me, what is your vision on AI and how do you think it will impact the economy and also the labor markets?
Well, indeed, when we took office in 2018, that's 5 years ago, we already knew that digitalization would be one of the key levers to drive growth, prosperity, and modernization of our country. Of course, we didn't know at the time that everything would be accelerated exponentially. And we didn't know that we would have the European funds, the Next Generation EU Recovery Plan, that would allow us to undertake a very, very ambitious reform and investment program. Time is of the essence. Digitalization is accelerating, and we need to make sure that we have the right framework to ensure that it does support innovation and brings prosperity and growth and good quality jobs, seizing all the opportunities without falling in the risks and being able to also face the challenges which are derived from this technological revolution, this industrial revolution that is taking place around us right now.
Artificial intelligence will bring a lot of great opportunities in almost every field, but there's also a lot of concerns on how this can impact the people's privacy or even their individual and social rights. So
framework
can impact the people's privacy or even their individual and social rights. So what citizens want to know is what you politicians can do to get the most out of artificial intelligence without having the unwanted consequences, the dangers of AI.
Ensuring that the digitalization process preserves our rights and values, that we can ensure safety, trust and confidence in citizens and corporations and countries, the good functioning of our democracies. That is a top priority for us, and that's why when we adopted our artificial intelligence strategy back in 2020, in parallel, we adopted a Charter of Digital Rights, which has inspired the work which is going on at European level, but also in the Latin American countries and at global level in the United Nations. And I think it's essential that we ensure that this technological revolution, this new digital economy that is in the making, it leads to a more prosperous but also a fair society, avoiding biases and ensuring inclusiveness for all citizens throughout the country. That is our great challenge, but the good news is that there have been major agreements and breakthroughs in the last couple of weeks. So the governance framework and the appropriate regulatory framework is also being made around us as we speak.
How do you think is the best way to regulate artificial intelligence? Should it be through regulations made by individual states, or should it be done at a multinational level? Should it be industry guidelines, or maybe through a dedicated agency? For example, Spain was one of the first countries to create an especially dedicated agency for AI. What is your take on that?
Well, it would be great if self-regulation would work, but what we are seeing these days is that it doesn't. I mean, the Data Protection Agency at European level is already having to take measures with regards to privacy. The G7 has put in place a voluntary guiding or guidelines that could pave the way and mark the direction. The UN has established an advisory body to try to come up with the appropriate regulation at global level. And by the way, Spain is co-chairing this new advisory body, which shows the leadership of our country in the area of artificial intelligence. So there are many ongoing initiatives which show that at the end of the day, we have to put up measures which work at national level, at European level, and at global level. It is very clear that we cannot ensure that artificial intelligence goes at the right direction just using our national mechanisms and rules, because it is a global challenge, one where I would hope that all countries are aligned to ensure that the outcome leads to better societies, more resilient economies, a better future.
I guess one of the main challenges, given the global nature of artificial intelligence development, is how to foster cooperation and collaboration between countries that have very diverse cultural backgrounds, social backgrounds, and even different priorities. How can we do that?
Well, indeed, it is very challenging because it's a technological race taking place in the private sector and also between large jurisdictions, large countries, the superpowers in the world. Also because there are very different views as to who owns the data, how to protect the privacy of citizens, what is the right balance between security and privacy. So it is challenging, but it is also unavoidable. And so I think it's very good that initiatives are ongoing at the UN level, and also that certain fora, such as the Bletchley Park, a very symbolic place also. That's where Alan Turing cracked the Nazi code, and this meeting has brought together Chinese and US representatives. So I think we have to continue bringing forward and supporting initiatives that ensure that all the world's large mega powers in the area of artificial intelligence see eye to eye, understand each other, and cooperate to have a better governance at global level. Actually, we succeeded in doing it in the area of nuclear energy. And we are confronted with a similar challenge when we're talking about artificial intelligence, so we have to continue to work until we succeed.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for being with us today. I don't know if you would like to add something or say to people that are watching us right now from Brussels in the International AI Summit you are opening, by the way.
Well, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. The digitalization process is unstoppable, but the future is not written. So it is in our hand to take now the right decisions and set up the right regulatory and governance framework to ensure that technological developments lead to more resilient, more stable societies, more inclusive and better economies also. It is in our hands, and fora and discussions such as the one that I am honored to open today are contributing to shaping this better world. So I wish you all the best in these very interesting discussions and look forward to seeing you in person soon.
Well, thank you very much to Minister Calviño there for sharing her thoughts with us and officially inaugurating and opening our conference here in Brussels. And thanks as well to Jaume Velasquez, Euronews' correspondent over in Madrid. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as promised, we said we'd be getting the view from Ireland, from Dublin. And I'd now like to invite the Irish Minister for Jobs, Trade and Enterprise, Simon Coveney, to join me here up on stage to share a few words. First, perhaps, with your views on how you're currently looking at the future of AI, what's on your desk on a daily basis. And you can speak here from the podium or here, wherever you like, and then I might ask you a couple of questions. Okay,
Great.
welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Morning, everybody. I know the general trend when you're at tech summits like this is that you have a microphone around your ear and you walk back and forth on the stage talking to people, but I'm going to do it the more traditional way for now and then maybe take questions after that. But first of all, can I just say I'm really pleased to be here. I think this is an extraordinarily important discussion. I want to thank Forum Europe and Euronews for hosting today and thank our sponsors for making this happen. This is a timely discussion. The world is talking about how we respond to the opportunities and challenges of AI. Politicians and regulators are trying to get their heads around how we regulate a moving target because AI and its applications are literally changing by the week. And so I think this is a challenge that I hope the European Union can give leadership on, but also needs to be part of a global response and a global alliance that I hope can take shape in the coming months and years with open minds and with a willingness to partner with parts of the world that have been traditionally challenging perhaps, but in the area of technology, I think we need to keep trying. I'd like to thank Minister Nadia Calviño for her welcome insights on the Spanish perspective, which is not that dissimilar to Ireland's, I'm glad to say. Sharing perspectives in a forum like this, I think, is particularly important as we move forward together in what I hope can be a strong partnership and collaboration both within the European Union and outside it. The themes that will be coming up at today's event, I think, reveal the central importance of AI to our economies and societies, and the importance of getting our AI governance arrangements right through all of us working together, listening to industry, and of course listening to consumer representative bodies as well. AI is months, it's a fast evolving technology that is having and will continue to have huge impacts on economies and societies across the world. This is not a technology of the future. It is an evolving technology of the present. It's changing the way we work and live, opening up new ways of addressing problems in almost every field. AI will certainly create a vast array of efficiencies. It will boost productivity, and it offers the potential to make significant strides towards sustainability and a net zero future. But while recognizing its enormous potential, we must also acknowledge that these powerful technologies pose threats also. It's clear that we need to address these threats through balanced and proportionate regulation, hence the EU AI Act. But we can also address these threats through global discussions and collaboration to ensure safe and trustworthy AI across the globe. Ireland's membership of the European Union is a critical part of our approach to the digital economy more generally. And it's also central to our approach now to how we respond to AI. As Minister for Enterprise, Trade and Employment in Ireland, my ministry is leading on international negotiations on the AI Act and the Council of Europe Convention on AI as well. Once agreement has been reached on the AI Act, and I do expect that that will happen in the coming months, it will be perhaps the most comprehensive piece of AI regulation anywhere in the world, and an example of the standards setting role that the EU can play in a global context, which I think is crucial, as this technology, of course, is global. The Council of Europe Convention on AI will also bring together a wide global community working on ethical and trustworthy AI. This supports responsible innovation and will benefit societies and ultimately our economies too. So Ireland will continue to work together with our international partners on all aspects of AI governance and regulation. In this context, we're engaging with organisations including the OECD and UNESCO, and are an active member of the Global Partnership on AI, all of which are focusing on global governance. Just to focus on an Irish context for a few minutes. One of the important themes today is pushing national excellence into a global arena, sharing information, sharing mistakes and successes to ensure that we can learn from each other. In Ireland, we've tried to be particularly progressive in this area when it comes to our own national strategy for AI. Launched in July 2021, our strategy, which is entitled AI Here for Good, provides high-level direction on the design, development and deployment and governance of AI in Ireland. It represents an integrated framework to manage the expected socio-economic benefits that AI presents. It looks at subjects such as societal opportunities and challenges of AI, at enterprise development and deployment of AI, at our innovative ecosystems, the use of AI in the public sector, and most crucially, ensuring we have a workforce that is prepared for AI in terms of what's developing before our eyes. The strategy has a strong economic and enterprise focus, as you'd expect, and particular attention is paid to ethical and trustworthy AI. We're focusing on both the benefits and challenges of the technology to ensure that the fundamental rights of our people are protected, while also looking towards opportunities for responsible innovation in areas such as healthcare, education, and our public-facing services. That's easy to say, not so easy to implement, though, in reality. Our national strategy is aligned with the evolving EU policy direction of ensuring both an ecosystem of innovation and excellence, but also an ecosystem that we can trust. It favours a governance and regulatory framework that avoids setting unnecessary barriers while promoting responsible innovation. It includes the adoption of an agile and collaborative approach, which sets out high-level principles and involves a range of governance and regulatory mechanisms. To support the implementation of our national AI strategy, we're currently establishing an AI Advisory Council for Government, which will be in place before the end of the year and will have a lot of technical as well as regulatory expertise. The Council's role will be to provide independent expert advice to government on artificial intelligence policy, including providing insights on trends, opportunities, and emerging challenges. It will have a specific focus on building public trust and promoting the development of ethical, person-centered AI through public communications and awareness building. We've also appointed an AI ambassador. Her name is Dr. Patricia Scanlon, who has just completed her first year in the role. While this is a voluntary role, our ambassador plays a crucial part in demystifying AI by leading the national conversation on this important subject. I have to say that's been a particularly successful project to create a face that people can trust to explain AI in terms of its complexity, its challenges, its risks, its opportunities. Somebody that the public will listen to and recognize as an independent expert has worked well for us, and I think it's something worth replicating in other countries. We've established an enterprise digital advisory forum, which focuses on industry adoption of AI and other digital technologies. We're also finalising interim guidelines on trustworthy and ethical use of AI in our public sector, and undoubtedly there is extraordinary opportunity there, which are founded on the principles set out by the European Union High-Level Group on AI to make sure that we have consistency with what's happening in other parts of our union. Within our research and innovation ecosystem, we've established Ireland's first European Digital Innovation Hub for AI as well. All of these elements together ensure that a sound governance system is evolving for a safe design, development, and I hope use of AI into the future. What we've been witnessing in recent weeks, the pace of negotiations and work on the EU AI Act, the recently published executive order in the US, the work of the AI Safety Summit in the UK, which I think was a success, the ongoing work of the OECD in relation to the core definition of AI, the publication of the G7 principles on AI, and the upcoming GPAI Summit in New Delhi. These are all, I think, incredibly positive developments, pointing to a strong basis for international collaboration on governance on AI, and demonstrating a clear determination that is global, I hope, in our determination to work together, recognizing the opportunities but also the threats that AI poses. So can I thank the organisers again and the sponsors, but more importantly, can I thank everybody who's taken the time to attend today in person and of course online. Ireland is a country that is that may be small in size and population in comparison to many others across the European Union and across the world. But we are a country that has seen our economy driven by technology and digital platforms. We are a country that has many of the world's largest technology companies headquartered out of Ireland or headquartered for Europe and EMEA out of Ireland. We are a country that is going to be central to regulating a digital single market in the future because of the country of origin principle and the scale and size of the concentration of tech companies and their research programs in Ireland. And so we want to be central to this discussion and will be, but we also want to work in a collaborative way with other countries within the European Union and of course further afield to make sure that we can share this challenge and ensure that we have as much consistency as we possibly can across the European Union. To my mind, Europe doing this on its own doesn't solve the problem. It creates some barriers, some protections, some guardrails in terms of how AI is developed and applied across the European Union. But in truth, this is a global challenge that doesn't recognize borders. And so we have to try to build an alliance, I think, to ensure that this extraordinary technology can be applied in a way that that is as safe as we can make it, while at the same time allows for its benefits to unfold for all of our economies and indeed the people that we represent. So I look forward to people's comments and questions, and once again, thank you for the opportunity. This is an extraordinarily timely summit in the middle, I think, of a very serious global effort to get our heads around how we regulate this technology for the future. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Minister. You can take a seat there, and I will sit right here beside you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you do have any questions for the Minister, we have a couple of minutes. I've seen there's lots of questions coming in as well online, so thank you so much for that. But Minister, just on the AI Act, as we heard earlier, the political pressure is on to get it done before the elections. How important is it that it gets done, and how big an undertaking will it be for capitals? I mean, surely it will be overwhelming.
Well, first of all, I think it is important that it gets done. You know, I think the European Union has raised an expectation now. There's been a lot of speeches made by people like me and others that have that have set the ambition that Europe wants to give leadership globally on how to regulate something as complex as an evolving AI technology. So I think we have to deliver on that promise.
But to answer
I think,
the question,
I think we need to be careful here. This isn't just about getting this done in time. It's also more important that it's done well. And I think the danger here is we try to do too much, perhaps, and we find that the definitions and the guardrails that we're putting in place perhaps are out of date within months, never mind years. I think the real challenge here is that the trilogue process that's ongoing at the moment between the Parliament, the Commission and Member States is plugged into as much knowledge as we can get from industry in terms of how we future-proof this regulation. Because I have no doubt that we'll be coming back next year and the year after and in 5 years' time, upgrading and changing and amending regulations and legislation as the technology poses new threats and new applications and so on. But I think the starting point has to be as flexible and as future-proofed as we can make it. It's got to be risk-based. So in other words, we focus our attention on where the risk is in terms of the application of the technology, as opposed to trying to regulate the technology itself, which I think is impossible. But look, I think we have to be open to all different perspectives in this process. But for me, getting a foundation regulation in place that's future-proof, that's risk-based, is where we need to start. If we need to add other elements to it as time goes by, well, then so be it. But I think it would be a mistake to try to do too much too quickly in the context of a technology that is evolving at such a pace.
well, of course, because as we've seen, we've had surprises during the negotiations, like ChatGPT popping up, and that took many negotiators by surprise. But just you did mention industry, and a lot of industry.
But there'll be more ChatGPTs. Like if you speak to the people who are working on this technology in big companies, they will tell you themselves that they don't know where this is going. So how can we as politicians be predicting where we're going to be? Which is why I think if we're clever here, we've got to try to be. And I think the Commission, by the way, has got this right. By the way, I mean, there are things around the edges that can improve and change probably, but I think the approach of the Commission is right on this, to try to put a risk-based approach which categorizes the application of AI at different risk levels, and then applying a different burden of regulation depending on risk level in terms of transparency and so on. That makes sense to me.
Even though just you mentioned industry, just to pick up on the fact that you think the Commission has got it right, industry though are a bit concerned that if Europe over-regulates, it could be just slamming the door on innovation.
And we're concerned on that too. So if we over-regulate in this space, we will simply see technology leakage out of the European Union. And I think that's not a good outcome. If companies feel they have to leave the European Union to develop new applications, new technology, new AI systems and platforms, because they don't feel they can do it in Europe because they're overregulated. That's a bad outcome. But it's also why we need to be speaking to partners in other parts of the world to try to get a consensus, if possible. And look, there will be people who'll say, you can't trust X, you can't trust Y, we shouldn't be talking to them. I'm sorry, but that is, I think, creating a blind spot here that we will regret in a few years' time. We need to try to be as inclusive as we possibly can, even if there are trust issues and inconsistencies in other policies. But if Europe and the US decide to go it alone on this with other select partners that they're comfortable with, I think we'll simply see AI developments shift to other parts of the world. And I think that's the real danger here. So look, it may not work to try to create a global consensus, but I think we have an obligation to try at this early stage in trying to regulate for a technology that is rapidly evolving, as we say.
And just briefly, Minister, because you mentioned Ireland, of course, being a hub here and the future of AI, how it could transform the country. But at the same time, Irish people and your voters are hearing messages like AI will take our jobs. We heard as well Elon Musk last week.
Yeah.
How are you dealing with that fear-mongering, perhaps people would call it, in the AI world? They reckon that the benefits, of course, outweigh the risks here. But what's the message that you tell the people?
Well, I think AI and machine learning and robotics are going to replace some jobs. Let's be honest about that. Like, I think for us to say to people, no one's job is at risk from AI or from digital technologies more generally, like, it's just not true. So let's not say it. But at the same time, let's look at how economies have evolved on the back of technology replacing certain jobs. If you take Ireland, it's a very good example. At one point in my lifetime, early in my lifetime, Ireland was seen as a low-cost destination for basic manufacturing. And technology has replaced an awful lot of that now, and Ireland today is seen as not a low-cost destination, but a destination of high skills, medium cost, where technology is driving new ways of doing things. And that has replaced certain workforces in certain areas, but it's also created new opportunities and new jobs. And we're at full employment today. Our economy's never been stronger. And certain jobs have been replaced by robots and digital technologies. And so I think AI is going to change the way in which economies function. And as governments, we need to respond to that by upskilling, reskilling, creating new job opportunities on the back of the efficiencies that AI can deliver, as opposed to promising people that actually it won't change their lives or employment prospects at all. It will. But we have to adapt to that. And I think overall there can be more positives than negatives from that change.
More positives than negatives.
If we manage it properly.
If you manage it properly. Just looking around the room there to see if we have any questions from the floor. We have one gentleman there. Anyone on the other side of the room? If you just introduce yourself, please, and keep your questions short. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Henri Perret. I'm the founder of a small startup. And we are working on AI, or the next generation of AI, which will provide trust and engagement. So I am very interested about the fact that within Ireland, you name a doctor about being the face of AI to evangelize and explain to everyone what will be the AI consequences. And there is a sort of elevation of consciousness about AI usage and risk as well. My question is more about we must now, because we know that we will not be able to regulate everything, exactly as you said, because it's evolving so fast.
And your question?
And my question is about we should provide governability to reveal intention. And the problem is today, most of the providers are embedding their own intention into their technology, and it's not transparent.
Okay.
So what are we doing to bring and force them to reveal their intentions?
So question on transparency. Thank you so much for your question.
Yeah.
Any other questions? No? Okay, we'll take that question.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, your comment in relation to our decision to put in place a kind of a go-to trusted person as an AI ambassador, the thinking behind that was that most members of the public really are reading about and hearing about AI, but they're not quite sure what it is in terms of a tangible change to their lives and the technology they use, from their phones to their cars to their heating systems to their, and so in truth, I think the public have limited trust of politicians and sometimes journalists too, although rarely journalists. But if you could put in place an independent, accepted expert that was, not linked to industry, not linked to government, not selling anything, but simply explaining and answering questions, well, we thought that was an asset. And Dr. Scannell in Ireland has been an asset, I think, in the AI discussion and the explanation that's there. As I said, I think it's a good model that perhaps other countries might like to consider. On the transparency thing, yeah, I mean, I think that this comes back to the definition issue. If you have sort of basic applications of AI that are driving efficiencies in terms of how a blood sample is taken or whatever, then I think we have to be careful that we don't try to put in reporting systems and transparency models that potentially tie us up in bureaucracy and paperwork and cost, when actually we can get good basic applications that don't have high risk. We should just get on with it, in my view. Like, that should just be part of digitalization. Where we have higher risk models that are being used, that are collecting data, using data in a way that does create potential risk to how data is used, then I think we do have to have systems that are about transparency and reporting. The question is whether we try to manage that at a country-by-country level or centrally within the European Union. I think that's something that's being debated and discussed at the moment in the context of the AI Act. Personally, I think most of us, or all of us, across the European Union have market surveillance mechanisms and agencies that do a pretty good job. And I think we should try to get advice and common standards coming from a central office, perhaps in Brussels, but within our own economies. If we try to have a full enforcement role for a central EU office, I think that does potentially create bureaucracy, backlogs, slowdowns, and so on. And I think we need to be a bit careful there. But the principle around transparency for high-risk AI products is very sound, and I think we have to find a way of getting that done efficiently.
Okay. Minister, there was a Andrea, did you want to pose a question?
Yes, if there's
Very
time.
brief and then brief answer, because we've already stolen
Perfect.
a bit of time
Sorry,
from the panel.
I'll be brief. Minister Coveney, thank you very much. You mentioned both the ecosystem of trust and the ecosystem of excellence, right? Which is what the European Commission had put in the white paper on AI back in 2020. And you also mentioned that there is a risk that we are overdoing on the ecosystem of trust. Are we underdoing on the ecosystem of excellence? Meaning, are we doing enough there? What could we do to avoid that Europe becomes a mere user of AI and so it becomes a producer of AI?
Well, I think we have to learn from history here. Europe has not been good at building the technologies of the future. There are some exceptions to that in terms of aviation, car technology. I think we're doing an awful lot in the green economy space now in terms of leading on climate innovation and so on. I think that's really good. But if you look at technology and you look at the biggest companies in the world, have they grown out of Europe? By and large, no. And instead we are effectively inviting in and housing US and Chinese companies into Europe as foreign direct investment and so on. I think Europe has to get much better at actually building global companies out of Europe with the support of policy, so that we are creating and generating the innovation and skills and capacity for growth and research out of Europe. And I think we need to be more proactive about that than we have been, if I'm honest. There are notable exceptions to that, of course, coming out of my own country and many others represented in this room. But in general, I think Europe needs to be a more competitive place and space to build technologies that are going to change the world in the future. And if they're being developed in Europe, in Europe's universities, and building startups and companies out of Europe, then they are easier to regulate to, because they originate from here. So in my view, the excellence and the innovation element of this argument is hugely important, even though politicians, because of the pressure they're under and the questions that they have to constantly field, will naturally be pulled towards the protection of consumers, the protection of the public, data protection, guarding against rogue actors, and all of that's really important in terms of protecting our democracies. But if all of our focus is pulled into that debate, then some other part of the world is actually driving the excellence and the innovation side, and Europe misses out. And I think that's why we have to constantly force ourselves back into the other space as well, even though it mightn't be as emotive politically, but it is very important for the future. Like, I would like to see that in 3 years and 5 years and 10 years' time, we have French and German and Spanish and Irish and Czech and Swedish companies that are growing and developing new AI applications that are changing the world. As opposed to just big US names. While they're hugely welcome here, certainly very welcome in Ireland, and we work with them, we'd like to see Europe developing that ecosystem as well.
I think that's a very clear kind of wake-up call perhaps to Brussels and to our conference today, and a good comment perhaps to conclude this interview and set the tone for the discussions today. Minister Simon Coveney, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And we'll see you later.
We'll see you later. Thank you.
Thank you. So, we heard there from Simon Coveney, Minister Simon Coveney, that industry, there's a lot at stake, of course, for industry. And that's where the next panel comes in, because we've heard, of course, now from the politicians, we heard from Madrid, we got the view from Dublin, and now it's time to hear from industry and from those who are working on a day-to-day basis with AI, and they know the reality on the ground, and they're moving much faster, perhaps, than politicians, policymakers, and members of the European Parliament. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome up on stage first Dr. Gemma Galdon-Clavel. Where is Gemma? Gemma, welcome. Also, Davio Larnote. Gemma, you can take a seat up here, Gemma. Yeah, beside me. So Gemma Galdon-Clavel is the CEO and founder of Ethicas Tech. That is a company offering ethics advice to international, regional, and national public and private organizations. I believe you were just in Singapore last week, but you're based in DC. Today you're in Brussels, so I believe you're perfectly placed. You've got your ears on the ground globally to bring some good input into our discussions. So great to see you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
Joined here as well by Davio Larnote, a local from Belgium here. So good to see you. He's the co-founder and the CEO of Radix. That's a Belgian-based artificial intelligence solution provider that works, I believe, on hundreds of AI projects. You also have a podcast, so good to have you with us here in the room as well.
Thank you.
Bob Kimball, where is Bob? Already over there. Bob Kimball is the Vice President and Associate General Counsel of Legal for Amazon Web Services and the leader of a worldwide team creating new products for the cloud. So we're delighted to have you with us, Bob, and very excited to hear what your message is for the European Commission. Perhaps not so polite as the message of the Irish Minister.
Always going to be polite. It will definitely be polite.
Well, we're looking forward to your input too. And last but not least, Matthew McDermott. Matthew is the Director of Growth at Access Partnership. That's a consultancy leading on tech and advising companies on overcoming regulatory barriers. So Matthew, great to see you as well. And I believe we have a connection as well online. We have Elena Fersman, that's the VP and Head of Ericsson Global AI Accelerator, and also a professor in cyber physical systems at the Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm. Good morning to you. Can you hear us? Can you see us?
I do hear you. I do see you. Thank you so much. Do you hear me?
Lovely. We're delighted to have you with us today, albeit virtually. Looking forward to hearing as well from you. But here on the panel, perhaps we can start maybe with ladies first. Gemma here beside me.
Sure.
Just regarding your thoughts perhaps on where the world is regarding AI. I mean, it feels like the race is on to regulate it, but are we almost too late to the race?
Oh, we're never late to do things right and to protect people. And I think that's what democracies are about. That's what regulation is about. It's about protecting people. In this case, in technology processes, what is unusual is how much of the far west the space of AI is right now. I often say when I do public speaking that in the 19th century you could buy cocaine in pharmacies. That was because there was no regulation. You could test vaccines on poor people because there was no regulation. Regulation in democracies is about protecting people. What is very unusual is that around tech, we have not been able to protect people. And we've been really struggling at what does protection means in those spaces. I often say that my work is building the seatbelts of AI, and I think it's a metaphor that really works. when seatbelts were developed, it was Volvo that developed them. The regulator said, we want cars to be safe. And the industry said, okay, let's invest in safety. And Volvo came up with the seatbelts, they released the patent, and today you wouldn't think of buying or selling a car without a seatbelt. The problem that I see in Europe is that we have kind of sketched what a seatbelt would look like for AI, but we're letting others produce it. My main concern is that I think Europe has led in the regulation, but the regulation means nothing unless it becomes seatbelts. Caring about safety means nothing if no one comes up with a seatbelt. And no one's doing that in Europe. I feel that Europe continues to invest in regulation, but not in the enforcement and the market that needs to come out after this. And we're letting this to the US, quite frankly, or even China. Just one piece to finish. The company that capitalized the most on GDPR was a company based in Texas, OneTrust, that developed the cookie notices. Today, OneTrust is valued at $5 billion. I feel that the companies that are going to capitalize on the AI Act are also in the US.
Okay, Gemma, we're going to stop you there and bring in perhaps the perspective from Matthew McDermott there. Reaction to what you've heard there from Gemma, and also your thoughts on the EU's AI Act proposal.
Well, I think our clients are looking at whether AI is a genuine shift in technology or just a change in platform. And the way that we think about that and the way we think about the regulation is, will the use cases win out? Will this be thin wrappers around a foundational model where the way that we all experience AI will be through the use case, in which case it's just software? Or will this be the change from programming to graphical user interfaces? Will this be a shift where everybody has access to infinite interns and the potential is limitless? And from a regulatory perspective, the way, I think in AI we often look to the car and horse metaphors. Let's make sure that we're regulating the right thing. Let's be comfortable that we've got it wrong today. Let's be comfortable about realizing we're on a journey. And as we think about it, make sure that what we're regulating is the car and not just regulating another horse.
Okay, a lot of car metaphors here this morning. I like it, and I feel like we should all, in fact, be fastening our seatbelts as we have this discussion, because as we've heard earlier, the technology is developing much, much faster than trialogues or discussions that can take place at EU member state level. But let's hear now from perhaps Davio. I mean, AI, I imagine, has transformed your life. I mean, you're using it on a daily basis. What's your take on how it will transform the world, and also where the world is at regarding regulating it?
And how it will transform the world, I'd love to have an answer to that. It's relatively hard to do that, and I think that's the thing which is quite interesting right now is that you have all those experts, Jan LeCun, all the others, they have all a discussion on what will be the impact. They don't know, basically, and I think Minister Coveney, I really like his approach of looking at that as well. We don't, to be honest, I don't know either. I have ideas, and I can give you my ideas, but there's one thing sure: we can't predict the future. That's almost impossible. But what I don't like today is that we're trying to build rules for things that we don't understand. And that's where it. And I think that the summary of Mr. Coveney was really what I have in my head. We're over-regulating and under-innovating. The thing is, with the risk-based approach, I like the idea. The concept is very nice. You have risks, you have categories, and based on that, you have mitigation methods. But the problem with it is risk is a combination of impact and probability. And you need to understand what is the impact and what is the probability. But today, nobody here really understands that. And those that do understand are probably the ones in OpenAI, in Inflection AI, in DeepMind, the ones that are really into it. And they don't have aligned incentives. Whatever you say, if it's now because of market protection, their incentives are not aligned. And in Europe, we have no clue. And we're not doing anything about it either, in my opinion. We're talking to them, yeah, but OpenAI wants regulation. That's clear for them. It's just a win. So they don't have an incentive to really balance that. And I don't see anyone looking for a solution to do that, to balance. How do we not? Because even if you have those categories, who holds anyone back now that we just don't throw in stuff that we don't really understand and we overregulate stuff. For instance, education. One of the nicest examples that I've seen from Sal Khan, Khan Academy, a US-based company, is the idea of solving the 2 sigma problem, which is in private tutoring. So the 2 sigma problem is a study from a pedagogist, Benjamin Bloom, and what he basically says is, if everyone would have private tutoring, you can make of average students the best students. It's a normal curve and you can shift 2 sigmas. The thing is, private tutoring is expensive and is inaccessible for most people. AI can do that at scale. It can do private tutoring at scale, and it solves the 2 sigma problem at scale. What are we doing in Europe? We're putting education in the high risk bucket because we think it's dangerous. We don't really understand it, and we make a huge burden and administrative hassle to get that done. And our customers, so we're working for some of the largest in the world, GSK, USUB, Johnson & Johnson, Atlas Copco, they all think the same, like, okay, what will this mean? It creates uncertainty, it creates administrative hassle, and that's for large companies. What if as a startup you want to innovate? You don't even know, if I start with doing this, what are the risks? What are the potential backlashes in terms of punishments I'll have? It's impossible. So,
let's just stop you there. I mean, you've a lot to say, and we're listening loud and clear. Pity we don't have the European Commissioner in the room to listen as well. She will be here, though, a little bit later, so we can pose all your comments and questions to her. Bob, from Amazon there, you were nodding along there with what you heard. I mean, what would you whisper in the ears of those regulating on this AI Act here in the next couple of weeks? What would the message from Amazon be?
I would say, with the words that many have said already, it needs to be risk-based. So you start with a risk-based approach. And then I would also caution the team to slow down a little bit to be sure you've got the definitions right. You have to have the definitions right when you're at the first stages of this regulation, and you have to be focused on areas where there's true risk. And what I see today worries me a little bit, because some of the definitions being used, things like there's the producer and the user of an AI system, are not definitions used by people who work in AI every day, which I do. I work on this every single day. So this idea that there's these 2 groups, producers and users, it doesn't work that way. There are producers who develop AI systems, but then there are developers who use those AI systems in much more complex systems, often involving 4 or 5 other types of AI to come up with the final solution. It is far more complex than it appears on the surface. And so figuring out how to get that regulation right so it doesn't stifle development is really important. And to get regulation right, any contract involves definitions, and we got to get those definitions right. So I'd really like to spend a little more time on that with the Commission to be sure, let's define the landscape, and then we can regulate it much more effectively.
Well, Gemma here, who's on the panel, is actually working as an advisor to the European Commission. So in just a minute, I'd like to ask you what advice you're giving them, and if you think that politicians find this just too complicated as well to regulate. But first, of course, Elena Fersman has been listening in as well to the discussions this morning. Elena from Ericsson. Any reactions to what you've heard so far, and what's your take?
Yes, absolutely. I would like to reflect on things that have been said. I think one thing about predicting the future and how does it look like. So if we speak about, like, in general terms, predicting the future and where AI is taking us, of course, it's very difficult to say. Then when I speak for our industry, for telecom industry, the telecom industry or the Ericsson, development and manufacturing that has been around for 140 years, I think the development and the future is pretty. I mean, the trajectory it is to follow, because what we've seen is that we're automating a lot, we're improving the performance of the networks, we're improving the footprint, the CO2 footprint of the networks. The network's infrastructure will never be perfect. That's why we're using AI. So it's essentially contributing to optimize the imperfections or minimize the impact of the imperfections of the network, right? Because it's still a limited resource, telecom networks. So, and then to reflect on what we said, it's not only producers and users. I like this statement that there are so many more functions, because in my domain, there is development, manufacturing, rollout, maintenance, operations, That's everything before using, right? And there is AI. AI plays a huge role in any part there, obviously, and in infrastructure. I think what's also very specific about telecom industry is that AI is playing a role in very quick decisions. So there are a lot of quick control loops that are there, meaning that when we are overimposing the trustworthy AI framework on that, not every quick decision can be checked. So one needs to put these guardrails on the systems that are kind of regulating it at whole, but we can kind of check every time we take this millisecond decisions, right, in the networks. And then I should also say, I think we said when EU ethical guidelines for trustworthy AI were released, the pre-AI Act, we as a company said, let us embrace it and let us kind of follow these guidelines. So we never wrote our own guidelines for trustworthy AI, but we rather said, okay, this is good. Let's start by working and proactively, building methods for trustworthy AI, including non-bias, including explainability, accountability, safety, and so on, for all AIs that are running in our systems. And we have actually AI running in all functions of our systems. So I think it's, in a way, we saw it as a competitive advantage, because similar to, security, where I think historically our software that we've built were considered, very reliable and secure. Mm-hmm. In a similar way, now that we are saying we are embedding AI in every function of the system, we need to be able to say, like, we have a very strong internal certification or audit function, because it's not
Lena,
only about...
Going to stop you there. You're with us virtually, so if there's anything you want to react to that you hear on the panel, give a wave. I can see you perfectly. But I'm curious to get back to Gemma, to the question that we posed to you earlier, as an advisor to the European Commission there, on whether or not this is too complicated, and if you think politicians are competent enough in the field to be able to get this right.
I am very privileged that I get a chance to talk to the people that are, I believe, shaping the future. I think that politics is the space of strategic anticipation, is where we try to understand society and protect people in those societies. So I'm really privileged to be working with the Commission, with the Parliament, with the White House, because I am based in the US. And my role is to provide technical input. So I've been auditing AI systems for the last 7 years together with the team at Ethicus, and we are trying to productize and build an AI auditing field. We just launched the International Association of Algorithmic Auditors, but like basically create a mechanism that allows us to land the regulation and provide solutions and make sure that AI has seatbelts. So my role when talking to politicians and policymakers is give them technical input from the ground. So like, what are the things that you are thinking in an abstract way to protect people, and how do they land in terms of technical specifications? One of the issues that we find, for instance, Europe has put a lot of effort and faith in the human in the loop. We just think if there's a human in an AI process, things are going to be fair and fine at the end. When we audit systems, what we find is that humans tend to reintroduce bias and inefficiency into systems. So again, there's a really good intention on the part of the policymaker, but when this lands in concrete terms, what we find is a moment of decision-making that we cannot really control or audit for. So I'm trying to like bring that expertise on the ground. What we have seen as well is that the Far West scenario that we come from has also led to really bad technologies. AI around us right now is really bad quality AI. The things and the systems that surround us don't do what they say. They are not making the best decisions. And so I don't agree with this idea that we have too much bureaucracy and regulation is about just documenting everything. Well, yes, because that's the way that we ensure that systems work well. And right now, they do not. No one would have accepted a vaccine that didn't go through a clinical trial. And I'm sure that decades ago, pharmaceutical companies were like, clinical trials are a lot of bureaucracy. Yes, but we've luckily got to a point where you would not take a vaccine unless it went to a clinical trial, because clinical trials protect people. That's what the regulation does. And unless we have regulation, the tech is going to be crap. The incentives in the industry are to develop really bad technologies, that choose the wrong worker when you're doing CV screening, the wrong medical treatment when you're using AI in the medical field. We're just making really bad decisions. So I'm trying to bring that kind of knowledge
looking at the other panelists.
into.
Would you agree with what you're hearing there?
I just can't agree with that. I'm sorry.
Fine,
It's okay.
discuss
That's why
it.
we're here. We're not here to agree.
I don't necessarily think regulation is what makes great products. Great engineers and great business people who care about their customers create great products. They create those great products because they listen to their customers every day. They get that feedback every day. They implement that every day for their customers. It's not because of a regulation that someone develops some transformative, human-changing product. I don't think that regulation does that. Regulation helps it remain safe and in bounds, but I don't think that's what makes a great product.
No, regulation sets the playing field. What we are missing in AI are the Volvos, the companies willing to innovate in the safety solutions that will make AI better. What is unusual about the current moment is that we have regulators saying high-level things, which is what they should do, and the industry is like, we're not going to do anything until you tell us exactly what we need to do. The regulators have never done that. With cars, they say cars need to be safe. Industry, work it out. When the regulators have launched that, have put that in front of the industry did not react. We still see lack of compliance with GDPR that was passed 7 years ago. I don't want to think about what's going to happen with the AI Act. The industry is missing in the proposal of solutions, and that is a huge gap that we have. But I don't think it's the policymakers that are not doing their job.
Okay.
I think it's the industry that's not stepping up.
What's your take on all that?
To your reaction to my point, for me, it's not about regulation is not necessary. It's not about people are not doing the right job. It's about the fact that there's information asymmetry. The industry knows more than the politicians, and the industry today is often big tech and not well aligned with what we want. And I think we need to make sure that we really understand something before we make regulation, or make sure that we do it in a way that we understand the impact of what we're regulating, and we don't do that today. Seatbelts, I like the example, but as far as I remember, I wasn't born probably yet, but I think in the beginning cars didn't have seatbelts.
Of course.
Why didn't they have it?
Exactly.
Because they didn't understand the risk yet. And you say they didn't add it because they didn't want to, because they didn't understand the risk yet. It wasn't clear enough. And once it was clear, it got into regulation, because it was clear that could solve a lot of problems. But now we're trying to build seatbelts without understanding what the risk is. So we're actually building a harness around people in the car and strapping them to the car,
And
which is an
Davio, for you,
over-regulation, in my opinion.
Davio, your company, you started with 3, I understand, and now
Yes.
you've 50.
Yes.
And could this kind of regulation scare you so much that you would want to, be somewhere else and move out of Belgium?
Well, what we notice is we work for we help other companies in their AI journey. And what we notice is that it becomes more interesting for companies to do it outside of Europe than inside of Europe. And that's the thoughts that they will be having, which is not something that we want, I assume. And I think one problem is the information asymmetry, that we don't really know what we're regulating. And a solution should be that we understand it better. And combine that with the fact that we're not innovating fast enough, I think there's huge potential. For instance, instead of putting all the money in a lot of other stuff in Europe, putting it into supporting, for instance, supercompute for universities or research centers or startups, that they can have means to compete, to really have a view in it. Because today, the reason we can't compete is because we don't have the mean. There's no supercomputers. The GPUs are impossible to get, even if you have the money.
And a major lack as well of startups in Europe. I mean, that's...
Exactly. And if you make that accessible, maybe with the premise that they should open source whatever they build on top of those supercomputers or put it into publication, that could really enforce or support collaboration and innovation and get a view on how does it work, what are the risks, what are not risks, and therefore support regulation.
Matthew, these are the conversations you're having as well with your clients, translating their concerns as well.
For sure. I think from our client's perspective, we want to build on what's already gone before. What can we learn? And for example, with the private sector, as we've heard, industry is already working with AI every day. in a very flexible way, responding to regulatory and client needs. What can we take from that? And the second piece we're looking at is also sectoral regulation. The way that we all experience AI today, and the way that we're protected is through sectoral regulation. Now, that is quite fragmented, both within one economy and across many economies, and there's a need for a coordination function, a way of ensuring that we don't think about this just as technology and technology regulation, but as the way that we live our lives and the way that we benefit in healthcare or transport or retail. That may sound impossible, that may sound pie in the sky, but during the pandemic, the WHO was able to create a pandemic visa, push that through, and get that to work globally. There were risks, people thought it couldn't be done, but it happened. In a post-pandemic environment, maybe we put that in a regulatory sandbox, maybe we minimize those risks, but let's keep that regulatory ambition. These things can be done.
These things can be done. A positive message there from Matthew. Bob, I believe at Amazon you've been doing a lot of research into the digital decade, and you'll have some interesting reports coming out in January. Can you give us a little teaser into what we can keep an eye out for?
Yeah, we've been looking at what will it take for Europe to take advantage of AI as part of this digital decade, and that report will be published sometime in the next couple of months. But some of the early details are interesting. One of them is that companies that are already using AI are finding significant benefits. So the companies that have already embraced, they're already building it as part of their daily processes, are seeing sort of 75% of them are seeing increases in revenue and increases in innovation. And they're also planning to do larger investments over the long haul. So people using it now are already seeing a significant benefit. And the places where we're seeing challenges are companies can't find the people to do the work. They can't find enough tech-savvy employees who can come in and help them with the work, and that's having a real impact on almost nearly half of the companies that we surveyed are having trouble finding those people. And then one of the final pieces that's directly interesting for what we're talking about today is that for companies who don't have regulatory clarity, and that's about 50% of them who don't have a clear line of sight from the regulation on what they're doing, are planning to invest materially less over the next few years. So that lack of clarity in the regulation has a direct impact on what companies are willing to invest. So that will make a difference. So one of the things I think that will be important for Europe going forward here is making sure that the regulation provides the right level of clarity so people aren't, you can't need a crystal ball to know what to do. It has to be clear in the regulation. I think that's a really clear statement coming out of the research. And it's really challenging for smaller companies, right, who don't have large law departments, who can fight their way through a complex or ambiguous set of regulations. Make it clear, make it simple. I think that's going to be important, especially at this early phase. At this very early phase, when we don't even know what people are going to do with this technology, I think you have to be a little cautious not to go too big too early. It can be incrementally built on, the regulation, over time. It doesn't have to be everything all at once.
Okay, I will start looking around the room to see if we have any questions. We have a lot of questions, hands popping up. We have about 10 minutes for questions. I have a couple in as well online, so we'll have to keep them quite brief. Gentleman there at the back, and then we'll take yourself. And there was one, I think, over there as well. Yeah. Just introduce yourself, please.
Hi, I'm Conor Dunlop. I'm from the Ada Lovelace Institute. I had a question basically regarding the information asymmetries that you mentioned. So yeah, at our institute, we strongly agree this is one of the big challenges that we face, the information asymmetry between leading developers and regulators. But right now, we don't have regulation and there's like zero transparency. So I'm wondering, how do we address that information asymmetry without regulation? Like in our view, we need transparency, third-party assessment, red teaming with externals, audits to Gemma's work. So yeah, without regulation, how can we incentivize reducing this information asymmetry? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your question. The gentleman here at the front, Christoph. Microphone is coming. There you go. Yep.
Thank you. Hi, Christoph Zeng, AAA.ai Association and WorldAI.org. I have 3 questions. The first one
Came
is
prepared.
about
Okay, go
just
for it.
wrote them right now. The first one is about the maker and user classification, right? We were talking about that, and can we not categorize every stakeholder into these two categories? So, for example, an integrator or a wrapper is both a user and a maker, right? So, for just the sake of simplification, to otherwise we will have an endless number of categories. We can, as the industry develops, the types of categories will grow exponentially.
Okay.
And the second question is about the risk-based approach. Is it possible to determine all risks, given that even Sam Altman himself doesn't really know what's going on and what's possible?
Okay.
Isn't risk definition too deterministic, since it requires to know what's possible first and then evaluate the risk? As said, we're regulating a moving target. Are we even able to define risks and mitigate them as fast as AI develops? So
That's
the
a
third
question we've asked already today.
Yeah,
And the third
just
question?
the last question.
Yeah.
People who work with customers create great products. Perfectly, yeah, I hear. But is that really totally true? Are people who work with customers paying attention to risks and challenges if no compliance definition yet exists? Or are they more attentive on the needs and requirements of charging more man hours and subscription fees?
Perfect.
Thank
Thank you
you
very much for your 3 questions. We had one lady there at the back of the room. We'll take your question and then we will come up to our panel. And Elena, if you want to tackle any of those questions there as well, we can come to you.
So I'm Alex from the Future of Life Institute, and I wanted to provide another, I guess, perspective on a point that was brought up about how this is a multi-stakeholder industry with really long, I guess, chains of providers that provide a tool to someone else who then develops it and then deploys it, et cetera, et cetera. In an industry which is dealing with a new technology that has, not been properly assessed in the past, wouldn't regulation provide a certain clarity for those downstream providers who are smaller companies, who have smaller legal teams? And with regards to, regulation and understanding things like the AI Act, our institute has actually developed a tool to try to provide that clarity and sort of provide a sort of assessment for smaller companies to understand their compliance with the AI Act as it evolves. So wouldn't tools like that pop up and solve some of the problems that we're discussing here?
Okay, thank you so much for your question and your reference. We have a couple of questions as well online there. Where can Europe find enough people who know how to use and develop new technologies? That's something we mentioned as well. The European Union as the world's regulatory superpower, can it step up to greatly influence the trajectory of AI governance, however lacking technological leadership in hardware and software? Another question, are we heading for the Brussels effect or the Strasbourg effect, the framework convention in the rest of the democratic world? In the other panels, we can get back to some of those questions online. But now, I think at this late stage, I might just invite all our panelists to give kind of a 1 minute, 2 minute wrap, taking into consideration all the questions we've had from the audience and also what you've heard this morning. Gemma, would you like to start?
Sure, why not? First, I'd like to question this idea that companies and clients create great products. Historically, that's not correct. Without regulation, buildings fall on people. Without regulation, cars don't have seat belts. Without regulation, you would fall off our chairs. You would fall off your chairs. The chairs you're sitting on have had to prove that they can hold the weight of a human to be sold. We make demands on chairs that are far greater than the demands that we make on technology developers that are targeting children or older people that may not have the resources that they need to use those systems safely. So historically, great products are built under democracies that ensure there's regulation to protect people when using those systems. As for the information asymmetries, that's the key. And one of the reasons why we I'm European, but we moved to the US and our holding is now in the US, in Delaware, is because that's where the debate is at right now in the US. It's about auditing, it's about the transparency of the metrics that policymakers need in order to make good decisions. I wouldn't say that policymakers cannot know what developers don't know. The problem is that policymakers don't have the information. We don't have data on false positives and false negatives. We don't have data on error rates. Until we have that, policymakers will not be able to regulate. So in the executive order that Biden passed last week, one of the key issues is the transparency of the specific metrics that will allow policymakers to make decisions, and auditing is a key part of that process. Can we have trusted third parties that audit those systems and share the key metrics with policymakers so that policymakers can make sure that people are protected? Yeah, and I think that's. I wanted to get to another question, but I think that's it. And let me just finish on one thing. I am not the regulator. I am the industry. I'm just an industry that believes that we can build better products within the limits of the regulation. AI that cannot respond to people's needs is bad AI. Regulated AI is better AI, and we see that every single day when we audit systems. When engineers have the incentives to focus on impacts on people, they develop better technologies. Right now, this getting together of clients and companies is leading to, for instance, me as a woman getting between 10 and 20 times less banking services because women are underrepresented in training data. And no one has the incentive to make sure that women are treated equally when we go to a bank. We need to create those incentives to ensure that we all have the same opportunities when faced with services where AI is making decisions. Thank you.
Okay, Gemma, thank you very much for that very passionate intervention and wrap, getting all your messages out there loud and clear. Elena, I would like to just cross over to you now just to get your take, and if you can tackle some of those questions that you heard.
Yes. I would like to reflect on this, on the last question about tools popping up. Obviously, we can see a lot of tools popping up to address the regulations, to explain the regulations to companies, and to kind of prevent and do this testing and certifications, right? And that, I think it's great that we have a lot of companies addressing that. But kind of continuing on the analogy of the seatbelt, I think in practice we'll need to have several levels of seatbelts. And there is also a difference between big industries and smaller companies, right? Because in big industries, it's this type of regulations or safety guardrails. This is a competitive advantage. Obviously, when we sell to our customers, they want to make sure that the system is safe. The domain is complex, so we are building the seatbelts. We cannot go without building seatbelts, but we do need to have several levels of seatbelts. When we build our own seatbelt, that's not a black box, because we know exactly the domain, and that's a white box seatbelt. Then, of course, there should be another levels of seatbelts.
Okay, lots of levels of different seatbelts. That's what the future could hold. And Christoph, I'm looking at you there. In case your questions are not answered as articulately as you would like, there will be a coffee break in a couple of minutes, so you can have them answered then. But perhaps, Matthew, would you like to be next?
Thank you. I think thinking through all these questions about will regulations create greater clarity, will they allow us to build better models? I go back to Bob's point about definitions. What is it we're trying to regulate here? Is it foundational models? Is it applications? Where in the stack are we looking? Do they all need to be treated the same way? And for each of those, what is the market failure? What are we trying to fix? And I think understanding that more clearly will allow us to create better regulation that will achieve the outcomes that all of us want here today. To the question of the Brussels effect, I don't think we're going to see a copy and paste of the AI Act around the world like with GDPR. I think this time around there were more competitors. The US has moved a lot more quickly to create a framework around how to regulate AI. China has a more vertical approach to regulation that may be tempting to some countries. But there is a gap here for Europe. The AI Act is more complete. And rather than looking to push regulation on the rest of the world, if what we talk about is using the AI Act to enable this balance between responsibility and innovation, and that what we're doing is growing the pie for all, then the AI Act really could be transformative around the world.
Okay, Davio?
Yeah, the thing is, the perception based on discussion maybe that I'm against regulation, which is definitely not the case. I think regulation is necessary, but it should be to make sure things are safe. not to make good products. That's something else. Good products come from companies. Safe products come from regulation sometimes. Now, the thing is, what I still don't, the example that you give, the not discriminating women, the depth of that problem, if you have to do that for every application, the laws you'll need to write to solve that, and the speed at which that is evolving is impossible to deal with. We can't do that. It's changing so fast. We need to, don't need to look at the errors, you need to look at what the risks are and on a higher level. I don't, it's coming to, even in this discussion, to be honest, I'm not sure if people are still following what all the things are we're saying after this whole day. It needs to be a lot simpler and a lot more.
Let's ask, are you following everything you've heard? Does it make sense? Yeah?
The big lines, but the thing is, all the discussions that I've heard so far go in all different directions. It needs to be very, very simple and regulation.
But how? I mean...
But understanding it better is number one. That's really number one.
And that's why we're here. That's why we've gathered, to understand it better.
But the technology, understanding the technology a lot better, and we don't have access to really understand, like how far they are already in research within, for instance, OpenAI or other institutions. It's a lot further than what we're seeing today. They're a lot further. They already see a lot more risks than we have access to. We don't see them. We don't know them. Okay, we are working on large language models at customers as well, but not at the same level that they are already. That's locked in their box that we don't have access to.
Locked in their box, okay. Bob,
I think it's super important to stay focused on risk-based regulation. There are so many uses of AI that are just fundamentally not risky. They're just not risky. Like what music should be played at my dinner party tonight based on the mood I'm in today? Doesn't matter. Like, that's AI. Turns out it's not important if they play the wrong music at my dinner party tonight. That's okay. So risk-based regulation, I think, is going to be really important. I think you want the right regulators thinking about that risk. When I talked about this issue with a bunch of regulators and legislators in the US, one of the things they focused on was, we want to make sure we have experts on things like the Food and Drug Administration or the National Highway Transportation Safety Organization that understand how to regulate their domains incredibly well. They are the deepest experts. We want them to decide what's the level of risk and how should AI be regulated in those domains. And I think that type of thought process is really important. Like, let's get the risk regulation right and let's be careful about it. And then I think on the final piece here is just international standards will matter in the definitions. Like, as you think about the definitions of what is AI and who is a developer and who is a deployer and what responsibilities should they have, I think that's going to be fundamental to getting this right. Using a language that is understood and used by the industry. Like, the industry has a way of thinking about and talking about these problems. We have developers who build AI systems, but they aren't necessarily the deployers. They don't know the use case. That's going to be the deploying organization. They understand the use case. They understand the risk. They understand their business. They understand the complexity of the application within which they've embedded not likely one, but 2, 3, and 4 different AIs. It's that deployer who has to be fundamentally responsible for understanding the risk and the regulatory regime that applies to them. That has to underlie any regulation, or it's going to be broken on day one.
It's going to be broken on day one. Okay, thank you so much, Bob Kimball, for that. And thanks also to Elena Fersman, the VP and head of Ericsson Global at AI Accelerator, for joining us remotely. A bit of a challenge to join us remotely, but we're so happy that you could do and be with us as well this morning. Thank you as well to Matthew McDermott, Director of Growth and Access at Access Partnership, a consultancy on advising tech companies. Davio, great to have you with us as well this morning. So interesting to get your perspective and hear what you're doing on a day-to-day basis and how AI is kind of driving you and in your company. And Gemma, pleasure as well to have you with us as well and hear your take. Are you excited or petrified about how AI will change our lives?
Really excited.
Really excited, okay. Really excited. Well, on that very positive note, I will conclude this panel, ladies and gentlemen, which of course was the first panel of many taking place later today. But as you've seen on the programme, the panels are quite short, and there's a long lunch break as well for you to interact and connect. And we will also have a networking reception after we hear from Vera Jourova. That's the Vice President of the European Commission. But for now, thank you so much for your attention, all those here in the room and all those as well with us online. We promise to get to your questions throughout the day with the other moderators, and we look forward to seeing you later. If you could, all those in the room, be back here at 10:55, I'm being told at my ear. So that gives you about 20 minutes, I think. So I'll see you there. In any case, I will give you a heads up and gather you again. Thank you so much. Take care and enjoy the day.
Thank you.
So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Lovely to see you all back here in the room. As we take it up a step and speed up this pace, perhaps, of the panel discussions. I've noticed as well, all of you online have been commenting. One very disappointed Ahmed saying that you thought it would be more interactive. Indeed, I do apologise in advance that we did not earlier this morning have time to get to all those questions that are online. The moderators coming up throughout the day will do their best to get back to those points and will make you feel as much as involved as we are here as well in the room. For those in the room, I hope you enjoyed your coffee break and got to chat to somebody new and interesting. And now it's time to continue with our programme. And I can pass you over now to the very safe hands of Joshua Meltzer, who you met earlier this morning. Joshua Meltzer is a senior fellow and works in Global Economy and Development Programme at the Brookings Institution. And he'll be sitting down with Jerry Sheenan, that's the Directorate for Science, Technology and Innovation at the OECD. He'll also be speaking to John Camara, that's the founder of the AI Centre of Excellence in Africa, and then Pedro Miguel da Costa e Silva, that's the ambassador to the European Union for Brazil, for the Brazilian mission right here in the European Union. So, gentlemen, if you would like to come up here on stage and take a seat. It's getting a little bit quieter there in the lobby, so people are gradually coming in to take their seats as we can kick off. And
am I taking your seat?
No, I'm not sitting down here. This is all in the very capable hands of Joshua. What should we expect, Joshua, from your session?
Sorry?
What should we expect from your session?
Well, this is, I think, a great opportunity to start looking at what's happening around the world, domestically, when it comes to artificial intelligence. So we opened up the conference today talking about international cooperation on artificial intelligence when it comes to governance, and we really, I think, emphasise that the first port of call for thinking about how governance is going to happen is domestically, and then we're looking at how do we build linkages and make sure that these domestic approaches are interoperable and work together. And there's a lot of innovation happening globally on AI governance. We've heard a lot, and we will hear a lot more today about what's happening in Europe on AI. I think everyone in the room is somewhat familiar with all the steps that the US is taking on AI governance, but Brazil, there's policy developments happening across Africa and globally as well. So this is going to be an opportunity to have a conversation about some of the approaches to AI governance and lessons learned and experiences that we're seeing across the AI ecosystem. So before we maybe dive into what you're seeing in terms of AI governance, I'd like to just open up with a question around how each of you are seeing AI risks and benefits. Because we jump quickly into the need for AI regulation, but this is preceded by kind of a general assessment about how you're seeing AI play out in your region and how you're seeing the opportunities and the risks at the same time. So let me open it up to the panel to respond as you see fit. Pedro, let me turn to you.
Thank you very much. A pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I think that in Brazil and in other developing countries, we are asking maybe some of the same questions that you're asking here in Europe or in the United States or other parts of the world. The difference maybe is where we are asking these questions from, where we're sitting, or our reality, and it's of course then we are going to give always the development perspective. When we talk about the whole issues of the digital economy, the question here is access and what this technology and technologies are going to be they use. So we want to make sure that there is equity, that it contributes to our development, to the diminishment of inequalities, poverty. So we're doing a bit the same things that other countries are doing. We have already a proposal for AI legislation in our Congress. We have multi-stakeholder committees in place. We're trying to build committees also with the participation of the private sector, academia, and government to discuss these issues. But always, just to conclude, it's always looking at it from our perspective of the needs of the Brazilian people. And of course, you will see this also in our presidency of the G20 that starts at the end of the year. All the issues that we're putting on the table are always going to be seen from this angle of what we consider the main challenges that are facing the world today, which are development-based challenges.
Great, thanks. John?
Yeah, thank you very much for being here. I think I'm going to speak for Africa in general, which I try not to, but for this particular occasion, I will try.
I think they just leaned in a little bit
to represent 54 countries. So a lot of the African countries are, racing to write policies. Policy around AI policy, AI strategy policies, without really a clear understanding why they're writing the policy, because that's pretty much what everybody's saying. So, shoving down the conversation around policy to the rest of the emerging markets, that you also have to write policy around governance, you have to write policy, what are you policing? That's the first thing. Then when you look at the risk, one of the things that we're talking about is, where is the role of self-governance? A self-governance framework that really could be the fundamental basis, because the actors in the AI space are humans. Is there a possibility to use the value of education within a self-governance framework as part of risk mitigation, or the risk that we talk about when we look at policies around risk and innovation as well? Because if you can provide self-governance in innovation, you might actually allow innovation to continue, while risk is also part of that, and audited risk. So we're seeing a race across the continent to sort of adopt a global North strategy of let's also regulate something that doesn't exist yet in our continent. And that's a bit of a problem, because we're not really thinking through the context of where we are as a continent across Africa. You can group Africa into multiple different, if you go to places like Mali, what is AI? If you go to South Africa, yes, there's AI. Then if you go to other places in the continent, what are you talking about AI? There are other fundamental problems. So now everybody is now just driving through this one agenda, and we have one major problem: unemployment for over 60% of young people. Could this technology help us solve unemployment issues? So that's kind of like the conversation in the continent right now, which is a very interesting light bulb.
Yeah, that's fascinating, and there's a lot there that I'd like to dig back into. But Jerry, let me just turn it over to you. The OECD's been doing a lot of work in different aspects of AI. Up to you how you want to approach this, but do you want to sort of kickstart in how the OECD is sort of seeing risks and opportunities from AI?
Yeah, and actually I appreciate the way you asked the question, because I think we need to focus on both the benefits and the risks of AI, right? So we've heard today, we recognize there are great benefits to improve education through AI, improve healthcare through AI, improve overall worker productivity through the use of AI. We need to keep that in front of us as well, as we recognize that there are risks. There are the safety risks that we've talked about a lot this morning. I think that can demand some issues of regulation and of AI systems. There are also other risks associated with, right, mis and disinformation being promulgated or repeated, distributed through AI systems. There are risks to privacy and others that we've seen in our work to date. And we need to try to find ways to bridge the gap between these. So what we've done at the OECD to date, and you've seen the OECD recommendation on AI, which is now approaching its fifth year since it was promulgated back in 2019. And it tries to address both of those sides of the equation, if you will, right? There are recommendations in this about investing more in research and development for AI. There's more about investing in skills and skills development, which can help improve the adoption and the promulgation of AI, at the same time that we try to adhere to principles of transparency in AI systems, the data sets that they're trained on. We look for safety and security issues and have agreement that those need to be addressed squarely, and that we look for applications of AI that are going to improve society and could contribute to sustainable development goals. What we see across countries, we've been focusing a lot, again, in the discussion this morning, on what's happening in the AI Act, the US executive order, and so forth. These build on what's been a growing set of policies around AI that also try to both promulgate and develop AI applications, as well as put some constraints around them. We have something at the OECD, it's the OECD AI Policy Monitor, since 2017, when there were just a handful of policies across countries, we've seen now we're tracking more than 1,000 different policies across 70 different countries that move in a number of different directions, right? Trying to promulgate and promote use in health and healthcare, for example, at the same time bringing in cross-ministerial governance processes to ensure that there's coordination of effort and an awareness of some of the concerns and risks that are taking place. I think as we see this kind of promulgation of policy making, there's also a call for greater international coordination, right? How do we assure that we're working from common principles, common approaches, as was mentioned earlier today, even common definitions. What do we mean by an AI system? It's an area we've been working on quite actively, even right now at OECD, and trying to develop a new and updated definition of an AI system to include in a revised version of our AI recommendation, and hoping to do that in time to influence many of the policy development activities that are going on across the world right now.
Great. That's fantastic. The one of the things I think which is maybe worth emphasising, which is coming up already, is this idea of AI policy, which is a bigger umbrella than AI regulation. So there's a lot of activity happening across Africa. You were talking about that as well, which is part of its regulation, but part of it is the other steps that governments and others are taking to think about the broader ecosystem for AI. How do you develop and enable it? Pedro, when you look at what's going on in Brazil, and you can think about Brazil solely, or you can look at maybe what's happening more broadly in the region, but where is AI policy at in Brazil? Where do you see the opportunities? What is the government doing? Where are the gaps that need to be filled? Maybe it's on the capital investment side, maybe it's on the skills development side. How is the government thinking about the broader kind of opportunity space in Brazil for AI, and what is happening in there?
To give you a short answer, I would choose a few issues. I think one fundamental issue that is necessary for AI, but not only, is infrastructure, making sure that everybody has the necessary infrastructure to use the digital tools, and including AI. You touched about the other one, which is having capacity, which means educational, technical training. That is also being envisaged. I have already spoken about the need to involve all of society. And then there are issues that have already been mentioned here by you and by some of the panelists, which have been chosen as areas that we're working on, but there are others, of course, that are going to come up. Health was mentioned, smart cities, industry 4.0, health, and then simplifying the lives of citizens by using AI to make their interaction with governments better, which is it's a big agenda for a country such as Brazil. So how are you going to use AI to make to diminish bureaucracy, which is a major problem, and make sure that you can help. Those would be some of the examples that I would use. But of course, there is also research. But you have to be realistic here. Who are going to? I think countries such as Brazil, and at least in the first stage, are going to be much more users. And we'll have to discuss the issue of access than developers. But we are also envisaging a series of research centers and initiatives to generate this kind of capacity for Brazil, of also generating AI solutions for our needs.
So this is a fantastic, I think, segue maybe into building a question around. One of the things you mentioned, which sort of caught my attention, but I just want to use this as a building block, was what are the AI opportunities for jobs in Africa? Because the debate in the US, and I think the developed world generally, tends to be a lot more focused on the risk to jobs. And I think it's a great opportunity to maybe hear from you about how you're thinking about the job opportunity side, but also, picking up, I think, on some of the building blocks that Pedro was referring to in terms of infrastructure and skills and R&D. How do you see that space in Africa? What are the needs for cooperation and investment to really make this an opportunity in Africa?
No, I think the first thing is the opportunity for job creation. I think AI would present a massive, the whole construct of AI, data science, data engineering will provide a massive opportunity, but also it will help the continent actually become probably one of the leaders in open data networks, because we don't really have a lot of data, so we are just providing infrastructure to build these data frameworks. We don't have all these silos that you have in Europe or America, so we have the opportunity to actually build from scratch something completely different and maybe show an idea of things that could work. And that obviously means that you create a lot of jobs within that network, and means that we have to go down to capacity, where you truly develop capacity across the entire ecosystem. Now back to, if you think about capacity, that's where the opportunity for self-governance comes in, because as you are building capacity, you can actually train people on understanding the risk involved in doing specific things in AI, because at the end of the day, somebody spoke earlier on, the engineers are the ones who do the work. They don't understand the construct of what you're talking about sometimes. So if you sort of like take that opportunity across, the spectrum of both from a regulation, job creation perspective, we already have problems of infrastructure. We know that, but where the problem of infrastructure also represents an opportunity for us to look at how we build policies then that allow us, to create the right type of infrastructure in a much more regulated environment that allows AI to thrive. So the continent is going through a digital transformation. That is the key thing to note. We are finally transforming digitally. So many products, so many government services, so many solutions, young people. So we're at a junction where we don't have the legacy frameworks that you guys have here. I grew up in Ireland. I grew up in Dublin, so I know what happened in the 80s and 90s before moving back to Africa. So I've seen where you can transform if you don't have all those legacies that you have to deal with, but if you have clarity and the intent. It's very important, because when you think about the intent of why you do something, so the intent of regulation, the intent around trustworthiness, the intent around responsibility, who is the owner of that context of intent? And just to end, if you think about it as a movie, there is the influencer, who is the governing body, that is the Grammy Awards. Then there is the producer, who owns the movie. There's the actor. Then there's the consumer, who just watches the film. So where do you belong? Who are you? So for Africa, we are just watching the movie. We're consumers. And as long as you're consumers, you will be retro-engineered to exactly where they want you to be. And we can't let that happen to us again. So the opportunity for us to shape our own narrative as part of a global convergence is where, and one of those narratives is we need to use this technology to create jobs. So we call it AI for social and commercial good.
Mm-hmm. Great. No, that's fantastic. Let's get back to some of that shortly. But Jerry, you mentioned the OECD AI Observatory, and the OECD has got this sort of great perch, I guess, where you are gathering a lot of information and data on what is happening from a broad AI policy perspective in a range of countries. Do you want to just get into that a little bit more in terms of like what you're seeing, not both on the regulatory front, but also what you're seeing on skills development, venture capital development? What's happening from your perspective?
A lot of upward moving curves here, I think, in all of those areas. So yes, we do some real-time casting of data that we use, in fact, some AI systems and other curation processes to pull together to look at investments in research and development across countries, to look at the outputs, right? We've seen incredible growth in the number of research publications, not surprisingly, related to AI. We've seen incredible increases in venture capital investments in AI. I think at the latest numbers we have, about $110 billion US dollars in venture capital investment. And we see skills development also taking place. But I think building on what has been said, right, we also see some great regionalizations around those. So just with the venture capital figures, I think out of that $110 billion, about $68 billion of that is in the US alone. The numbers in Europe, I think, are down in the $10 billion, right, across the European Union. And China is in between, maybe at around 15 billion US dollars there. Similarly, research publications, not surprisingly, right, concentrated around G7 countries, and skills equally, right? Greatly among G7 countries, but with great variation even between them. I think we see almost twice as many workers in the U.S. reporting that AI skills are important to their jobs than we've seen, across the OECD countries. So I think these issues of kind of what we've termed in the past digital divides, right, are again important for us to address in the context and the era of AI, noting that it relates, I think as John was just saying, right, to basic broadband availability issues, which we know have great national differences. We're doing some work now at the OECD trying to understand subnational, regional differences. An incredible variation in penetration of broadband between urban and rural areas in virtually all countries. We see even at the firm level where we're doing some additional analysis, it tends to be larger firms that have been able to adopt AI more quickly. Also a number of young firms, the startups, right, that are moving quickly in this space. And even among those who are producing AI, right, there were concerns a couple of months ago about access to the GPUs that are needed to build new AI systems. All of these, right, represent and reflect some challenges about growing digital divides. When we know, right, from some of the concerns we've seen so far about discrimination and bias and so forth in AI algorithms, we need a very diverse, we need a very inclusive community of stakeholders, countries, socioeconomic groups within countries and others that are participating in, contributing to AI developments, and then certainly participating in an economy that, just as it's become more digitally driven, is going to become more AI driven in the future.
So let's move to, there's a lot happening globally. We started this panel by talking a little about the variation in domestic AI governance experiments, both at the regulatory front, but also across this whole range of areas, whether it's skills development, infrastructure, capital, and so forth. What we also started this conference with this conversation, I think, around learning from domestic governance experiences. I guess my question to you, Pedro, is, are we developing the tools and the mechanisms to learn from each other's experiences with domestic AI policy, domestic AI governance? Is Brazil looking anywhere in particular when it thinks about its own approach to AI policy? Is it looking to the EU, to the US? Is the OECD regionally? Do we need to do more in that space?
We're doing all of that, I think, because we have excellent work with the OECD. We favor very much engagement at the international level, at the UN, and all the initiatives that are looking for multilateral solutions, cooperative solutions. And since I'm the Brazilian ambassador to the EU, I have to speak about what we're doing with the EU. And we have a digital dialogue with the EU. But recently, we had this EU, Latin American and the Caribbean summit here. And one of the initiatives that was launched there is a digital alliance. And we're having meetings of this digital alliance. We're going to have one now in November in Colombia. One of the issues that is on the table is AI. So I think the key word here is engagement, cooperation, dialogue. That is fundamental for a country like Brazil, and I think this applies to other developing countries. And I think that maybe one thing that is complicated for us is if we start hearing that some countries want to decide what are going to be the rules. I think that the best solution would be for all of us to try to work some of these issues together.
Great. John, what are you seeing, firstly, let's start with Africa, in terms of processes for engaging and learning from each other's sort of thinking, experiences and challenges across the continent?
I think one of the fundamental things that we're seeing is the continent, a lot of countries are definitely embracing the idea of how do we regulate AI, how do we make policies from a global perspective, because but there is the area of where most countries are saying, okay, well, let's learn from a lot of countries, US, UK, EU, but none of them are truly saying, what is the context for us in this learning? And the second question is, also, are you listening when we tell you things about our context? And I don't see a lot of that happening. It's a very one-sided learning exercise, and there's no, like one of the listeners asked, interactive learning or interactive exercise. There's no interactive learning process here. It's a very one-sided learning process. We learn, then we go back, then we, and this is traditionally what has been happening to emerging markets, Africa specifically, for years. So we're at a cusp of a massive digital divide that if we just adopt what we learn from you, it's not going to help us in any way, shape, or form. We have other fundamental problems. I was telling Beto earlier on. We have other problems that we have to deal with: poverty, women. So we have to deal with all these problems in parallel, as well as dealing with AI. So we don't have the luxury of saying let's just only focus on this other problem because this AI thing just hit us in the face now while we're still solving all this, grappling with other continental issues. So I think there has to be an interactive form of learning. I think African countries are making the effort to try to learn from our other global partners, but I don't think there's a reciprocation of really understanding where the continent or where different kind of countries in the continent are and how to also listen or maybe allow them to actually speak rather than telling them what to say. You're not telling them what to do, you're telling them what to say. And this is engineered by so many other factors, which is why I talked about the intent. And the intent by who? Because, if I was at the AI for Good 4 years ago in Geneva, and I had the same conversation on stage. And 4 years later, you ask yourself a simple question. What has been the trigger in the past 10 to 12 months that has triggered this massive need for this regulation? So something happened. We know what happened. There's a bunch of other things behind the scene that also happened. So it's not necessarily the cloud that we see about, but there are triggers that have triggered this conversation. AI has been existing. We've been doing it for years. It's been happening. We've been trying to get regulators to come to the table and regulate it so that over time, so that we have a progressive regulatory framework rather than a slap you on the wrist regulatory framework where, I run an AI company. Is the same thing as the other guy was talking about earlier on. So now I'm trying to figure out what to do next. But we've been having this conversation for 5 years. Why? So I think it's really important when we're also talking about that two-way approach. And mostly, a lot of African regulators also need education because most of them don't actually understand what they're regulating. So investing, we talk about some of the problems, looking at when a lot of organizations or European Union are investing in Africa to say, well, we're going to invest in you to help write a policy. Well, you're giving somebody money to write a policy who probably doesn't understand why it is actually. Why don't you first train him a little bit better to, why don't you invest in those type of things that actually allow for a much better engagement, when everybody sits at the table and we create equilibrium. So that's what I see as, because also it will stifle a lot of African startups if that conversation is not a two-way street.
Yeah, I think this notion of a two-way street, interactive learning, is actually a really good sort of theme for how we think about building a conversation around artificial intelligence going forward. So let me take that theme and ask you, Jerry, the OECD, in part, one of the things I think it can do really well is to pool domestic experiences and encourage learning internationally. Do we have the mechanisms in place to do that at the scale and in the way that we need to do it for AI policy?
Yeah, I think we have a good platform that we're building from for doing that. So both in terms of the engagement we have literally around our tables, our AI working group has been getting together this week for one of its biannual meetings. And this is an opportunity and a place to share experiences with policy development, with problems that countries are seeing, even among the OECD membership, where there's quite a bit of variation, right, in terms of the capacity, the roles that countries play as developers of AI systems versus users of AI systems. Of course, we've expanded quite a bit in our engagement beyond the OECD. We have been working very closely with G20 countries. We have a number of non-member countries who join us in these conversations. I think we're looking at ways now to work more closely with Africa as well in the context of this work, because it is both informative for us, as John was saying. It's a two-way conversation, we as OECD, we as the member countries learn from that, and we can adapt and adjust policies as well. We have been trying to build a lot of the infrastructure, right, at OECD to help support some of the sharing of experience. So I mentioned the OECD Policy Observatory, for example, which is available to all of you, right, and available to policymakers in countries to see what is happening. We are building, in fact, we'll be launching, hopefully by the end of this week, a new AI incidents monitor, right? How do we build evidence on the kinds of incidents and risks that are emerging around AI, whether it's safety issues and concerns, it's mis and disinformation and so forth, so that we have more of an evidence base on which to make good policy going forward. We have been working as well on efforts to develop a classification scheme for AI systems, again, recognizing that there are I don't know what I just said, but
hopefully not an AI risk.
Do we have an incident that we need to monitor now, or are we okay?
Okay.
All right. All right. On that note, let me just to finish up. I mean, to say we have been looking at a classification system as well that'll help identify the risks and challenges and concerns around different types of AI systems that are being developed. And as I mentioned, we're now in the process as our AI recommendation is about 5 years old, which is, I think was said at the opening in AI years, is about 50 years old. It's time to renew and reflect on what we've learned from the experience over the last 5 years with that. We will be doing that again in broader consultation, again with the member countries and beyond, to try to understand experiences, challenges, and implementation, and we hope to have a revision of that to promulgate in the next year.
Great. One of the panels that we're going to have that I'll moderate later today is on China and China's development in AI. Obviously a very important actor, both on the technology side and on the governance side. And I've got a couple of questions I actually want to pull out here from some of the online audience, which are as we're looking at AI governance models globally and learning from them, to what extent, Pedro, is Brazil looking at what China's doing, drawing lessons, drawing inspirations from their approach to AI governance?
We have excellent relations with China, like we have with other actors that are leaders in this field, such as the EU. I mentioned in my first intervention that we have a legislation that is being discussed in Congress, and it's based significantly on the EU legislation. And we also have excellent dialogue and relation with the United States and with other players. So I wouldn't single out any actor. I think we're trying to help and work with all those that are involved in this issue.
Great. How are you seeing the China kind of approach to AI as an inspiration or not for what's happening in Africa?
I mean, I think that obviously there's a lot of Chinese influence in Africa in terms of services and opportunity sector, but what I call interoperable regulation. Right? So regulation has to have interoperability, where the regulation that works in a specific domestic environment, if another regulation from another, and we can find that interoperable nature for both regulations to be able to speak to each other, taking specific pointers that allows for us to build a framework where everyone is represented, and without necessarily taking away the sovereign rights of the state itself to be part of its own decision making processes. So But from a global governance perspective, the interoperable nature of regulation allows for different regulations to be able to speak to themselves. And I think that's something we should all think about exploring. We talk about it a lot in other sectors, but it could be a potential opportunity in this space. And I think China, especially again, what they, the work doing in Africa, even with the BRICS nations. So, but I think one of the key important principles is the drive for capacity development that they're also doing. So, in my view, it's really left to the rest of the countries to also look at, where do they want to play in the emerging markets? Do you just want to keep playing at let's help you make policy level, or let's help you really figure out how to create economic value out of what you have? And that is the, the Chinese global North conversation right now.
Yeah. Jerry, over to you, how you want to sort of address but to the extent you want to just sort of provide a bit of a framework for how does China engage with the OECD? What's that relationship like?
Yeah, well, China engages in different ways with different parts of the OECD, right? So they're much more engaged with us in areas of science and technology policies than in areas around digital economy policies and AI. That said, we recognize that they're a significant player in the AI space. If you look in our policy observatory and some of the other data we collect, it's a country that we are monitoring as best we can, developments in. We do have engagement with China through the G20 and other multilateral fora that we can make use of. And I think when it comes to work that OECD does in areas like recommendations and these soft legal instruments, they are among like-minded countries. And I think that's where some of the challenge has come in bringing them into the discussion so far. Noting as well that the G20 has adopted essentially and modified the OECD principles on AI. So again, they've got a reach out to China. They've got reach out to other countries well beyond the OECD membership, which I think is a very productive thing in helping us get a common global position in place on basic principles around AI.
Yep. When maybe to tie this back to a couple of sort of like practical, pragmatic kind of solutions here. When you think about the opportunities that are happening in Brazil around AI, the risks and the regulatory direction that Brazil is heading, what are maybe one or two things that you would like to see happen in terms of international cooperation around these issues? It may be around skills development, it may be around infrastructure, it may be around cooperating in terms of harmonizing regulation that would work, that would be really beneficial from a Brazilian perspective.
Well, I would start with an issue that I should have mentioned, but that I forgot to, which is an issue that was mentioned already here, the issue of misinformation and disinformation. This is an important issue for us and also for the preservation of democracy. So when we talk about all the digital agenda now with AI and its possibilities, to put it diplomatically, this issue is one issue that I think that we need to work with other partners in the international arena. But I would also insist, like I said in one of my interventions, on the issue of infrastructure and on the issue of access. And this was, I think, an issue that he mentioned also in relation to Africa. It's a fundamental issue for us. If you are going to have a realistic discussion about AI, from our point of view, you need to discuss access, and you need to discuss how we are going to be able to use AI and not just be the objects, right, but be the actors and participants. So I think that if we can generate international cooperation on that, but also involving academia, the private sector, I think that maybe that's the way to go. And it's a whole of society approach, at least in the case of Brazil. This is a discussion that is happening with the participation of the whole of society, because I think it touches on everybody's interest. So that would be my response, not being an expert in an event of experts.
No, I mean, this is great. I think this is exactly what we need. I think misinformation, disinformation, and infrastructure and access are broadly core building blocks to opportunity and addressing risks. I think that covers it perfectly. John, I mean, there's a lot of need in Africa, clearly, and you've outlined some of that. But where, if you were to think about very pragmatic next steps where international cooperation can really be supportive of the AI opportunity space as much as the regulatory space as well, what would you think about?
No, I think just taking from one of the comments he made about $110 billion, maybe we get like 0.1% of that, or maybe not. So I'm not a politician, so I'll speak straight. And obviously, we have a lot of young people. We have unemployment. The Irish minister talked about, people lost, in the last industrial revolution in Ireland, people losing jobs, but then with digitalization and capacity development, new jobs were created in Ireland. Now, I'm a product of that. We have a hugely highly skilled economy. So, investing in capacity development in this AI space for a lot of African countries is a critical fundamental part, even for regulation, because in that capacity, as you are providing that knowledge to people, you can teach them about the principles of ethics and responsibility as part of that. So you're really creating from the ground up a self-governing agenda as well, and you're also helping these economies create economic value, which makes them begin to see the real potential of AI. I mean, we've trained over 350 AI engineers. We've created over 347 jobs, high-paying jobs in the continent in less than 2 years. That's, that is a proof of testament, and those people are going on to do that. You can galvanize that economy and still achieve the same agenda in parallel. So capacity for me, and the same capacity for regulators, again in Africa, the policymakers providing the same capacity for knowledge to make the right decision, not to stifle innovation. So that we are, and yes, infrastructure definitely is a problem, but I think, the fundamental around education and capacity, even for institutions and our knowledge centers, which are the universities, without that, even as much as we make all the great regulations, I think we have lost a huge part of the population, because that's also what drives access back and forth with people.
Jerry, any final observations on sort of what is missing at the moment in terms of the international agenda around AI cooperation?
Well, I don't know if it's missing. In fact, I mean, this is the critical time, as we're seeing, I think, for multilateral action, right? That's why we see the OECD is engaged, the UN is engaged. We had the UK summit, as was mentioned. We've got G7 and G20 and other groups that have put AI, front and center on their agendas in the current moment. And I think we do need that kind of conversation, because we are, right, at an inflection point. The move into generative AI has created new opportunities and new challenges, and we need to kind of reaffirm our notion of having a human-centric, rights-oriented approach to AI and AI governance, and that needs to be done collectively. I think, and in doing that, we can identify, right, some of the safety issues, some of the red lines, some of the mutually agreed areas in which we need greater cooperation. I think, as we were saying earlier, we also need to recognize that the policy development around AI, we need to think broadly about it, right? There are issues around labor markets, there's education policy, there's product regulation policies, there's others that and we need to be attentive to issues of digital divides and AI divides. So we need policy to help us approach those issues. It's not necessarily regulation, it's a range of different government interventions that can help us bring about the AI-informed society that I think we want to achieve. And maybe the final point is we also need to when we think about multilateralism, it's not just government to government, right? We do need, I think others have said this, we need the engagement of all stakeholders. We've been working at OECD through an expert network of stakeholders from industry, from academia, from policy researchers and others, to help us become better informed and to help better inform that community so that we can prepare not just the policy-making world, but society as well for what is to come, and help us navigate some of the challenges that we're going to propose. So I think that multilateral, multi-stakeholder approach is what we need to build on and reinforce at this point in time.
Great, thank you. Do we have time for a question, or we need to move on to the next panel? So hold your questions. If you have them, there's lots of other panels to come where those questions can be asked. Let me thank the panelists for their excellent contributions and comments and responses to my questions. Thank you very much.
Great.
Thank you so much, Joshua, and thank you so much to your panelists. It was so interesting there to get the perspective from the ambassador from Brazil, to get the perspective as well from Africa and to hear the words of John Camara there saying, one takeaway I will bring from that panel, I think, was you'll stifle a lot of African startups if you do not have a two-way conversation. So, gentlemen, thank you so much for that and for broadening the perspective here in the room. And apologies, by the way, for that rude beep that we heard there, that technical difficulty glitch, but things are smooth again and we can get on with our panel. So next, it's time to pass the microphone on to Andrew Wyckoff. He spent most of his career at the OECD in Paris, but now he's a senior visiting fellow at the School of Transnational Governments at the EUI. Welcome, great to see you. Andrew will be sitting down with Eva Meidel, who's already in the room there. She is, of course, an MEP from the European People's Party and also is the rapporteur of the EU AI Act on behalf of the European Parliament's ITRE committee, the industry committee. So, Eva, we're delighted to have you here as well with us. Andrew will also be speaking to Marjorie Buxer, that's the Executive Director at the Digital Society Initiative, Chatham House. Welcome to you. And also remotely, good morning and welcome to Yoichi Ida, the Assistant Vice Minister at the Ministry for Internal Affairs and Communications over in Japan, the chair of the Hiroshima process. So welcome. Great to see you. So take it away, Andrew. Looking forward to the panel.
Thank you. Are we and Jeremy?
I think we're missing Jeremy.
Who are we missing?
Yeah. Jeremy, our panelist.
We're missing Jeremy, of course. Yeah. And last but not least, Jeremy is, of course, the head of Microsoft EU policy here in Brussels. Jeremy Rollason, you're also very much on this panel, so you're very welcome. There you go. Okay, Andrew.
Okay, so we're going to move from national and how to share these experiences amongst each other to the international level. Some of these multi-stakeholder and multilateral groups that Jerry was just referring to, which I see as kind of the glue for pushing something forward. And yeah, last week was a tremendous step forward on many of these initiatives. And the question I'm going to ask, we've got our great panel here. We've got Eva, who will cover the EU, who's definitely been a front runner. Marjorie, who comes from the UK, but from Chatham, it's much larger than that, but the UK just had a big event. Ida-san, my old colleague, Yoichi, who wears many hats. Yoichi is leading the G7 Hiroshima process under the Japanese presidency. He is the chairperson of the OECD's Committee on Digital Economy Policy, and Japan is the exiting presidency of the Global Partnership on AI. And last but not least is Jeremy, who comes from what we affectionately call big tech these days, Microsoft, which really has the global view. Now, each of you have a different perspective, and I'm just curious, and we'll start with you, Eva, because Eva's got a bit of a time issue. Just to say, Eva, where do you see the state of play right now? How do these pieces fit together, and what's going forward?
First of all, thank you for having me today. I think over the past week, we have seen a very big step forward, certainly something that probably none of us expected that we'll be seeing a year ago. I think what we've seen is that world leaders are trying to get ahead on AI and to show that they're in control in one way or another. And on first sight, the news from last week do not sound in a way very promising for the possibility of a global democracy-minded AI pact, if we want to call it this way. And that is because many have painting some sort of a striking divergence between the approaches that are out there, between the EU, which is going for more binding rules, and the rest of the world, which is opting for more voluntary measures. But I don't think that the picture is that black and white necessarily. There are clearly some long-established differences in the way we govern, in our philosophies of governance and technological priorities. But I think there are some positive news out there because I think we are seeing converging objectives. It is clear, first and foremost, that the Western democracy agree on more things rather than on the things that they disagree. And this is when it comes to values on transparency, accountability, fairness, are all concepts all present in all the major initiatives. And maybe more concretely, I would boil it down to about 2-3 areas of convergence. First of all, when it comes to short-term risks, within the EU AI Act, we are addressing those short-term risks in our high-risk category. If we look at the White House executive order, it focuses on preventing discrimination and bias throughout all of its agencies. So very similar in the way we're looking at this. And if this is implemented correctly, I think this is some sort of quite of a big deal in that space. Then when it comes to foundational models, all the initiatives that were brought forward last week focus on the most powerful AI models. And certainly, as many of you have been following, what the EU AI Act is doing is the same. We are trying to focus only on these powerful foundational models. All of this is to say that I think what the EU is doing is not diametrically opposed, or what we are all doing is not diametrically opposed to what the Western democratic allies are doing. In a way, I think it's complementary what we are doing currently. But saying this, I also have to say that there is still a long way to go from here. This is why, as being one of the negotiators of the EU AI Act, I have always been very focused on enhancing this international cooperation and working with our partners and putting it as probably one of the key priorities. Because my worry that over the past year, it's been more of a competition, who's going to announce first, who's going to announce something that's more headline material, so to say. And I think in a moment of time where competitiveness, we're struggling in the area of competitiveness and innovation, we need to strike further cooperation with our international allies. It's less about competition in the regulatory space, and it's more about cooperation.
Thank you, Eva. And that's a perfect setup for Marjorie, if I can, because the UK kind of came out of nowhere a little bit, taking on the global stage with the summit last week. Some saw this as competition, but at the end of the day, it brought together a wider range of countries than we've seen before. Marjorie, I'm just interested in what's your state, what do you see as the state of play right now? Where are we?
Thank you, Andy, and it's lovely to be with all of you here in Brussels, slightly drier than the UK. I have to start with a weather note because, you know, I work in the UK, that's what we do. But I think there's two ways to think of this question. If you look at the state of AI governance, and especially if you compare to other fields, we're still very much in the infancy, especially from a global lens. We lack the regulation, the institution, the process to deploy and develop AI safely. However, if you look at the common journey, at the evolution, now this is interesting, and I think both Eva and Jerry mentioned a turning point, and I would agree. And as a researcher, I would describe this evolution in 3 main questions. When we start looking at it in Chatham House about 7 years ago in technology policy from international affairs, that was still very niche. And the main question about AI was, should we regulate AI, if at all? And that was only, you know, a few years ago, where mainly people think that policymakers shouldn't intervene in the AI innovation process. Then when the increased perceived risk of AI came another question, which is now how? How do we regulate AI? And many countries are still very much grappling with this question, but I think what we've seen is in addition to this, and I think the current main question is how do we regulate AI together? And for the first time, countries really agree that because of the transnational nature of the risk, an independent national framework is insufficient. And you really need to develop collective response that are more than just sharing best practices. And in this context, the Bletchley Declaration, as you mentioned, indeed that was signed last week, I think is a diplomatic success, not only for the UK, but I would say for the international community. And why is that? I think the first element is that there's an agreement that in addition to national risk-based policies, there should be international cooperation. And I think that's really a departure from the AI race or AI competition narrative that has been dominating, at least at the beginning of this year, I would say, the debate around AI. The second reason why I think it's significant is the countries, 28 countries signed it, and the European Union as well, in addition, which includes US and China. And that's an unprecedented constellation of actors, really. And finally, there's also the notion of continuity with South Korea and France offering to host the summit next year. So in a way, I think I'm very excited, maybe as you can tell by my voice, and when it comes to AI governance, I think the reality is we're still facing the Everest in terms of what we need to achieve, but at least we're looking in the right direction and we're potentially more equipped to do so.
Thanks. And so this takes me to Yoichi Ida. And Yoichi, other than many of the hats you wear, you also bring an Asian perspective, which we haven't heard too much of so far today. Yoichi, where do you see things? What's the trajectory going forward?
Okay, thank you very much, Andy, and for the question, and thank you very much for having me online. Actually, if you allow me to go back to the beginning of the discussion, I would like to remind you that Japan started or proposed this international discussion on global AI governance or global AI regulation in the back in the year 2016. When Japan took the previous round of G7 presidency. And we proposed to the discussion, international discussion on AI governance, because we wanted to have a more harmonized governance structure or framework across countries, because the very first intention of our government is, as many of you recognize, Japan is the front runner of aging society, and also we are a shrinking country. So we will have less human capacity, less workforce, and that is why we wanted to make the full use of AI and new technologies in the society to promote not only the economic growth, but also the societal development. So the intention of the discussion is probably in many cases common with other Asian countries to promote the deployment or development of new technology and deployment of the technology into the society, so that the new technologies can bring a lot of benefits to the all nationalities. And we recognized, that cannot be achieved by the players or business or people in the society, economy only in one country, but we recognized we need to work together with the colleagues and partners from around the world. So that is why we promoted the discussion on AI governance, not only in the framework of G7, which was proposal was succeeded by the following presidencies of Italy and Canada, and the discussion led to a global partnership on AI. Also, we started this work with OECD, which the work led to OECD AI recommendation and principles. So even after 2019, EU colleagues started discussing the legally binding framework for AI regulation. We wanted to avoid, the fragmentation of the governance across the countries, and that is why we started once again the discussion on AI governance in our G7 presidency this year, and that covered also the governance of generative AI and foundation models. So G7 started the initiative called the Hiroshima Process, which agreed at the end of October the guiding principles and code of conduct for advanced AI system developers. And we are now trying to implement those 11 principles and corresponding actions and measures in code of conduct into actions, actually. And we are now trying to act together with the partners beyond the G7. So this kind of opportunities is very, very precious for us, G7 members, to share our ideas and actions and together and take the common steps forward to the future. So thank you very much. That is our thought at this moment.
Thank you, Yoichi, and thanks for reminding that actually the G7's been at this a while, but particularly underneath Japanese leadership, and I don't know if that's always recognized. But speaking of a company that's been at it for a while, is Microsoft, and you've got. I was talking last night. I've watched Microsoft over too many years, but wow, you really have a global perspective, and you're way out there on AI now. Jeremy, can you give me your point of view on what do you make of all these governance initiatives over the last week?
We're not surprised. This is a year that things have gotten real, as others have mentioned. I think it's something happy to see that others may have noticed. We've certainly placed a lot of investments and bets in this space. And it's going to be a competitive space. And as excited as we are about the technology and what it can do, we don't want to minimize the challenges and the risks that are there. It's just as important to make sure that we have those benefits available to as many as possible as it is to have the rules in place to mitigate against some of the harms and the risks. So we've been very supportive of the G7 efforts, and particularly want to thank the Japanese leadership on that side. It's been a terrific outcome to see just what a multilateral, multi-stakeholder approach has gone into that. And it's important to keep in mind that these are guiding principles. Ultimately, we love the idea of the code of conduct to set norms where then domestic legislation naturally could fit underneath. And I think what's important there is the interoperability of regulatory frameworks that ideally would lead to an interoperability of the systems they're regulating. And once again, there's space in there for differentiation, but you want to get to a space where these are ecosystems at the end of the day. There's different players involved across AI. It's not like shipping a particular product. And you can think about the ways we need to make sure that travels across borders. So you can take inspiration from things like, we like to point to the International Civil Aviation Organization, where we don't have to refit planes in the air to make sure that they can take off from one destination and land in another, but there still is scope for different national approaches to that space. A couple of guiding principles that we think are important is reflected even in some of the EU discussions naturally, but focus where the risk is. And the focus currently at G7 level and others, and as Yoichi mentioned, is really on these advanced systems and highly capable. Let's focus on the tip of the spear and where the biggest risk of harm might be. I call it the scariest side of these things. If we get agreement there as this technology evolves, that is a more flexible way of looking at where we're going to have to come up with more case, sector, app-specific type rules. But having that meeting of the minds is going to be tremendously important, as this isn't a technology that just comes from one box. You have different developers involved in that. You need availability of cloud infrastructure, the different tools. So as long as the rules are reflecting that risk-based approach, or I think you have a large agreement. If you look at the discussions in the EU, it's been largely focused on that. It goes back and forth each day, it seems to me, but that's what we're at right now in the Brussels process. I think it's been tremendous to see that meeting of the minds at the international level, and we're going to continue to support that. And I also think it's important to say that it's not really a destination, but it is going to be a journey that we're on. Each of these deliverables are not going to be the end of AI regulation, but it's a great start. So.
Thanks. Well, speaking of great start, got to give credit to the European Union. I think
was first the one to put pen to paper, right?
No, I think to get real about this, and I know where I was at the OECD, all of a sudden the nature of the conversation changed, in I think a good way. So, but let me tell you, you were the front runner, kudos, but now that other large country across the Atlantic has kind of landed with what many are looking at as a very interesting, flexible, agile framework. What's your assessment of the U.S. executive order, and how does it complement or maybe even conflict with what the EU is doing?
Yeah, thank you. I think looking at the US, we can see that they have went ahead and adopted a quasi-regulatory framework characterized by non-binding cooperation. In contrast, as I said earlier, Europe, as usual, has chosen a more binding regulatory approach. But in a way, this is what this city knows, right? And this is why lately I have called a number of times that we need to somehow rethink the way we legislate, particularly in the tech sphere, because this is not product packaging regulation. So political deals, as we know them, have to take a different approach when it takes to areas that are new to us, that are evolving at a fast pace. But this is for a separate discussion. Let me draw a little bit of a parallel between what happens. When it comes to the differences in these governance philosophies that are mentioned, I think we could see that exactly playing in front of our eyes. The different philosophies, but also the different technological priorities we have as nations, as countries, as European Union, and the US. And it, in a way, what happened over the past week, it reflects the current realities on the ground, which is that Congress will not pass any legislation anytime soon on AI. Hence, of course, the administration is choosing to act through an executive order. The vertical approach here that has been taken by the US, I think, is a good one. It allows us to focus on sector-specific and context-specific use cases. The AI Act, as you all know, is horizontal in nature, and we could have a whole different discussion that we could save that for another day to discuss which approach and why. But even within the AI Act, we have worked, me particularly, the EPP group has worked very, very hard to make sure that we are targeting only the true high-risk cases that are out there, and having sector-specific guidelines, something that was important for us. I will not need to remind that there have been voices and calls for putting everything in the high-risk category, but thankfully we've moved far away from that point. But even though there are differences, and these are important differences, there are a lot of similarities. When it comes to foundational models, we can see that we are both focusing on the need to develop tools and benchmarking, provisions for watermarking generated content, measures for small developers, addressing algorithmic discrimination, and more. So you could see that in our both approaches, which is not little in my opinion. Of course, again, I'm going to this this whole governance philosophy, it's very different. So we need to be cautious that the AI Act is not too burdensome, that after all, it gives some opportunity for innovation to thrive. Perhaps we'll need other tools and other measures to help build the ecosystem, to help support investment, to help attract talent, in order for us in 5 to 10 years to be able to have companies that are working on AI that is based on our democratic values here in Europe. But how we manage to develop and deploy AI has to be central also to the thinking of the process that is happening right now. It should not be just about the regulation. And I would like these two discussions happening at the same time. And I'll wrap up by saying, going to a small point I made in the beginning, why is this important? It's important for our competitiveness. We are faced with a struggling economy. It would be good if Europe's economy is strong. It will benefit also the US and that alliance of democracies that are trying to put the rules and set the rules when it comes to leading edge technologies such as AI, because after all, it has to be our alliance of democracies that is going to be working on this far-reaching global leadership on the topic. And it will be extremely important if we consider that while finalizing our discussions on the AI Act. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eva. And I know you're time constrained, but that kind of sets up my question to Marjorie. And Marjorie, you're hearing there's some consensus going on between the EU and the US. G7 is trying to pull things together. These principles, I think, have been a compass for a lot of countries. But last June, you wrote that you didn't see this coming together. You saw a lot of disparate, uncoordinated efforts. What's your view now? And what's your thought about, should consensus stay within democracies, as Eva was just saying, or can we go beyond?
So I think Eva said it very eloquently. There's still extreme diversity in terms of the regulation approaches and texts that we have out there. And I think by and large, AI governance is still very much reflecting national legal tradition and specific policy regimes. And countries disagree on fundamental questions such as should human rights be the cornerstone of AI governance? What's the role of big tech? Should we have vertical, sectoral, or horizontal whole society approaches? And these are big questions to disagree on. So I don't think we'll have full alignment of risk-based policies in the future. And maybe it's not desirable anyway. Maybe what we should look for is interoperability, as Jeremy mentioned. Maybe we will have some Brussels effect for the EU Act, but I would argue that at the implementation level and in practice, there will be many differences in terms of how countries deal with it. Now, at the international level, and I think that we're reaping the benefit of the OECD process, of the Hiroshima one, of what the UN is doing, and the G7 as well. And progressively, what I think will emerge is sort of the embodiment of AI governance at the global level. And I will assume that, in the future, we'll probably have the equivalent of IPCC, so Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change for AI, which is something that was suggested by the private sector, as well as somehow is reflected in the Bletchley Declaration. I think there's something that we resolve to support internationally inclusive network of scientific research, which is very much linked to IPCC. However, we, as I say, at the international level, are still many commonalities need to be found, and I would say that, I have a wish list of 3 main elements I would like the international community to think a little bit longer and harder. And the first one is not going to be a surprise, and I think Jerry also mentioned it, is meaningful inclusion, and inclusion that is not just intergovernmental cooperation with the inclusion of big tech, but multi-stakeholder processes. And I think that was the main core criticism of the UK AI Safety Summit, is the potential overrepresentation of big tech and not sufficient inclusion of civil society and population affected by the main AI risk. And in the text, you don't have mention of multi-stakeholder. It says broad partnership, which is more regional than diversity of voices. The second element of my wish list is what I see emerging today is important technocratic scientific solution. Like IPCC is really driven by the scientific community, and that's important, but what we're facing is a socio-technical issue. It's as much as the technology as our way to interact with it, to use it, to perceive it. And therefore what you need, I believe, is more of a societal discussion and governance model that is sort of for society approach. And finally, and I think that, Andrew, you mentioned for me a key principle, which is agility. And yes, it's important to look at models of governance that work well today, but I would say we should be more ambitious. We're looking at a new field of international governance. How could we do better? And Andy, I may even quote you past work, but the OECD a few years ago published this really excellent report on anticipatory agile governance. And I would say this is AI is a field where we should really create anticipatory and agile model. It's more about the journey, as Jeremy says, static treaty that we may come up with. So that's really the ambition I would like us to set for ourselves.
Thank you, Marjorie. And Cognizant, I want to try to get a question or two. Let me turn to Jeremy and then Yoichi. But Jeremy, you've heard a lot of different suggestions for new international organizations, a new IPCC, a new International Avionics. I've heard people talking about CERN, the IAOA. Do you really think my problem with that? I think it's a great idea. The problem is, knowing full well, having worked at the OECD, that takes time to set those up. And do we have the time now? And how do we balance that conflict?
I think it's a great question, and it comes up a lot when you talk about the type of commitments companies will be making in the space. Who's going to check on those commitments, right? And you need to have some element of, I think, a monitoring mechanism there to make sure that we're all adhering to the things that we're on a consensus of and the rules that apply. But I think I would answer it a little bit differently. I think in the short to medium term, it's inevitable that there would be most likely a hybrid approach of sorts. But the goal should be that we want to get to a space where an AI system that is certified as safe in one jurisdiction is recognized as such in another. And I don't think you need necessarily to have in place the perfect body with all the statutes tomorrow in order to be able to get to that space. Standards will be developed. Those also sometimes take time, but they'll be important. We'll continue to see that emerge. So I can appreciate the concern. That's one that we absolutely recognize. And I think some of the multilateral, multi-stakeholder discussions that have already taken place reflect just where there's a lot of benefit to that. Whether you come up with the perfect new body or existing body within the next 3 to 6 months, it's recognized the challenge there. But I think as long as the goal is to get to a space, and you can do this even in some of the domestic discussions that are happening now, to get to that space where an AI system that's been certified as safe in one jurisdiction is recognized as such in another, that's really the end goal. You can have differences at national level along the way, but if there is that consensus on the opportunities, there's the consensus on the risk-based approach, and even a consensus on some of the most significant harms, I would like to think that the different types of international discussions that are already underway, particularly in a standard space, will help get you there before you find the right answer to your question about which body is going to be best suited.
No, I think that's excellent. It sets up the next panel on standards, which I think are not as well appreciated in the process. They're part of the soft law, hard law nexus. Yoichi, thank you for staying up late. I want to turn to you just at the end here, but just quickly, you alluded to in your earlier comments the need to take it beyond the G7 to a more global community. What are your ideas on how to do that?
Yeah, actually, we have started inviting some partner countries beyond G7 to join the discussion at the Hiroshima process. And we are also planning to strengthen our collaboration with OECD and probably GPay to discuss how we could share our guiding principles and common code of conduct, and also to explore more technical solutions to address some risks and vulnerabilities brought by generative AI and foundation models. So we are already in play, but we don't think we are heading for setting up a new organization, but we will pursue a more flexible and agile structure for collaboration. And we, of course, try to be inclusive. So we have started a consultation with various stakeholders through a kind of public consultation or other ways, approaches. And it was very much impressive for me to see, EU was the first member when we decided to start multi-stakeholder consultation on our guiding principles. So I think having differences in approaches in our policy making, G7 members and also the partners beyond share the same the democratic values and also other fundamental disciplines that would guide us, I believe, to a harmonized and interoperable global AI governance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yoichi. And so we just have a few minutes left. I want to try to squeeze in a question from the audience here and one from online. And the online questions aren't coming too quickly, except for one that takes the really long view. And wow, this guy has got the long view back to the Clipper chips, which no one in the audience will remember except me. But he's asking, how can we learn from past mistakes on things that haven't gone right to get it closer to reality this time? And I see there's a question in the audience as well. I'm going to pull an OECD trick, ask you to make your question as well, and then let the panelists very quickly answer either of these two.
Good afternoon.
Quickly, please.
Yes, it's Mark Scott here from Politico. One for Yoichi from regarding the G7 process. Could you explain what happens next? Your presidency is coming to an end. The Italians are taking over. What do you expect to happen, particularly in consultation with the OECD, the G20, and also what's going on now in Brussels and the US in terms of their action? Thank you.
Great question. So permit me, I'm going to ask Yoichi to answer first, and then Jeremy or Marjorie for whatever question you like. Yoichi, if you keep it short, we're down about 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for this question. Actually, we are now discussing with other members, in particular Italy, how we could continue the initiative, because we have agreed on guiding principles and code of conduct for developers, and we are now starting to discuss the guiding principles for other AI actors, including end users and the AI service providers. And then we need to implement those principles into actions, and also we need to promote other project-based activities in collaboration with OECD and other international organizations. So Japanese presidency will end up at the end of the year, but G7 initiative should continue. And actually, Japan is taking the presidency of ministerial council at OECD next year, because next year is 60th anniversary for Japan as member of OECD. So we have a lot of chance to continue our work together with other international organizations and other stakeholders, other member countries, and then at the end, we hope we could have a kind of inclusive platform to discuss AI governance. And our model is Internet Governance Forum, which is not perfect, of course, but which can be one of the best forums to be inclusive and global and flexible. So that is our idea at this moment, and we are of course, keep improving our idea by discussing with all stakeholders across the world. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Yoichi. Marjorie, Jeremy?
On avoiding mistakes of the past, I think that with a very fast evolving technology such as AI, it will be difficult to avoid all mistakes. But I think that going back to the notion of anticipatory agile governance, if we manage to contain the mistake, to test it and test the different models that we think of for governance, we can at least avoid too big consequences of our future mistakes.
And I think it's a great question. I think it's actually a very important question because you can look at it from a couple of angles. One, it reminds me of some of the excitement we had around social media and the like, and just all of the benefits that would bring. You think back to the Arab Spring and the likes. I think several years later, there were other things that happened that made people much, much more concerned, right? And was that a failure of rules, what have you? You can still have that discussion, but we have an opportunity to learn from mistakes, both in terms of risks we want to avoid and mitigate, absolutely. But I think we also have to worry about the mistakes of looking at only the risks and losing out on some of the benefits that are even more important, which I think the international consensus that does exist, which is good news, is that this is going to be a technology powering important economic growth of the future. I think it's much different than other things that have emerged and memes, if you will. There's always a new hot technology, but this is so foundational that we think it's going to power economic growth and have geopolitical implications for the future. So we also want to be careful that we're learning from past mistakes about making sure that we have the right frameworks in place that strike that balance between the risks that we all agree on, but allow for the responsible innovation that is going to be so important.
That's a great way to end this session. Thank you so much. Please join me in thanking the panel, particularly Yoichi coming from Japan.
Another great panel. Thank you so much to Andrew and to all his panelists there, Jeremy, Marjorie, Ava Meidel, of course, who had to leave a little bit earlier, and Luigi for the Japanese perspective. And thank you so much for your attention, ladies and gentlemen. There's just 2 more panels to go. A lot of food of thought this morning, and then it'll be time for lunch. But now it is time, as Andrew said, to talk about standards. I feel like as the morning continues, we're getting deeper and deeper into the issues, and it's great to have the time to go thorough. So now it's time to introduce the next moderator, Cameron Carey, the Distinguished Visiting Fellow from the Brookings Institution that you already met this morning. You can go ahead perhaps and introduce your guests with a little bit more details, but I'll just briefly introduce Maeve Rutte from the European Commission, from the DG Internal Market, Elham Tabassi, and Wael William Diab. Do we have Wael William Diab as well? Online. Okay, over to you.
Good, I do see Wael. So Andrea Renda kicked us off today by saying that AI has made standards interesting. I am excited to be here with rock stars in the AI standardization field. We have seen that in recent years, all the major players in AI, China, the EU, the US, have all put out standardization strategies on AI and emerging technologies, and really looking at standards from a strategic standpoint. And standards are part of the White House order. They are in the G7 plans, work plans. There's a lot of focus on this, so it's wonderful to have the expertise that we have. We will delve in a little bit more on the substance of AI standardization, but just to introduce the topic and to level set a little bit, let me ask each of you to just kind of introduce yourselves and your role. So let me start bring William Diab into the conversation. He leads the ISO IEC JTC 21, and this is one of the complications of standards. There's lots of acronyms, lots of numbers, and lots of process. But can you talk to us a little bit about what ISO is, what ISO IEC JTC 21 is, and your role as the chair of that group?
Yeah, thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
We sure can.
Perfect. Yeah, so thank you for the opportunity. I think, as was mentioned, I chair the joint committee between ISO and IEC on artificial intelligence. And just to let you know a little bit about it, so ISO and IEC work on international standards under a system of one country, one vote. We currently have 60 countries that actively participate in our committee, of which 33% are considered developing countries. So that reflects both, countries that are more predominantly producing, and as well as some that are looking to use. And we produce horizontal standards. We have over 60 different liaison relationships, internal and external. And so just picking up from the last panel, one of the reasons standards is very important is it's part of the solution. It's part of really how we can connect some of these technical requirements to other non-technical requirements, for example, like regulatory frameworks coming out around the world. In terms of our work, we actually produce horizontal standards. We have 5 direct working groups that cover everything from foundational standards. So we have, for instance, ISO IEC 22989, which is on terminology, and that's freely available for everyone. We are also working on a management system standard that will enable certification of AI systems. But our focus areas are quite diverse. So beyond that, we look at the data ecosystem, we look at trustworthiness, we look at the computational ecosystem, as well as the applications and use cases. And one of the things that we've seen happen, and being part of the ISO and IEC families, is that the application of AI in terms of verticals and domains, as was touched on in the last panel, is becoming increasingly important. So we work very closely with other IEC and ISO committees building their roadmaps for AI. In fact, we have 4 joint working groups with various committees under IEC, ISO, and JTC1. So I think it's a very exciting time. It's also, in terms of standards, perhaps not as often talked about, but in the world of AI, where people are looking for responsible adoption and trying to see the societal benefits that can come out of AI if it's done responsibly, standards are a key part of that solution.
Great. Well, we'll get to explore that a little bit more. But Maya Varuta, let me turn to you. You are Deputy Director General at DG GROW here in Brussels. But you also have the role of Standards Coordinator for the European Union. I mentioned the EU strategy. That's a position that was created by that. Tell us about that role, what it envisions, and particularly it's your role in the implementation of the AI Act.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to talk about an exciting topic of standards. And let me make sure that people indeed in the audience stay all awake. In my role in the department in the Commission responsible for industry policy, internal market or single market, and small business policy, standards is actually one of these tools that we have to make things work. You may know that single market is now 30 years old. And in fact, during these 30 years, standards have been one of the way how we have made the single market work. And what do I mean by that? The way how we legislate in Europe is that many of our laws are written, let's say, as stating the main principles. And then you take the standards which set these principles in a much more concrete, technical, implementable level. And these standards then, of course, if they are harmonized standards which apply throughout all our member states, these will then help the companies to get this conformity with EU law when they follow the standards. And over the 30 years, we have developed quite a stock of standards. We have something like 3,600 harmonized standards which are implementing the EU law and which save costs to our manufacturers, which help the goods and services to move within European Union, and of course also which indeed make sure that the products, services come with the quality and the safety that is foreseen in our legislation. It's important to mention something that people may not know. And this came, I think, very much up already in the two previous panels, namely the need for, particularly for AI type of technologies, to be tackled with this whole society approach when we talk about setting norms or setting standards. And in fact, in Europe, this is how we do standards. Our standardization is very much bottom-up. We actually, as European Union, we give certain subsidies to these voices which otherwise would maybe not be so much heard. So we are making sure that we have our smaller businesses represented in the technical committees which are drafting standards. We also make sure we have consumers represented, that we indeed involve the various civil society representatives in our standardization system. And by this inclusive bottom-up approach, we do hope that also when we talk about important areas such as AI, we would also not only have the expectations and kind of common rules created, but we also make sure that really the final take-up of these technologies would be faster because there are agreed principles that are underpinning it. So concretely on the AI Act, this has been already presented, I think, in the previous panels to a certain extent. So let me maybe mention that the way we see it currently, and you are aware that our AI Act is still in negotiations, so it's in the so-called trialogues where the Parliament and Council discuss it, and Commission is there as well. So the way we currently see it is actually a bit unusual for standard making practice. We have been very much anticipating the need to have standards for AI, and we have been already proactively working with researchers and working with various stakeholders to develop the capacity to really get this standard work ahead, even though our legislation is still in negotiations. And of course, the way how it will work is that if the legislation sets certain criteria, for example, trustworthiness, then of course the standards would then need to go down into the level of implementability. What do you mean by trustworthiness? Is it about data quality? Is it about robustness of the system? Maybe it is about cybersecurity. So all these elements will need to be defined more concretely in the standards. And we as European Commission, we have given out so-called standardization request, which means that we as Commission, we request European standardization organizations to create these technical committees and start looking into what it takes to implement the future AI Act. And this work is ongoing. We have our CENELEC standardization organization working through their technical committees. And we also very actively participate actually in the international level work, and I'm happy to see our colleagues here from ISO, IEC, because this is very much the level where the work currently happens, and our European standard setters or standard designers are very much part of the story. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Elham Tabasi, your agency has the word standards in its name, the National Institute of Standards and Technology. And you are Associate Director for Emerging Technologies there. What is NIST's role in standards? And what are you doing with respect to emerging technologies, including AI?
Thank you so very much, Cam, and organizers for including me in this important conversations at this important time. Again, we are, as it was mentioned last week, and the series of the AI developments makes it an extremely interesting time for AI. NIST, or National Institute of Standards and Technology, is a federal agency under Department of Commerce. It's a non-regulatory agency. We have a very broad portfolio of research, doing anything from building the most accurate atomic clock to cybersecurity and AI and modeling the behavior of the wildfire, all these things. But also, most importantly, a long-lasting reputation of cultivating trust in technology. And we do that by advancing measurement science, by participating in development of the standards and measurement science that make technology more robust, more reliable, more secure, more private, in other words, more trustworthy. And that's exactly what we are doing in the space of AI. Directed by a congressional mandate in January, NIST released the AI Risk Management Framework. It's a voluntary framework for managing the risk of AI systems across the different life cycle of the AI in a structured, flexible, and measurable way. Flexible to allow for innovation to happen and be adopted and be basically future-proof. Structured in terms of it provides, particularly the first part of the AI RMF, provides a interoperable lexicon. And we heard it in earlier panels, the importance of having clear understanding of terms and terminologies, and as maybe you mentioned, understanding what we mean by trustworthy, what constitutes trust. And then the third attribute of measurable, that's really important for us as a measurement agency, because if you cannot measure it, you cannot improve it. The AI RMF, as its name suggests, is a risk-based approach, but it's also a rights-based approach, putting the protection of the people and planet in the heart of that. It was developed in an open, transparent, collaborative process involving a diversity of thoughts and backgrounds, from the experts that building the technology, mathematicians, statisticians, computer scientists, engineers, but also the community that study the impact of the technology, psychologists, sociologists, cognitive scientists, all of them. Another important attribute of the AI RMF is that it takes a socio-technical approach, because as it was mentioned several times today, AI systems are more than just data, compute, and algorithm. They are a complex interactions of data, compute, and algorithm with the environment, with the conditions that are being used, with the human that operates it, the human that's used it, and all of the individuals and society that's being impacted by AI system. Since the release of the AI RMF, we released a companion playbook to provide more information about how to actually operationalize AI RMF. We put a crosswalk to bring semantic alignment between AI RMF and many other good work that has been done. We put out a AI Resource Center to be a one-stop shop of information about AI. So AI RMF, companion playbook, but also information such as a glossary for AI risk and AI risk management. And we are going to add a standard tracker to that. And then lastly, in June, we launched a generative AI public working group with the goal of developing a cross-sectoral profile of AI RMF for managing the risk of generative AI. Right now, we are working on 4 sets of guidelines: guidelines for pre-deployment assessment, guidelines for content provenance, guidelines for incident disclosure, and guidelines for governance of the AI, generative AI systems.
So let me put a question to everyone on the panel, which really, I think, comes out of some of the earlier discussions today. And I guess I'd put it this way, is how is AI standardization, how are AI standards different from seatbelts or avionics? Who wants to? You look poised.
I can maybe start and then colleagues will continue. Well, let me first say that there are certainly some elements that are very similar. We certainly want the standards to be developed in this inclusive way. We want to, of course, follow the good practices which are recognized by WTO on how do you do standards. That these need to be transparent processes. There are principles that need to be followed also for AI. But there are then, I think, some essential changes or differences as well, starting from the point that, as many already have said in the previous panels, this is not simply a technical issue. We are very much talking about socio-technical, if you wish, technologies. So that is already posing a very important challenge to try and translate this, let's say, ethical expectations and fundamental rights expectations into a technical language of standards, which should be implementable and should be also measurable. So this is, I think, a big really difference and a very important challenge for the standard makers. The second challenge that comes now with the AI, and I would say actually more broadly actually with the Internet of Things, has to do with the fact that these are systems which are designed to learn and change their behavior and maybe become better or become more effective or whatever they might be, which for us means that normally when we look at the product coming to EU market, we test the safety and performance when it is placed to the market or before it is placed to the market. But now with the AI type products and services, we need to be able to follow it through the life time of this product and make sure that also in the next year or years to come, it is still compliant and is not turning against the original, let's say, design or the safety rules that have been there in the beginning. So this evolvement, this adjustment is something that needs to be looked at and certainly also built into our standard setting logic, and this is not making things easier. And then the third element that I think is also recognized already, but we are still struggling a bit with it, is really the speed of this AI development and the breadth of it. It really covers so many different areas that also for the technical expertise to be brought into standardization process. This is already quite a challenge to get all these people who understand the AI, but also have the technical expertise in whatever area we're talking about. I mean, from languages to all kinds of machinery. So this is really, I would say, a really tremendous challenge for the standardization bodies. And we are bravely going for it.
Elham, Wael, do you want to come in on that?
Sure, I'll build up on what you said. So in addition to the speed and scale of this and socio-technical nature of that, there's also that we don't have the right scientific underpinning for how to, for example, measure many of these socio-technical characteristics. So we have to build that knowledge to be able to build standards that, as you said, are clear and implementable. And we are doing it all, but at the same time. And going back to the breadth of the application of the AI that you mentioned, we need both sets of standards. Wael talked about horizontal standards that's kind of cover the, again, terminology and everything that's common across the different applications of the AI. We want, for example, bias or interpretability have the same meaning if we are using it or measuring it for healthcare, application of AI in healthcare versus application of AI in financial sector. But we also need vertical standards that takes these topics and get them more slanted, more tailored, more specific to the particular use case. And I think that's also makes it a bit more difficult, more expanding in development of standards.
Yeah. So just one follow-up question, Elham. How do you develop the scientific knowledge that's needed to do the standardization? Where do you see the gaps?
I think the biggest gap, again, goes back to the metrology and measurement. Again, for us, an agency with more than 100 years of experience in evaluating technology, I like to say that we perfected the art and science of technology evaluations when we bring systems and models into the lab, divorced from their context of use, run the test data and analyze that. Those type of testing is not going to be sufficient for AI because of the socio-technical nature. They ought to be measured in their context of use, where the interaction with the human and environment is happening. And that's a rather new challenge for the whole community. And how we are doing it is just something that NIST is, I think, is our strength on bringing the community together and bring all of the minds and bright minds across the globe together to focus the energy and the knowledge in advancing those.
Well, how are you dealing with these issues
Yeah,
on the ground?
It's a great question. I think, I agree with everything that the other speakers have said. Maybe a couple of things I would add is, first of all, we're not starting from scratch. I mean, there's a tremendous amount of AI that is IT. And for that, there's a lot of ISO IEC standards that are being used and deployed today. And what we do on the horizontal side is we look at, the areas where AI is different, whether it's the learning or the measurement or a lot of the things that have already been mentioned. And we either extend existing standards or build new ones. A good example of where we have done that is with our management system standards. So we leveraged an approach, if you're familiar with ISO 9001 or ISO IEC 27001 for cybersecurity, and we're doing something similar with our management system standard on 42001 to really address and enable certification and get a higher level of assurance. I also think, part of this is how you work with verticals. And one of the changes that we've seen over the last couple of years is really trying to work as early as we can with as many groups within ISO and IEC that we can, because they have the domain expertise there. So, for example, we're working on a AI-enabled health informatics. More recently, we just started a new joint working group to look at functional safety and AI systems. So this is in application domains where functional safety is very important. We're in the process of standing up a new joint working group on natural language processing systems. So we're continuing to do that. I think another difference to me also is, maybe now for those of us that have been talking AI for the past few years, we take it for granted, but dealing with things like ethics very early on in the development process of standards is quite different than how we've approached it in the past. And it's really, you find that it's integrated into the entire fabric of our portfolio. And so that piece of it, thinking about those questions as you are developing the technical standards up front is important. And I think the last piece I would say, in terms of, because I do think being reactive, people typically look at standards as being a slow process. And while, it does take time to produce a high quality standard, we are trying to be very reactive. And in order to do that, whether it's things like outreach or really building out the whole ecosystem and working with as many partners as we can across the ecosystem is another tool in our set, so to speak, to allow us to not only execute quicker, but also identify what some of the emerging trends and requirements are. So sometimes we'll work with organizations that may not necessarily be focused on the technical side of AI standardization, but maybe looking at it from a policy point of view, and they may bring out new requirements that we were not aware of, and that helps us initiate new projects.
Great, thank you. So I saw a question over here in the room, right there. Let's take that. And Carolina, maybe you take the opportunity to pass me iPad for the online questions.
I think we should talk also about the limitation of standards. We cannot standardize ethics, for example. That's something which will be very difficult to measure. You talked a lot about how to transform some of the rules or principles into rules that developers can adopt and that sort of thing. That's a technical aspect. But on the social aspect, because when we want to provide a standard, that means also that we should provide a way for people, and every people, to verify by themselves. And in fact, a standard should be verified by some people who are not specialists. So the social aspect is very, very difficult. And we should recognize also that probably for ethics, we will get a lot of problems to standardize those.
Yeah.
Great point. If I can just make a quick point. I think we can just start by increasing the diversity of the participation in development of the standard. Right now, it's technical folks and people that have experience in development of the standards. Let's bring more eyes, civil society and others into the process.
Yeah.
Maybe just very quickly, I think there are maybe 2 points to mention in this regard. I'm fully with you also that standards, of course, need to have the way of bringing the various stakeholders, various civil society representatives in the process, and you are aware in Europe this is what we do. But maybe what is interesting to mention in this regard is that we have also now, with our new standardization strategy, introduced a way of getting the civil society, let's say, insights to the very highest level of our standardization policy design and drafting. We have created something we call high-level forum for standardization. And that is where, at our commissioner level, we are meeting with civil society, with member states and standardization organizations, as well as industry. It's kind of a platform where such concerns can be already raised. And I think it's essential that it's not only happening in technical committees, but we take it at a more closer to political level as well. And the other element is that, of course, some of these questions that you touch upon, of course, need to be already in the law itself. So in case of Europe, I mean, the AI Act already should be, the base of the later standardization. So standards can only do their part, but where we need the public mandate, of course, the public mandate should come with the legislation, regulation itself as well.
Yeah, I would just add one thing on the ethics component. I think that the person that asked the question is right. Ethics is not a very easy thing to deal with. However, it's not impossible. And we've done quite a bit of work from the inception of the committee. I'll give a small example. Typically, when technical committees talk to each other, especially if you're working with a vertical, we talk about what the use case looks like. One of the innovations that we have done is to ask when we create these use cases, what are your ethical concerns? And that can come in stated within the use case. We then would translate that into what technical requirements that would translate into. So a lot of the work that supports the ethics is across the whole portfolio, and especially in areas like trustworthiness. So I agree, it's not, it certainly is not the easiest topic to deal with, but it doesn't mean that standards are not addressing that. And I'd be happy to follow up with the speaker offline if they're interested to learn more about the program of work in 42 and how we're dealing with that question.
Great. So Andrea Renda said early, in response to standards having become interesting, quoted one of our participants saying, maybe we need to make standards boring again. And I think that reflects concern about sort of the increased geostrategic lens that's being put on standards. You mentioned that the EU takes a bottoms-up approach. That's very much what it's described. It's sort of part of the NIST DNA. Is there a risk that as governments become increasingly involved, as the Commission comes out with standardization requests, potentially common specifications, that we end up with top-down standards development. And how do we protect against that while energizing standards, while increasing participation, as you've talked about?
Should I start?
By all means.
Very good question, and let me perhaps begin from the EU side.
Mm-hmm.
I think already previous panels also pointed out that although we are all making efforts to try and have kind of a global governance and view on AI, we cannot close our eyes to the point that there are important differences in the way we understand matters, in the way we understand what are public interest or personal privacy matters and so on. So we as EU, we work very closely, as I already said, with international, or we work at the international level with the ISO IEC in the panel that is, or several actually working groups that are represented here in the panel as well. And our thinking is that wherever possible, we would take the international standards and use them as European harmonized standards. But in case if there would be significant, let's say, elements which we cannot translate or transpose to European circumstances because our ethical expectations are different, or there are maybe contradictions or with our EU AI Act, for example, then the ways how we will treat it is we would look at a way how, let's say, grave or significant the change of difference is. We can then either apply a so-called interpretation of international standard, which would still allow this to be used, or we would draft for this particular element our own EU standards. So this is a normal way. And Commission is not interested in starting to draft these technical specifications ourselves. This would be only in some sort of very exceptional cases where for some reason or another the standardization organizations would not come with a solution. But I would say the main way is the standardization organizations delivering on their mandate. But essential is also the international collaboration. And between EU and US, we have this Technology and Trade Council. Some of you might know about it. There is actually a working group specifically on standardization because we want to be well aligned. And we also have a regular dialogue actually with China on regulatory matters. And again, also that standardization is one of the matters. So we are working at the broader policy level as well as international standard setting bodies to make sure really that things are well aligned. And maybe if I can finish with one call to people in the room and online, we really need more experts in our standardization technical committees in Europe as well as in the international technical groups. So please, 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 could you yourselves or so your companies or organizations find ways of sending your experts to these important working groups, because that is how the new future through standards is going to be shaped.
So, well, let me ask you to come in and then Ella, I'm going to give you the last word.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think actually something Ilham said earlier is, you know, the more stakeholders and the more views is a good thing. And certainly, you know, I think from, you know, what I've seen in our committee, having more views, and even if it, you know, whether it's coming from industry or private or public sector, has been quite helpful in making sure that our standards are more robust and horizontal. In the case of working with the with Europe, ISO and IEC have agreements that allow for some of these standards to be adopted. The ISO one is called the Vienna Agreement, and the IEC one is called the Frankfurt Agreement. But more broadly, I think I would just kind of step back and say that this is also part of the normal process where, you know, at least on the international side of the standards work, you know, we have one country, one vote, but those countries are made up of stakeholders that are quite diverse. Again, both public, private sector, academia. And we are seeing more and more people, experts themselves of very diverse backgrounds. When I started my work in IT standards 20 years ago, it was predominantly engineers and marketeers. Today, we see people with legal backgrounds, with academic backgrounds, with social backgrounds. So I think that's very encouraging. And I think it's also something that is hopefully becomes more of a trend as technology becomes more integrated into our lives. I think this is something that's very good and helpful in the long run.
I want to second and third, I'm always ask and call to please engage, please involve. And make two quick points. Number one is that, Cam, you started by saying that standard is our middle name, but we are not a standard development organizations. We are, and there's a lot of really good policies and laws in the US that why governments should not develop standards, but facilitate development of the standards by private sector. And then lastly say that good standards are clear and implementable, but also science-based and empirically backed. That's why we need the standards to be bottom-up. That's why we need the engagement with the experts. Experts now, as we talked, gets a very diverse meaning, from the technical to broader than, bringing social and cognitive scientists all in the mix to develop standards that are technically robust, scientifically valid, clear and implementable, because at the high level when government come up with policy and regulations, they don't get into what we mean by, for example, they can say that AI must be safe, but the nitty-gritty of what safety is, how safety is defined, how to ensure and assure that the systems is safe, is rely on the good standards.
Well, thank you. It's a complicated subject. I hope we've scratched a little bit of the surface of it today and explained a little bit about the focus on standards and the ways that standards may sort of provide an architecture for interoperability. You talked about measurement and processes, and that, I think, is why there is a lot of the interest in standards. So thank you for being here today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
And thank you. A very complex topic, but I feel that I learned a lot. Thanks to the eloquent panelists. And of course, wonderfully moderated there by Cameron. So thank you so much for that. Just 20 minutes to go before we gather for lunch downstairs here in the building. As Joshua said earlier, he would be hosting a panel right up here about China, whether China is a foe or a friend in the field of artificial intelligence. So Joshua, I would like to invite you up here on stage. You'll be joined as well by Rebecca Arcasati, a lead analyst with the Mercator Institute for China Studies. And you'll be joined virtually by Matt Sheehan. He's a fellow at the Asia program at Carnegie. So over to you. Thank you so much, Matt.
Great, thank you. And we have the panel standing between you and lunch after a long morning. And we have 20 minutes to discuss a very, very substantive topic. So there's a lot of pressure to put as much as we can into this in the shortest period of time. And so I'm just going to launch straight into a conversation with really two of the foremost experts, I think, thinking about developments in China around AI policy and a whole range of digital issues. So let me just start out with a level-setting question. Tell me, what is China doing at the moment in terms of domestic AI regulation? Matt, why don't we start with you online?
Sure thing. So right now, domestically on AI governance, I'd say China is at a crossroads. They've been working on this and developing sort of practical binding regulations for longer than most countries, or at least they've been implementing them for longer than most countries. And they've been following one path in the sort of 2020 to 2023 period. And right now we're at a crossroads. So what does that path look like so far? It's been about developing targeted binding, but also iterative regulations. So they first rolled out a regulation on recommendation algorithms. Then they rolled out one on deep synthesis, which is essentially a Chinese word for generative AI before we started talking about generative AI. And then shortly after that, they rolled out a secondary regulation that is explicitly targeting generative AI. So you have these 3 targeted regulations that were rolled out in the span of about 2 years' time. that set actual, meaningful binding limitations on specific applications of the technology, but don't try to throw out sort of an umbrella regulation on the entire technology. These have all been initially motivated by concerns over online content. They were all developed by the Cyberspace Administration of China, which is essentially China's online censorship regulator. And so they all have that focus, recommendation algorithms. They wanted to make sure that these weren't recommending content or disseminating content that the government didn't like. And deep synthesis generative AI was driven by concerns about deepfakes initially, and then about chatbot services later on. So you've got these targeted binding regulations, but they're sort of bound together by some more interesting technical tools or regulatory tools. For example, what they call their algorithm registry, which is a form of sort of standardized disclosure around what data sets or algorithms trained on, and then the ability to sort of force AI developers to run some tests. It's not totally different from the kind of ideas we heard about in terms of a standard setting organization. And the kind of requirements you can place on AI systems. So that's been the model so far. And right now I'd say we're at a crossroads because China is shifting its focus potentially from these targeted regulations to producing one national AI law. That's something that they put on the agenda. The State Council, sort of China's cabinet, put on the agenda earlier this year. Right now, there's some back and forth about whether China actually needs a national AI law or they can stick to these targeted regulations. So that's kind of one crossroads we're at. Do they stick to this road they're on, or do they try to essentially level up and create their own national AI law? And then there's the question about China's international engagement. Everything so far has been quite domestically focused. It's been driven by domestic concerns. It's been led by a regulator, the Cyberspace Administration of China, that's very focused on domestic online content. And that's been true thus far, but at the moment with China's Global AI Governance Initiative, with it engaging at the UK AI Summit, and with different parts of the Chinese bureaucracy getting activated, we're seeing a lot of uncertainty about where they go from here. Do they continue with their domestic regulations kind of being the basis on which they engage internationally? Or do they send other parts of the government? Do they activate other parts of the bureaucracy to engage with international AI governance? And maybe there I'd hand it over to Rebecca.
Matt, thanks. That's a very comprehensive, I think, overlay of what China's doing. Rebecca, you're doing a lot of work around looking at what the EU is doing and what China's doing in terms of AI governance. Do you want to sort of pick up on where Matt led off and provide a little bit of a sense of where China's heading that is sort of familiar and parallels some of the developments here in the EU, and where you see some of the key differences are?
Absolutely. Thank you, and thanks for having me. So I think Matt already provided an excellent context and summary of what China's doing domestically. I think it's important to realize that in the West, also here in Europe, we're finally moving from the question of whether China even thinks about ethics and governance questions with regard to AI to how exactly China is governing this technology. And it's quite important to really pay close attention to these developments in China. We tend to think that information controls are the only driver of China's AI regulation. As Matt mentioned, the Cyberspace Administration of China has been really in the driver's seat in terms of developing regulations. However, we've also seen other societal concerns being channeled into government regulation in China, ranging from privacy to consumer rights, even workers' rights. So concern that are familiar to also regulators here in Europe. The Chinese government is working also quite closely with a community that's comprised of different stakeholders. So it's important to realize that we're not dealing with a monolithic entity. Chinese AI governance is a space where academics, engineers, companies come together really to shape standards and regulations. They're going about it by a trial and error. I think some of these ambitious regulations that Matt already mentioned are very experimental, very new. For example, their mechanism for algorithmic auditing, that's very much an experiment. I think it's going to be really important for European actors, also for other Western actors, to really understand maybe the do's and don'ts, to really draw lessons from those efforts. One thing I will also note is that I think we're seeing government regulation nudging AI R&D in China in a certain direction. And one interesting example is generative AI, where the government is basically saying to technology companies, you know, chatbots, be really careful about those. These are, you know, very specific data requirements, content moderation requirements that you need to abide by, because obviously the government is concerned about anything that might mobilize public opinion online. However, companies are very much encouraged to apply generative AI in other industry verticals, such as healthcare or manufacturing. And this is very much because I think the government has realized the potential of AI as a general purpose technology that will be really relevant for China's economic upgrading and the transformation of its society.
That's very helpful, and I think this notion of the sort of the variety of regulators involved in this space, CAC clearly central, but others playing a role in different contexts, and the domestic sort of multi-stakeholder environment that is building the regulatory approach is also, you know, familiar, right? And in terms of how we are developing similar approaches here in Europe and the US and certainly elsewhere. Just moving from what's happening domestically a little bit more into the international space, how is China thinking about engaging on the AI policy space broadly? So this can be the regulation piece, but also some of the other issues we spoke about previously, whether it's around the compute, the data, talent, and so forth outside of China globally. What's its approach so far? How would you describe that, Matt?
They've got a few sort of initiatives going on this front, and I think they essentially haven't sort of settled on a model of international engagement, maybe partly because they don't know exactly what they want out of international engagement at this point in time. So maybe the two or three major things that have happened so far is China released its Global AI Governance Initiative in October. This was announced by President Xi at the Belt and Road Forum. And it was essentially a set of principles, although I'd say maybe significantly more detailed than principles, China's approach to AI governance that it hopes to internationalize or promote. This, you know, a lot of overlap with other sets of international principles, the normal things on trustworthy, fair, all that kind of stuff. I'd say where it differs from other international approaches is that it put a heavy emphasis on countries in the developing world, and it put a heavy emphasis on equity of access. And I'd say both of these things, there's an underlying reality there. There's a real concern that countries in the developing world are going to be left out of the global AI governance conversation. And there are major issues with, you know, equitable access to powerful AI systems and models outside of, you know, the sort of usual suspects of the developed world or of leading AI countries. So China's touching on some very real concerns, but I think there's also some very real geopolitical motivations behind that. With the equity of access piece of it, they put a heavy emphasis on sort of not creating groups based on ideological stances, not using sort of supply chains and access to critical components as a way to limit other countries' access to AI. That's using the global conversation on sort of equity and then sort of pulling it into the specific Chinese concerns of getting cut off from semiconductors by the United States. China's also trying to position itself as something of a spokesperson for, or a leader or an advocate for countries in the developing world, saying, you know, we're the major power that is kind of closest to this group, and we're going to make sure that their voices are heard. So those are the kind of geopolitical interests that I think are in many ways shaping the Global AI Governance Initiative, along with the normal things that make any country want to engage in global AI governance. You want to be part of the conversation. You don't want terms dictated by other countries, and you have genuine values and ideas you want to advance. So that's one aspect of it. And that piece has actually been led by the Cyberspace Administration of China. They were the authors of the sort of main authors of the initiative, which is a bit interesting that they'd be behind that. Then you have the Ministry of Science and Technology, which is what went to the UK AI Summit. They're not the dominant player domestically, but they have been chosen as the organization to engage on at least sort of frontier AI risks at the UK Summit. And I think there's some bureaucratic competition behind the scenes between the Ministry of Science and Technology and CAC over which of these countries is going to lead on that. I think it was very important that China went to the UK AI Summit. It was very symbolically meaningful. I don't think it creates a lot of new binding domestic constraints. It's not going to reshape how China develops AI domestically, but it's a signal and it's a meaningful on that front. And then I guess the last component is in the Global AI Governance Initiative and in other forums, China has repeatedly said that it thinks the UN should be the central body for international AI governance, or it should be the central forum for international AI governance. This reflects China overall likes the UN. It's a very sort of sovereignty-based organization, and China likes sovereignty. And it likes its voice at the UN. It likes being on the Security Council, and it just thinks that the UN has more legitimacy in these areas. So China has pushed that, and two Chinese AI policy scholars have recently been named to the UN's high-level AI advisory group, one named Zheng Yi and one named Zhang Linghan, both of whom are sort of leading scholars in shaping China's AI governance domestically. So we don't know exactly how that's going to play out. I think no one has a clear sense of exactly what role the UN is going to play, but it's worth noting that China's placed an emphasis on that area. So you kind of have these three things going: a global AI governance initiative that is pushed by the CAC and has these sort of geopolitical components to it. You have China engaging at the UK AI Summit through the Ministry of Science and Technology. And then you have China's engagement at the UN level, which I think is very open-ended at this point, but could turn out to be quite important.
That's a fascinating setup, and of course we've got a keynote by the UN Special Rapporteur after lunch, so we'll hear a lot more about where the UN is at on global governance for AI. When you sit in Washington, you certainly get a view of the world that there's going to be a global governance sort of a process that will be focused on like-minded countries, including the EU, of course, and China's on the other side of that governance divide, and there is a strong sense that there is no space for a lot of cooperation, maybe in the defense kind of space a little. I'm curious, how do you see that sitting here? How do you see engagement with China on global governance issues, international cooperation with China from a EU perspective, or broaden that out if you wish?
I think it's important to realize that China's engagement with international global AI governance conversations is very much taking place on two levels. You have the day-to-day participation of Chinese engineers, Chinese companies in prominent international standard-setting bodies, right? Chinese companies play a huge role in global R&D communities for AI. So through that participation, we're already seeing China participating along with their colleagues from Europe, from the US and other countries. That level takes place, it coexists with what Matt already described, which is this effort by official China, this Chinese government outreach, to really promote its domestic approach a bit more internationally. And there, I think it's quite clear that China wants to have a seat at the table. They've been trying to do so for a few years. They've also signed onto important international, albeit non-binding commitments. For example, China signed onto the G20 principles. It signed onto the UNESCO recommendations on the ethics of AI. China has also been very active within the UN, UNESCO, and other agencies to cooperate on specific applications of AI, such as AI in education or healthcare. So that is happening. On top of that, we saw the CAC initiative that was announced after the BRI summit. And I think the intent of that document was also quite clearly to say, at a time when the United States is imposing constraints on China's access to AI-relevant technology, specifically high-end semiconductor technology, China is a responsible player. China wants to present itself as a responsible and constructive player. The challenge here, with a view to global engagement, I think, is the fact that China's outreach is tied to a broader agenda, which I think we need to recognize while engaging with Chinese government actors. China is trying to reshape global norms. It is trying to legitimize its own political as well as governance system. And it's a system where state security comes first, and where the rights of individuals and organizations are subordinate to that. And that also means that, for instance, when you have equivalence of terminology such as fairness and non-discrimination, at the same time you need to recognize that domestically those terms aren't necessarily interpreted in the same way. For instance, the Chinese government actively encourages facial recognition capabilities that have specific capabilities to monitor certain ethnic groups within China. And these are, I think, some of the more political aspects that make it a bit more challenging for governments to really find a consensus with China on AI governance going forward. This is not to say that engagement is impossible, and I do think that what we saw with the UK's AI Safety Summit was really a feat of diplomacy, bringing China to the table to discuss, really the lowest common denominator, I think, at this point, which is safety concerns for frontier models, was really, I think, a very good success on the part of the UK government. But going forward, the question is going to be how exactly to structure that engagement with China at the table to make sure that there can be progress on technical discussions without at the same time neglecting some of the more political motives that China has.
That's great. We're coming short to time, but I do want to have one last question to the panelists, and maybe I'm just going to pick up on where you left off, Rebecca, and ask, what might we expect to see sort of in the short term, the next sort of 3 to 5 years, with respect to the US and the West broadly, and China on international cooperation on AI governance? Matt, any quick
what's going to happen in 3 to 5 years?
Oh, you forget the timeline. I mean, you define that out how you wish.
Yeah. I think the cooperation is going to be, obviously very much shaped by the geopolitical relationship. We happen to be in a relatively positive period for China's relations, at least with the US. I think also with EU and UK to a certain degree right now, leading up to Xi and Biden meeting at APEC later this week. So it's going to be very much dictated by that. I think maybe just one thing that I'd flag that goes under the radar on this topic is the fact that while handshake agreements or formal treaties between countries are going to be very hard to come by, especially on really tough AI questions around proliferation and stuff like that. But I think some of the engagement that Rebecca referred to earlier, a more grassroots level engagement, company to company, scientist to scientist, even sort of policy scholar to policy scholar, might be the most effective in this period of time. Like Chinese AI policy influencers, policymakers, policy scholars are very, very deeply engaged with and paying attention to what happens in the rest of the world. They want to talk to their counterparts in the EU and the US and elsewhere to share ideas, to understand more closely what these other countries are doing. And while China is not a country that sort of takes marching orders from anyone else, they're not going to govern AI one specific way just because someone in a developed country, someone in the West tells them to do it. They're very much taking on board those ideas and sort of integrating them with domestic Chinese considerations. And so I think one of the biggest and most kind of fruitful areas of engagement is outside of the official realm, scholars and scientists talking to one another directly about these issues, and then watching how those sort of seeds that get planted, how they develop differently in each country, how China's own domestic governance evolves on the basis of how it interacts with and ideas that it absorbs and shares with the rest of the world.
Great. Matt, look, unfortunately, we're going to have to wrap it up here, but I want to thank both panelists for providing a huge amount of analysis and content in a very short time. I think we've only kind of touched the surface of what is a very important set of issues, but I want to thank both of you for engagement and time. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was challenging. You only had 20 minutes, but you managed to reach it. It was a fascinating discussion. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as promised, it is lunchtime. Lunch will be served downstairs in the hotel restaurant. As you've noticed, we're running a little bit behind schedule, so we will meet back here 10 minutes after we were meant to meet. So at 2:10, we'll be back here with an action-packed programme for the afternoon. As I said, we'll have the European Commission, we'll have the view from DC, we'll have the view from UN, and Andrea will be sitting down as well with a very well-known data scientist. So in the meantime, bon appetit, and see you soon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the second half of the International AI Summit brought to you by Forum Europe and, of course, Euronews. For those of us just joining online, perhaps just waking up over in the US, my name is Maeve McMahon, and I'm delighted to be here with you today for what is a very timely event. We've had an intense morning of fascinating discussions. Just before lunch, the talk on China was very rich in content. Unfortunately, it was only 20 minutes, but we have now an action-packed afternoon as well. A fantastic lineup for you that Andrea, who will join me now up on stage, will be moderating. He'll be speaking now in just a minute to Ruman Chowdhury, the well-known data scientist who is already connected and looking forward to speaking to us. So Andrea, I will pass it over to you. Really excited about this section.
Thank you very much, Maeve. Let me see, Oh, Ruman, here you are. I see you on screen. I know that you're super busy traveling, like many of us. It's an interesting period for people that work in the AI space, right? I also had to sneak out at this conference this morning to give a speech connected to the OECD Ministerial, then come back here, moderate conferences, and then another panel, and so on and so forth. So, Ruman, let me get into the action immediately. Ruman is a very well-known data scientist. It's difficult to define you. I have perhaps 3 adjectives for you that are my ones. And you know that I mean it because this is something that I told you even when you were much earlier in your career, which is Ruman is extremely competent, extremely brilliant and smart, but she is also exposed, meaning she doesn't shy away from having opinions. And that's what I really always liked about her. Because, of course, it's easy to be polite and diplomatic everywhere you go. You know, you don't make enemies and so on. But first of all, Ruman, you have been in the trenches, right, in the front lines of many battles, so many activities. I remember, maybe we get back to this in a few minutes, when you were at Twitter, head of a research team that actually was called Meta. So, I mean, you've seen it all, right? And when you were doing this, actually, you had to really dirty your hands with what does it mean to moderate content, right, algorithmically. Before then, you developed frameworks for auditing AI systems when you were at Accenture, when you founded Parity. Then you ended up in the board of the Center for Data Ethics and Innovation in the UK. Your activity as really, you ended up being one of the only non-industry experts in Chuck Schumer's seminars and meetings on AI in the context of the US Congress. So you have a very broad experience in this field. And you've seen many of these initiatives when they were at the very beginning, at the outset, right? So my first question to you would be, apart from saying thanks for being with us, what do you make of all this proliferation of initiatives, right? Cam Carey this morning said if this were a movie, it would be everything, everywhere, all at once, meaning everything is happening at the same time. What do you think is happening really in the AI governance world?
Well, I think for years. So first of all, thank you so much for having me. I'm very excited to be here, and that's true, Andrea. I feel like we are old war veterans, and we've gone back many years in this field. I think I've seen the term going on where people are saying this is the World Cup of AI, where every country is now in competition to see who can make the best AI safety institute and have the most governance, et cetera. And in one sense, I'm happy to see it. I'm happy to see there being serious attention being paid by government. I'm happy to see a lot of investment in building out technical skill, especially technical third-party skill, which is what I'm focused on now, is the field of independent algorithmic auditors and independent tech assessors, so you don't have to work at a company to be able to understand what's happening inside ML and AI algorithms and how they impact society. But I do worry. I worry a little bit that things are rushing forward very, very quickly. I do worry a little bit about government overreach sometimes. I think maybe the pendulum has swung from one side where we were thinking, oh, industry has all the knowledge, industry has all the skill and ability, et cetera, all the way to the other side where people are rushing to build laws, regulations, legislation in a field such as algorithmic auditing, AI monitoring and testing, which is from even a research perspective, a technical perspective, still very new.
Yeah, thank you, Roman. Do you think there's, since I know that you would like to express your opinions, and so I invite you to do so. Is there anyone who's getting it right more than others? Is there a process that you think is more promising than others?
You know, I think a lot of people have very good perspectives in how they're tackling the problem. So what I like about the UK approach so far, and you know, in transparency, I've actually agreed to advise the UK AI Safety Institute as a technical lead for societal impacts. Is they're taking a very programmatic, almost like model monitoring and assessment kind of approach, which is one that, of course, I've always been in favor of. I like that the United States, however, has taken a very strong perspective on protecting civil rights, as well as understanding impact on society. I also like that there's been more conversation, especially out of the EU, coming about impact on democracy and democratic processes. So I like some of the stuff I'm seeing in the DSA as well. So, you know, Article 34, which, you know, talks very specifically about things that you would not normally consider to be the purview of an external auditor, such as impact on human rights and violations of human rights. As I mentioned, impact on democracy and democratic processes, et cetera. So I don't know if any one group is getting it right, but I think we are seeing a lot of very smart movements. The other thing I'll add is just about every entity that I'm seeing that is successful understands that no one party can do it alone. This is not just the purview of lawyers or just the purview of technologists and data scientists or, you know, just the purview of academics and researchers. It is actually a joint and collaborative effort. My prediction is the most successful outcomes will be the ones that truly integrate the wide range of skill sets that exist in each of these different fields and their approach to responsible AI.
Thank you. In the global debate on AI governance, I mean, there has been a lot of emphasis lately on the notion of safety, right? Do you think that it is a bit excessive, or are you among those that believe that one of the key risks that we need to identify now and act upon at this stage is the risk that AI ends up replacing us as humans, so leading to the extinction of the human race? Because many of us were a bit puzzled when Ursula von der Leyen gave the State of the Union speech this year, right? She didn't mention much, for example, cohesion or the future of the single market, although she mentioned that, but she certainly mentioned the extinction of the human race. So they say, okay, is this something that is becoming even more important at this stage or more salient than some of the typical things that the EU does? What do you think?
In short, no. I think human beings will do a good enough job of making the human race extinct before an AI or any sort of algorithmic system does. And if it is mediated via an AI system, it is because a human being built it and a human being deployed it. So to be very clear, we are in no way in a world in which an AI system unilaterally can take action of itself without a human being giving it some sort of guidance, and also the capabilities in order to have a system of that level of sophistication would have to be built by human beings. So this is not, even if that is a concern, it is not a concern I share, but even if that is a concern, what we should then be thinking about is who are the human beings building this technology, right? And who are the human beings that will be implementing this technology? You know, there is one aspect to that field of thinking that I do agree with, and they call it over-reliance. And I do agree with this assessment. So, you know, it is not that an AI system will come alive, crawl out of a computer, and decide to kill us all. This is not the plot of Terminator. What can and might happen, and actually, as Vice President Kamala Harris pointed out, it is an existential risk when somebody is denied a kidney transplant because of a history of bias and discrimination against people of color that leads to algorithms misallocating what a critical patient is. That has happened in the United States. It is an existential risk when someone is denied their public pension benefits because an algorithm mistakenly believes that all immigrants are people who are causing fraud, which has happened. Right? So these are existential risks because they are literally costing people their lives and their livelihood today. What I do not want to worry about or do not think we should spend a lot of time on is thinking about AI as this technology that is alive and that is going to make decisions on its own. It will not. Human beings will always be making the decisions.
Yeah, and I'm glad you clarified this because I totally share this view, right? But it has become a very widely expressed view, and this alarmism or long-termism, to some extent, the famous TESCREAL bundle, and the various movements that bring in a lot of fear of future threats and existential risks for AI. Without mentioning that, indeed, there are many other ways in which we can kill ourselves in the future, and we're doing pretty well there, right? Perhaps on the AI side is the one where we're doing the worst. Now, I want to get a little bit more into the details of your past career, because I think it's very relevant for what is happening now. And so bring you back to when you were working at Twitter. And I remember one thing, I don't know how many people remember that Ruman was heading a research team, and then correct me if I don't remember it properly, but you were heading a research team that at some point decided, as a responsible act inside a corporation, to test whether your algorithms for content moderation were amplifying more specific type of speech as opposed to others, right? And I remember a paper in which you ended up with your team concluding that your algorithm was amplifying a little bit more the sort of the right-wing conservative type of narrative as opposed to the more progressive one. But this is not because you want it, it's just because you need to check, is how a company has to identify, measure, and treat risks internally. What do you think, have we progressed on content moderation and algorithmic content moderation? Is this, and we will ask you later whether you think Twitter/X has progressed, but in general, do you think it is something where we're making a lot of good progress? Because mis and disinformation are currently considered like the #1 risk by many in many international forums when talking about AI today. So what do you think? Is there something more that we can do in that respect?
Yeah, so the team I led at Twitter, as you mentioned, was the Machine Learning, Ethics, Transparency, and Accountability team, Team Meta. We always say that we have the name first. Actually, the team was started in 2019 by Luca Belli and Nazir Khan. I came on board in early 2021, so late 2020 roughly. The team was actually an applied research and engineering team. So we sat within the core ML AI team called Cortex. So my counterparts, the other engineering directors, were people who built our machine learning features, helped provide services for the other parts of Twitter that were making ML and AI models. And that, to me, was a very smart and natural place where responsible AI should fit in, right? We're not a policy function. We weren't a pure research function, but we actually need to exist in, core product in application. So the research you're referring to, we looked at our recommendation system and how it compared to a reverse chronological timeline to determine whether or not there was algorithmic amplification of certain political content. And to your point, in 7 out of 8 Western democracies, the only country we didn't see it was in Germany. There was a algorithmic preference an amplification of center-right content. So this isn't extreme right content, it's center-right content. But the interesting thing to discuss, and certainly something that's very related to this era of generative AI, is, so first of all, is this algorithmic bias? And what I wrote in our blog post is that we don't know, because the purpose of algorithms is to amplify the kind of content that it thinks we want to see. And those signals are picked up by the media we're looking at, what we like, what we repost, who we follow. And during the time of that analysis, which was April to August of 2020, certainly we were all talking about center-right content. This is right before the US presidential election. There were similar elections happening in Hungary and other places around the world. So the fundamental question is, should we even have algorithms? Because what if, and again, we did not get to complete our analysis of why this was occurring because Elon Musk took over, et cetera. But what if it was not bias? Because in this case, bias means a very specific thing, is that the model is not performing as it should be. What if the model is performing as expected, and what it is serving us is the kind of content that we've been engaging with, which is center-right content? Now, that's an interesting question, more of almost like a philosophical question and a question of governance and leadership. Who gets to decide that decision? Who gets to make that decision? Who gets to decide what is right or wrong? So in terms of content moderation, with the upcoming elections in 2024, I am concerned. I think people are very rightly concerned about mis and disinformation on platforms for many reasons. Number one is that Twitter is not the same company that it was before. Second is that now we're in a world of generative AI. And a lot of folks, myself included, have demonstrated ways in which mis and disinformation cannot just be created, but also be amplified. So to be clear, people have always made bad content. That's not a new thing. What is actually new at Net is that a lot of this content, it'll be much, much easier for malicious actors to design campaigns for amplification and dissemination using generative AI.
Yeah, thank you very much, Roman. And remember, Anu Bradford told me the other day, how many countries are going to have elections next year? 65 or something like this, right? So if that is a problem that we don't know how to address properly, that's going to be a big, of course, some of these elections are absolutely even more important for the impact that they can have in geopolitical terms. Now, Ruman, as we have only a few minutes left in our conversation, I want to bring you now to Brussels, virtually, of course, but to the EU side, and ask you what's your opinion of the ongoing developments in the EU AI Act, and more specifically, you've been advising the Center for the JRC in the creation of the European Center for Algorithmic Transparency. So I'd like to know, what are your hopes for this? How do you see this playing a role at the European and global level in algorithmic auditing, for example?
Yeah, so I'm very optimistic about what I've seen in the DSA, and I hope that the EU AI Act embodies the same amount of transparency for third-party and external assessors, establishes clear guidelines on what an audit should look like. Currently, I know it is more of the language of a conformance assessment. My encouragement is that it should be a bit broader than simply conformance to product specifications. We should be looking more broadly at impact on society, which often is not captured in that framework. But I do hope that there is specific support for an independent community. There are guidelines around what auditing should look like. My big concern is that we will pass a lot of laws around that mandate algorithmic auditing with zero guidance on what algorithmic auditing should be or what is the standard for an audit. This is what we've seen in some other instances. But I'm optimistic actually about, essentially the role that the EU can play in helping set a global agenda. So right now what we're seeing is a proliferation of AI safety institutes, right? The UK has announced theirs, the US has announced theirs within NIST. My understanding is there's going to be another one set up in Paris and Montreal. So we will now have this global network of safety institutes, all of which will be basically newborn and thinking about what to do. I hope that there can be a prioritized agenda set specifically about what should a global entity be addressing, or a global network of safety institutes, and how that is different from what should be handled on a national level or a local level.
All right, that's a very interesting and concrete policy proposal. We will have in a few minutes Dragos Tudorache with us. I mean, the European Parliament, but Dragos will correct me if I'm wrong, has been working a lot to expand a little bit the notion of impact and harm, to go into the broader societal and even environmental impacts compared to the original European Commission proposal, which made me happy because in the high-level expert group on AI, of which I was a member, we had pointed at trustworthy AI to have also an orientation towards societal and environmental well-being. So we are at the end of our conversation, Ruman, and I want to thank you for the great inputs that you've given us. But I have one last question, which is a very general one, which is, I'm going to give you a magic wand, and give you the possibility of choosing one thing that we can get right and do at the global level to get global AI governance right. Is there anything that you would do that is currently not being done?
Interoperability. I worry that we will have a proliferation of different standards, different methodologies, and different benchmarks, which will actually make governance much harder. One thing I would push for is for people to collaborate and create systems that are interoperable.
And Roman, is there a way for interoperable frameworks to also be good? Or you think we will go through a race to the bottom? How to avoid that?
No, I think it certainly is possible for interoperable frameworks to be good. And frankly, I think better governance will happen that way. When people say regulation stifles innovation, when that belief is shared, I think one of the things people are thinking about and are concerned about is the fact that it becomes onerously difficult to be in compliance across 15, 20, 30, 100 different jurisdictions. So frankly, interoperability, if we truly are to actually enable progress in building good technology, it is a necessary cornerstone in building good policy.
Thank you very much, Rumaan. I will ask the audience to give you a big applause. You will hear it from wherever you are. I wish you safe travels, and please let us know when you come to Brussels, and we'll be happy to host you here for an exciting conversation. So thanks again, and we will move on to our panel now. They will be very related to what Rumaan told us, which is on the AI Act. So I will call on stage our panelists. Juha Eikilä, the advisor at the European Commission inside DG Connect on artificial intelligence. Dragos Tudorake, member of the European Parliament, lead rapporteur for the AI Act, well known to many of you. Professor Anu Bradford, professor of law and international organization at Columbia Law School. And then we have Jean-Marc Leclerc, director. We have two directors of EU and government affairs. So Jean-Marc, director of EU affairs, government and regulation at IBM, and Corinna Schulze at SAP, director of EU government affairs. Right, so you've heard Rumaan. Hopefully it was an interesting interview. I mean, what she said. No, my questions were, I did what I can. I'm not a good journalist such as Maeve, but I did whatever I could. But so the AI Act has been, lingering on our conversation the whole day, right? And not only the whole day, the whole week, the whole month, and the whole past few years, right? Dragos, I don't know, you cannot tell us, but maybe you wake up in the middle of the night and say, okay, when is this going to be over? Because this has basically been your main occupation for the past years, right? So I will start with Juha. I want to bring you back to the original proposal of the European Commission, right? And we have gone a little bit further away from that original proposal. The leaks and the articles that we see also show different directions in which the text of the AI Act is going on its way to finalization. So my question is not going to be a very diplomatic one, but very direct, is the AI Act already old?
Old in the sense of the time that has passed, depends on how you think of 2.5 years, whether it's old or not. It's the necessary time we have to achieve the final outcome of it, of course. If you mean old in the sense of outdated, no, I don't think so, of course, because obviously the process and the time that has elapsed has also given us the opportunity to review things, and the Parliament and the Council positions also reflect that. Of course, things have developed in the meantime. 2.5 years ago, even the AI landscape looked different, as we all know. But of course, we are able to respond to that, and those who are negotiating the final outcome are responding to it and taking into account the developments that have intervened in the meantime. So I don't think that's the case. And of course, I have now yesterday, already today, some people have asked me, okay, so what about all the other initiatives? You may want to come back to this later. But I mean, they don't take anything away from us. We have, of course, this long-standing commitment to international cooperation, and we have stated it openly. It's documented that we advocate the responsible governance of AI, also internationally, and we want to work together with those who want to develop guardrails on AI. So we actually do see that a lot of things are going in the same direction that we outlined already. Actually, not just 2.5 years ago. That was, in a way, the culmination point. You mentioned the high-level expert group. That was set up in 2018, soon after our first AI strategy, comprehensive strategy, was published in April 2018. So we've been working on this very, very long. We are there for the long haul, and the comprehensive strategy has been shaped then and gradually elaborated and developed further.
Yeah, thank you very much, Juha. And indeed, this is a debate that has started a little bit in a shocking way, in my opinion, in the European Parliament, in the first resolution on civil law rules for robotics. And I don't know what Dragos thinks about that resolution. What I remember is that it was proposing to give legal personality to smart autonomous robots. So the scientific community sort of stood up and said, well, wait a second, what are we going to do? They are coming, and remember that resolution had Frankenstein, the Prague's Golem, and the 3 laws of robotics of Isaac Asimov, all in the first page, basically. And so, for me, it's a very important observation that EU institutions throughout the years have demonstrated that they can be a learning system, just like some AI systems that we are trying to regulate, right? And there's been a lot of technical knowledge flowing through the high-level expert group, the AI Alliance, from the white paper, through the consultation, the impact assessment of the AI Act, and then the work of the Parliament. So I've had the luck to be involved in some of these conversations, and it's been a very interesting process. But at the same time, it starts giving a little bit, an opportunity to criticize to the people that say that typically, since it takes so long to regulate in Brussels, EU institutions try to start a bit too soon because they know it's going to take time, and they normally finish too late. Okay, so is this the case, Dragos? What do you think?
Well, I'm certainly not the one to judge because I'm too much in the process and I'm inevitably subjective. But I don't think that we are taking too long because what we're doing is also fundamentally different than everything else that goes on. It's one thing to agree on principles, and let's not forget the EU has already done that a long time ago. You mentioned the high-level expert group. And it's, again, it's much easier to agree on voluntary commitments, on frameworks that are looser and governances that are looser, and it's a completely different exercise to write hard law. And we are the only ones right now that we are that advanced in actually writing hard law. And I think, as everyone agrees, it is better to take your time and produce quality than to actually speed up and miss some important objectives that you have. And also, as was rightly mentioned, this has been, to a certain extent, also a bit of a moving target. Many things have happened as we were in the middle of things. Let's not ignore one of the big topics that is also part of the global conversation, and certainly now part of the EU AI Act negotiation, which is how do you deal with foundation models. At the time when the Commission put up the proposal, there weren't many experts even that were saying you have to look at foundation models, you have to go into writing rules about that. So again, with all of the complexity of this moving target, of this evolving environment, with all of the complexity of the task at hand of regulating AI, I think we've done a fairly good job in keeping to a decent, reasonable calendar. We are now at a phase where, by the end of the year, I am relatively confident that we'll finish the negotiations, which will still make us, not that this is a race, because it's not. I know that many try to make this a race. It's not, but we are going to be the first jurisdiction that puts on the table, that adopts a set of comprehensive horizontal legislation on AI, and this is not a small thing.
Thank you, Dragos. And before I turn to Anu, just wanted to ask you and perhaps Juha a question, because we had a panel before lunch on standards, right? Because one key part of the AI Act is this standardization process. Perhaps we'll ask also Jean-Marc and Corina later. The mandate for standardization will follow. How long do you think it's going to take? So when we will see, once the text is finalized, the rules really enter into force with the standards backing them, and thereby also perhaps making the life of smaller companies easier and really producing the big impact that the AI Act is supposed to have. Dragos, I don't know if you have expectations or...
Well, I have more than expectation. For me, there is no choice in the matter. We are giving a lot of mandates throughout the text. For the Commission to do guidelines, for the Commission to do certain templates, for standard-setting bodies to write standards. For me, whatever period of time we'll end up negotiating in terms of implementation. Right now, the Commission has proposed 2 years. We will see exactly where we'll set the cursor, but certainly it's going to be something between 1 and 2 years. Well, that time has to be used, has to be used. Again, it's not an expectation, it's not a wishful thinking. I cannot see a world where the legislation comes into effect and we have no guidelines, we have no templates, we have none of the mandates fulfilled that we are giving now in the text. So yes, it's going to be phase 2 of the hard work that we've already done once the text gets adopted. Phase 2, where we will have to prepare the implementation, we'll have to prepare the enforcement. Not only companies having to prepare compliance, but also, and I would say even more importantly, not that I'm downplaying the importance of companies and the work they will have to do to ensure compliance, but I think getting the enforcement right is going to be the key to the success of this legislation. Not how beautiful it's going to look on paper, but how we are setting the governance right, how we are putting the tools in place, so that the moment it kicks in, then it can actually be played out as we all envisaged it to be.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dragos. Juha, you want to add something
Just
there?
one short detail. So the standardization work has already started. So the mandate was sent earlier this year, and the standardization organizations are working on it already.
Yeah. Thank you. So enforcement was just mentioned, and in Anu's recent book on the digital empires, you have flagged two things. First, that the AI Act might trigger a similar Brussels effect as GDPR did in the past. And second, that the key is going to be enforcement, the ability to show that these rules can actually be enforced and implemented and enforced on the ground. We had also already a question this morning during one of the earlier panels about the Brussels effect. I don't know if the participant's still online and whether he or she knew that Anu will be on the panel later, but Maeve correctly said, okay, we're going to have deep authority on this that is going to give us an answer. So I turn this question to you, Anu. Do you think the AI Act has what it takes to really become a model for the rest of the world, or has it already to some extent become a model?
So I would say that in many ways we already see the AI Act generate the Brussels effect, because there's two types of Brussels effects that we generally talk about. So one is the de facto Brussels effect, whereby global companies, when they comply with European regulations, decide that it is in their business interest to extend that compliance across their global development of AI models or their global conduct. So that is when the market forces are generating a response that is global, even in the absence of foreign regulators following the EU's template. So I think that is one way we can see potentially a Brussels effect take place, and that we don't know yet. But I think there's certain logic which suggests that at least across some applications, some AI system, we might indeed see this logic extended. And I think the reason is the following, is that generally the AI systems perform better when they can utilize a lot of data. And then if you want to develop an AI system for the EU market, you do need to obey the obligations embedded in the AI Act. If you then want to utilize and offer the same AI system in other parts of the world, but evade the European regulations, you would need to retrain your models. And often that is not in the interest of the developers. You don't want to throw out the data that you used in the EU, and it is not necessarily efficient. You want to benefit from scale economies. You want to use all the data so that you have best performing models. So that might give you an incentive then to extend your compliance outside as well. But I think there's also another reason, which is that the expectations around the world are also changing. So today, you are much more likely to suffer a reputational cost if you then tell that, look, I am going to be all out making sure that my products are safe in the EU, they protect privacy and other fundamental rights, but I am choosing not to make the same safety adjustments, the same compliance functions that I have chosen to offer in the EU. So I think that's a harder conversation to be had, because there is now a lot of attention on how these companies are actually building their models. So I think there will be also reputational pressure. But where I started is that we already see potentially the Brussels effect, which is the de jure Brussels effect, the kind of influence that the EU has in providing a template for foreign legislators and regulators. And the EU indeed started this conversation much, much earlier. And now we see the others follow suit. And I am not saying it is only because the EU decided to move ahead, but the EU was leading the world towards a conversation whereby the governments around the world realize that either the EU will be setting the standards alone, regulating all our companies, or we actually get into that, whether you call it a race, whether you call it a game, whether we join the effort in drafting these rules as well. So I would say that the executive order that was issued by President Biden recently is in part a reflection to growing domestic pressures, but also to regulatory developments elsewhere, including in the EU. So in that sense, the EU has already set the different tone and shaped the expectations and conversations among the governments. And I think that is significant, and I couldn't agree more with what you have said. I think that is absolutely right, what the EU wants to see. So the EU does not want to and need to be a unilateral regulator. It is a big effort to try to single-handedly sort of hold the AI development across the world to the standards that the EU is endorsing. And especially if you look at these other jurisdictions like the US, endorse a very similar rights-driven view on when it comes to applications of AI. So in that sense, I think the EU can be very content with what it's seeing around the world and take some credit.
And take some credit. And I think perhaps it should do it even a bit more often, to take some credit, because it has kick-started a conversation that then permeated many developments around the world. There are some cases in which this is almost explicit and clear. If you take the Brazilian legislation on AI, that does two things. First, echoes the AI Act very clearly and almost entirely. Second, it does one thing, and I think if Dragos, hopefully you don't think about this at night, but if Dragos could perhaps have the magic wand that I gave Roman before, he would probably do the same thing that Brazil has done, based on some of your past comments, which is they've integrated the liability component, which has been at the EU level subject to a separate proposal that I think now will be lost through the tracks, and perhaps it will be the responsibility of the next European Parliament. But it's a very important complement to what is otherwise a risk-based legislation, and so which leaves most of the other parts of and developments in AI not subject to regulation, and it covers, let's say, the tort component, so the responsibility related to damages caused by AI, by tweaking also the traditional tort law system at the EU level. So thank you, Anu, for this. We're going to get back. I'm sure you're going to get tons of questions about what you just said, and the same applies to you and Dragos. I want to move to this side now, because you might also have views on what Anu just said about compliance, also what Juha and Dragos said. This morning, Jean-Marc, we had quite a lot of comments during the panels about over-regulation, about the need to understand much better the risks before we regulate it. With the metaphor of the seatbelt has been so frequent that I think this could be called now International Seatbelt Summit by now. So is there a concern related to the AI Act among industry players, large corporations such as IBM? What do you think? Is this the AI Act as we know it at the moment, in its current form, striking a good balance between the opportunities and the risks? What do you think?
Well, as you know, the AI Act is first and foremost a product safety and fundamental rights piece of legislation. So its primary role is more to protect rather than support innovation, let's say. It doesn't mean, however, that it should be an obstacle to innovation, right?
It doesn't mean to be.
Exactly. And, you know, in the past 2 years, even the most fierce critics of the AI Act have at least recognized one great advantage of it, which is its risk-based, technology-neutral approach. I think you read any paper and you look at any conference on the AI Act, you will hear this. And I couldn't agree more with the idea that you'd regulate the uses of AI according to their level of risk and not the mathematics of AI, right? Because they recommend their system that tells you where is the best restaurant in your area. That's not the same use as something that is an AI system that controls a nuclear plant, right? Different uses, different risks. So this is great. What I'm concerned about, to go to your question, is a possible deviation from this risk-based approach at the moment. I'm sure you've had a lot of discussions on the hot issue of foundation models. I am concerned by what I see at the moment that's being proposed, because it does deviate from that risk-based approach, technologically neutral approach. We are going further into regulating the mathematics of AI rather than the users, because it is impossible to foresee future uses of foundation models or general purpose AI, which is also put in the same basket, which is extremely confusing. Also, you see definitions flying around with what is a high impact model.
Very capable, high impact.
Very capable. And I have the impression at the moment we're looking at certain metrics like computing power. On any of those, I don't see a clear link between risk and that kind of metric. It's not because a system's been trained with high compute power that it will lead to risky users. So these are not adequate metrics to use. So that's a concern that we have at the moment. But not saying that around the question of foundation models that there aren't issues to discuss. To me, the one really serious one is inside the value chain. In case of high-risk AI, high-risk users, does the deployer have all the information needed to comply possibly with the AI Act? So if the AI Act can focus on this point, exchange of information within the value chain among people who have the information at their stage in the value chain, I think that's really important. And to finish maybe on a point related to what Anu was saying, another worry that I have is that the more you will regulate certain elements of an AI system, especially if you base them on some of those metrics, the risk is that you're going to create a little circle, a little group of companies that will have the means to manage all of this, comply with all of this. They'll have a regulatory moat. Antitrust lawyers are familiar with this expression. Yep. And the competition to get in will be very difficult. And for a company like IBM, which is betting on open ecosystems, this could be a huge problem. So there's a competition element to this, which I hope the negotiators will consider as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mark, this is bringing a lot of elements in the conversation, and I will get back. I'm sure Dragos and Juha will have something to say about this. One element also related to what Anu has written about the EU empire, of the digital empires, is the relevance of competition policy going forward, and the importance of getting it right along the value chain of AI, right? So avoiding that, for example, you place all the responsibility on players that will not necessarily have all the information about the model object, and they will still need to do conformity assessment, or vice versa, asking the players, entities that are very upstream in the process, to foresee all the potential future uses in a way that becomes a superhuman, certainly not even AI powered experience and exercise. So that is something that is quite important. In principle, one would say that in the AI Act, placing the responsibility of the provider would be good if, in a very competitive environment upstream, contractual relations between upstream and downstream player could solve the issue. Meaning, we put it in the contract. I think IBM does it all the time. You call them building blocks, right? Yep. If I remember correctly, yep. You pass on this information and all the related additional technical documentation to the ones that will deploy a specific model for a specific use. And so when this happens contractually, I see, for example, Japan has given interesting guidance on contracts related to AI. This would not perhaps necessitate additional regulation. But in a very concentrated market, and we heard some complaints about this morning, in which there seems to be limited transparency in passing on the information, and so limited incentive upstream to really make that information available, perhaps something needs to be done. So try to be as impartial as possible. But it's true that we are, and that's another thing that I want to put on Dragos and Juha's table. They will not like me for this. Is one thing that we can ask ourselves more generally about the EU policy process, and it is a general question for later, for them. There has been a lot of evidence-based policymaking and expert-led conversations in the making of the AI Act. Can we say the same thing about the trilogue? Meaning there are many things that are changing currently that require a lot of technical input, for example, on computational power and so on. And of course, reopening Pandora's box again is a problem, but is it, say, healthy in the final part of the policy process to bring in so many different elements? And so this, I move to Corinna to ask her a little bit about this, because we've seen lately in the past few weeks more variants of the AI Act that we've seen of the coronavirus, let's say, during the pandemic, right? So every week we get a new leak variant and so on and so forth. What do you make of the balance that it's striking? And second, do you think in its structure, since you have been over the past years dealing with GDPR quite a lot, do you think it can produce the effects, the Brussels effect, as Anu was commenting upon it, and even the two types that she illustrated before?
Okay, thank you very much. I'll start with the first question, so I can also piggyback a little bit on what Jean-Marc said. I would like to also emphasize that we see it in a very similar way, and we would not like to see the whole debate being portrayed also US versus EU, right? We heard this morning that, most of the players are US players, the big players. We think we should look beyond and really keep the whole competitiveness in mind. So as a European company, we don't appreciate to portray the debate that way. Let's throw just certain players under the bus and the rest will be fine. We don't think that for the arguments that Jean-Marc presented already, that this is a very quick moving target, and I would totally agree with you that right now we don't see the same kind of scrutiny in the trialogue that we have seen during the consultation phase, right, with the expert group, where many very bright minds could be consulted and asked for their opinion. So we would really hope that now the trialogue is not sort of, or the political pressure is not so that at the end of the day, just to get something out there, we are having, the wrong measures or the wrong guardrails in there. So we think it would be really important to also keep some flexibility and make it future-proof. I mean, we have heard it so many times today that the law must be future-proof. And coming to the Brussels effect and whether this is going to be copied around the world, Dragos said it. It's the only piece of legislation right now which is hard law, and that is a huge difference. And that we've also seen with the GDPR, right, which to me still is a fundamentally different piece of legislation because it's much narrower. I mean, it's hugely complicated, but it's much narrower. It covered the single market, and it covered one fundamental right, the right to data protection and privacy. So whether the rest of the world is going to copy the AI Act will first of all very much depend on the final outcome. And again, the trialogue is right now really a challenge. And the fact that in all the other systems we see around the globe, they are right now still able to inject more flexibility, right? Which we are not going to have in hard law. Hard law? Hard law. We will see coming back to the GDPR, there is a revision, a review envisaged for 2024. Let's see how that is going to truly take place. But all the voices I've heard on that one is really to say, this is hard law. Are we going to change the material rules of the GDPR? Procedural, maybe, but the material underlying legal text remains to be seen. So, yeah.
Do you see ourselves in 1 year discussing the review of GDPR in a room like this? Or not yet, maybe. Maybe in 2 years.
Not yet, but what do we do with the AI Act then? Are we going
absolutely.
to renegotiate in 1 year's time?
Do you see fundamental inconsistencies between the two at the moment, or not, between the approach of the AI Act and the GDPR approach?
As I said, I think they're both hard law, but nobody would say that the GDPR was simple or simple to comply with. It's massive, but it's nothing compared to the AI Act. I mean, Jean-Marc was saying that, you know, it covers safety, security aspects. The whole NLF seems to be integrated, and then you add fundamental rights on top. And now we even cover copyright. I mean, that's another battlefield that was injected. Absolutely. So I would argue that the AI Act is yet a totally different level in terms of then afterwards compliance compared to the GDPR.
Do you agree with this, Juha and Dragos? Has it become the mother of our laws, the AI Act? Meaning, we've seen in some of the latest variants, you know, using the term that I use, the very pandemic-related term that I've used before, even the introduction of principles and mechanisms that are very typical of the DSA inside specific provisions, in particular on foundation models. Is it complicating the things too much? What do you think, Juha? Or is it becoming a way, you know, to try and solve too many things at once?
Well, I don't think you would expect me to answer that question. I think it would be inappropriate. But let me just say three things. First of all, I mean, I don't comment on leaks and rumors. Obviously, as a representative of the European Commission, that's not my role. Just on the flexibility and rigidity of it. I should point out, however, that the sort of some of the key sort of core aspects are in the annexes, and they can be revised more easily in a simplified procedure, which is not going to take 2.5 years. So that was part of the architecture, which was designed that way in order to be able to respond better to the advances of this technology, which we all know is fast. The other point I would like to make is that it may be the first piece of hard law, but it will not be the only one. There are others in the pipeline. Our friends in Canada are in the process of regulating. They are reasonably advanced. Brazil was mentioned. I understand Korea has also a number of bills being discussed. And in that regard, it will not, in my view, it seems unlikely that it would remain the only piece of hard law on AI going forward.
Thank you very much. Dragos, you want to react to what was said until now? Many things for you. If you don't want, I have a question for you, of course.
No, well, I could react for a week to everything that was said. It's true that it is kind of a mother of all laws when it comes to the fact that we had to look at the GDPR, we had to look at the copyright legislation, we had to look at DSA, and I think we did good by looking at them. Because we've also learned certain things. We've learned certain things from GDPR, what was right and what was less right in the GDPR, and also looking at its implementation. We looked at the DSA and some of the very fresh thinking and solutions that were found there. And I think, again, we did good that we did that. Could we ignore the issue of copyright? Of course we could not. If we were to ignore it, we were to ignore an existential part of what AI is right now and how it is developing into the future. So yes, we were in a situation that is a bit peculiar, where we had, along the way, particularly in Parliament, we had to add things to what the Commission had initially proposed, probably more so than with any other piece of legislation. But such is the state of affairs, and this is what we had to do. So I think that, yes, it added complexity to the text. It is a testimony and a reason why it is now taking maybe longer, as you said at the beginning. But I think we need to take as much time as we need to get it right, because it is so important. Because it is going to be de facto or de jure a model for others. Because it is going to regulate pretty much everything that we are going to do in 5 to 10 years' time from now on. So I'd rather take my time and take our time as a team of negotiators, and as to the, I open a bracket as to the process itself. It's true that in a trilogue, it does look a bit like a closed conclave. And it's not as transparent, as open, as collaborative as the earlier parts of the process are. This is how it goes in a trilogue. And it's also so delicate, so sensitive, particularly now in the final stages of the negotiations, that you cannot go out to the world and say, listen, let me report on what we've done in the trilogue, because again, you're not doing justice to the team, and also you're not helping the negotiations. So it is, I can understand for certain of the observers, it might be frustrating to not know, to always try to second guess what is going on. But the one thing I can say is that we are trying our best to look at everything that is available out there in terms of thinking, in terms of solutions, to make sure that we do away with some of the risks that also Jean-Marc mentioned. Yes, we are aware that it's not going to be simple to define technical criteria to differentiate between foundation models. We know that. That is why we're now taking so much time to try to figure out exactly how it is, what's the best solution to deal with foundation models. And we haven't yet found the solution. But we're not going to commit pen to paper in writing something that we would believe would not neither be passing the test of time, which is very important, nor that it would do justice to the players out there, developers or deployers, or the ultimate users. And also, rest assured that we are very, very, very attentive also to the issue of competition. We are the last ones that would want to fence the garden and only leave a few to play in that garden. And that is also an important element of the discussions and negotiations that we're doing right now.
Thank you very much, Dragos. I mean, I think it's good that these things come out in an open conversation, right?
Absolutely.
Because it does more justice of the intensity of the work that you're doing. And in my opinion, also I've saw this because I wrote a paper a couple of years ago that looked at the value chain of AI, and this I saw how much how responsive the members of parliament have been, the rapporteurs, in sort of including that level of additional complexity, unfortunately, in the text, but giving these, including provisions on solidarity along the value chain is a way to preserve competition as well. Anu, you had a comment on this, you signaled, or?
Yes, so very briefly, I think it's just unavoidable that when you're trying to address a multifaceted problem, the law cannot be simple. I'm not prepared to choose either safety or rights. I'm not prepared to say as a producer of copyrighted material that, okay, let's forget copyright. If you look at the US's executive order, it tasks over 25 different agencies. That is the mother of all laws. So in terms of they are really trying to do everything because that is more respectful, more true to what is the problem that we are trying to address. So I think it's just something that it's in many ways it's just honest to recognize the complexity and try to address it with complexity. I think there are still many issues that needs to be resolved. I think your focus on the supply chain issue is really crucial and very hard to get right. I'd be really curious to hear what, in your view, would be the correct risk-based method within the foundation models, as opposed to the tiered model that now has been floated. So I think it's full of still important choices that we need to get right. Couldn't agree more in terms of the importance of getting the enforcement right, because otherwise I think the EU's credibility is at stake, that we have been building just incredible amount of laws that I think all reflect good intentions and are extremely influential, but only if we can really implement them and enforce them effectively.
Thank you very much, Anu. So I don't even need to ask you questions. I just want to warn the audience that I'm about to open to the floor to questions. So whoever wants to ask a question or a comment, please signal that to see, also for me to understand how many of you. Well, so far I don't see hands raised. So I turn to, there's one over there. Yeah, but I want to just ask the question that Anu just asked you. Vinny, can you give us at least a gist of what you think could be a way to incorporate that specificity in risk assessment? Yeah.
One fundamental, very simple, and I think reasonable ask that we have in this department and for the whole AI Act is give us rules we can actually comply with, which is, I think, reasonable. And that takes us to your point on the value chain. If you're a developer of AI, if you're a deployer, and as you know, there are many other parties in that chain, there are certain things you can do at your level, but then the ball is thrown to someone else, or it was with someone else before. You can't be held responsible for the other players. It's impossible unless, as you said, Andrea, you have a good contractual relationship and knowledge of all the parties, which you have in the B2B area. And I'm a bit annoyed that we are, with the ChatGPT frenzy, we are trying to regulate the hype at the moment, and we're not seeing behind the ChatGPT tree a forest of other trees B2B, open source, etc., which have nothing to do with that. And that creates a lot of problems in our value chains. And when I talk about the AI Act to my development teams, my compliance people, very often they're saying, how do we do that? Or isn't GDPR covering that? Isn't the copyright directive already covering that? How do I integrate this into my products? How do I foresee and mitigate risks to the rule of law and the environment as concepts? Which might bring us back to the discussion on standards. But there are all kinds of questions here that brings us to very difficult compliance issues, which are all related to where you sit in the value chain.
So I'll turn to Corinna, and then we collect a question. I will add the tweak to this so that you don't have to give an answer to the same exact question, which is, you mentioned, Anu, the executive order in the United States, and it has a peculiarity, which is it takes a very sector-specific view, right? It's the White House mandating behavior and actions in the different federal agencies. Do you think this element will have to be present when the AI Act is translated into concrete compliance behavior? Meaning, is there sufficient guidance in the text of the AI Act, or will it be in implementing acts or in the role of the AI office? Will there have to be something like this for compliance to be surrounded by sufficient legal certainty?
I think it will be massive going forward, and the problem is not to add anything now on top of what we already have, but it's trying to really streamline all the existing legislation we have already and what is in the pipeline. I mean, we have experienced a tsunami of legislation under this commission, which is targeting, many different areas, digital, but also like take medical devices. I wonder how they are going to get their heads around all of that. So I think rather than looking on to add anything on top, the challenge will be really how are all these different pieces of legislation going to work together? Taking again GDPR. GDPR, I have to say, is technology neutral. It's about processing personal data. Might be AI, could be something different. It's personal data. We have never, as a company said, oh, well, we're waiting for the AI Act, and then we look at how we protect personal data. No, it's already there, and you have to apply it. And for us, it's really then going to be very critical to see how can we be compliant, to see how all these different pieces of legislation are going to work together. And we would very much hope that the next commission is also going to focus on these challenges, because they might even be contradictory. And that is a real challenge to then ensure compliance. And as Jean-Marc said, it does confuse people in the company.
Yeah, and one of the key messages that we got throughout the day is that it's not a question of less or more regulation. It's a matter of the clarity of regulatory obligations. And I think this is in line with, okay, now the hands are multiplying. And we're going to have to be, superhuman here. So I'm going to collect a question over there. Please try to be concise with the questions, but still introduce yourselves when you ask the question. And so I have at least 3 questions here from the floor. Yeah. Go ahead, on the back. Yeah.
Thank you, Andrea. Kevin Zanderman from the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. I've got a question for Anu. I mean, I see that the GDPR has been brought up many times, and the last decade has seen a lot of tension on transatlantic data flows between the US and the EU, particularly about the tension between the Cloud Act and GDPR, which now seem to have sort of been resolved with the data privacy framework. Do you see any potential analogous conflicts emerging in the next decade between the executive order and the EU AI Act?
So I'll collect. There's a question here in the middle, and please bring the microphone here, over there, and then we have one question, Christophe, right? Yeah, okay, on the front. So yes, please.
Hi.
You're there. Okay. There's another one here. Okay, guys, we're going to have to be super quick then.
Sure. This is Gautam. I work for the Center on Regulation in Europe. This has been a fascinating panel because we're working on the same issue, on trying to figure out this question of international governments coming together on AI regulation, specifically on generative AI. the Hiroshima process just concluded. Principle 5 of the Hiroshima process echoes what Jean-Marc just spoke, which was about linking the risk-based approach to foundation models. So I guess my question is to the Commission and to Dragos, what should governments be doing as a next step after this process is complete, and what should they be working on? How should they translate the risk-based approach to rules? And is it, and this is a question for Andrea and the academics on the panel, is there a way to move forward by introducing a principle or concept of AI adequacy, analogous to the data protection world? And maybe that's something that policymakers should work on implementation.
Okay, for this last question, we see if we can open another panel in the agenda of the conference. We had a question here, and then I move to Christophe. So otherwise, Christophe, you take the lead. Meanwhile, someone brings the microphone to the gentleman here.
Yeah, hi.
And then I'm going to give, basically 30 seconds each to answer, because otherwise we...
Sure.
we
for once, my question will not be provocative.
And then we don't want it. No, I'm kidding.
In an age where one question can be generated into whatever the answer you want, it can be text, it can be application, it can be images, it can be any instruction, then isn't this question intellectual property? Now, we just spoke about copyright. Then how do you copyright a prompt?
How do you copyright the prompt? Okay. Did you get the microphone? Okay.
Yep.
Please introduce yourself and...
Henry Parib, the founder of a startup in AI governance. I would like to challenge a little bit the vendors, because they are saying that the politicians should bring, in fact, principles and very clear clarity and a lot of things like that. I must say also that IBM and SAP and all of those vendors have forgot also that they have also to provide some governability inside their own technology. And in fact, it's not just by saying that you should provide clarity on your side, on the political side. And I think that there is also a responsibility of you to provide that sort of capability to provide transparency. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me see if nobody else had questions. We have to wrap up anyway, so so I'm going to ask our speakers to give really, how do you say? You don't say a tweet anymore. How do you say an X or something? What do you say? A tweet of, as an answer, meaning in terms of length, to echo the questions that have been asked. We go in the same order. Do you have any comment to make?
Well, maybe on the G7. So G7 will continue its work. So that is not concluded. Actually, just we heard Yoichi Ida earlier, and we will. I mean, the task force will convene and then outline the next steps. I mean, we have a very good start, of course, with the Code of Conduct and the guiding principles, but that's one concrete way where we'll be moving forward on an intergovernmental basis.
Thank you. Dragos?
Well, I'll pick up on the very interesting question. Should we copyright a prompt? Should we also copyright a song that is produced by AI? Should we copyright a movie or a video or anything else that is produced by AI? Should we copyright or patent or what produces the soft? But it goes the same thing. If you want to give a Grammy for a very good song that is produced by AI, you give it to whom? To the guy who wrote the prompt or to the guy who wrote the algorithm? So I think the whole issue of intellectual property is challenged by AI, and I think that challenge is going to grow. And not that I want to give tasks to the Commission, but I think inevitably in the next few years we're going to end up with a revision of the current framework. I don't want to look into a crystal ball, but I think it is inevitable because of the challenges that AI is going to pose to creativity, to creation as we know it today.
Thank you very much. Anu?
Yeah. So very briefly, in the US courts, there have been these questions, and thus far the answer has been that we are copyrighting human creations. Very briefly on the question, I am afraid we may not have seen the last word on the transatlantic data flows, and there are indications that we will have another court battle, and we will hear how the European Court of Justice ultimately will view the newest privacy framework. I certainly think that the US has moved much closer to the European view, and the question is whether that is enough. But in many ways, I think we have a new presidential election in the US, which may mean that all bets are off when it comes to future conflicts in the transatlantic setting. I very much worry about the increasing move towards techno-protectionism around the world, including in this city and in the United States, which may then breed more conflicts, and also conflicts around the subsidies and foreign subsidies control. And the US is subsidizing technology very heavily, so is the European Union. There might be some conflicts there. In the AI as such, I would say that if you look at the executive order, the US has moved very closely to how the EU looks at the AI. So I don't see that we are gearing up for a major battle within the AI. And then maybe if I can pick in 10 seconds the other question of whether there ought to be some kind of an adequacy, at least some conversations on mutual recognition as the US is looking to implement the details of the executive order and the Commission is working on standardization. So that certainly would be ideal. I don't think anybody benefits if we are trying to maximize the kind of battle that results in conflicts.
Thank you, marvelous, Jean-Marc, and then Corina.
So, yeah, thank you. So I'll pick the other question then. I completely agree with you. I never said that the responsibility to be transparent has to be moved in other ways than on the developer. I'm just saying everybody should be transparent. If you look at for my company, IBM, we put out transparency principles, not this year, not like 5 years ago. Data belongs to their creator. If you cannot explain how your AI system works, then it shouldn't be on the market. Everybody in the value chain must be held liable for the AI that they put out or that they use. These principles are valid for us, for our clients, for anybody in the value chain, which I think is very open and transparent.
Thank you. Corina, you get the last.
Thank you very much. So obviously concur with Jean-Marc. I would like to take it, again back to the higher level and the trialogue and the need to keep the risk-based approach. And coming back to the analogy of cars that we had all morning, we were talking about seat belts, but actually when cars were invented, there was a person with a red flag moving in front of the car to signal here is a danger coming. And I believe it's really important that we truly understand, and that was said today as well, where are the dangers, but not slow down this incredible innovation by constantly moving with the red flag in front of it. So I really hope that this truly stays the seatbelt summit and we can keep the risk-based approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Corina. So from the Seatbelt Forum, I think this is all. And we go back to AI, give back the floor to Maeve. I want to ask you to give a big applause to our speakers. And we leave the stage now. We leave Maeve from red flags
absolutely,
to red
Andrea.
teams.
Leave the stage while the audience is clapping. That's what they say. What a great moderation as well. A round of applause for Andrea.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Some serious passion and knowledge behind that moderation. So well done, Andrea. Thank you so much. But it was such a great panel. It actually ate up all our coffee break. But we will give you a quick one if you want to go out, stretch your legs, take your coffee and then come back into the room so we can proceed with the next panel. Because we heard here a mention of Canada. We'll be actually crossing over to Canada to hear what they're up to as well in AI. So please grab a coffee, come back and see you in 5 minutes. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Please take your seats, ladies and Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And sorry we had to cut that break a little bit shorter than we hoped. But after the conference, we'll have 1 hour together downstairs where we met at lunch to network even more. So I look forward to that as well. But now, as promised, we have another panel debate. It's the final panel discussion of the conference, in fact, and it's called Organised Chaos, Trajectories for Global Governance of AI. And this session will be guided by Joshua from the Brookings Institution. He'll be heading over to Canada in just a minute to hear the view from Simon Kennedy, that's the Deputy Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. He'll also be sitting down. You can make your way slowly over here, Joshua. He'll be joined as well by Rebecca Finley, that is the CEO. Rebecca Finley is the CEO at Partnership on AI. That's a non-profit bringing together diverse voices from all across the AI community and civil society. Aliki Fonikopouli, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name quite right, Senior Director of EU Government Affairs and Public Policy from Salesforce. Please feel free to share with us how you pronounce your name.
Just the O that's silent. Finikopoulou is what's left.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Lovely name. We also have Matteo Quattrocchi, the Director of Policy EMEA from the Software Alliance. So good to see you all. We're also hoping, ladies and gentlemen, to cross over to Tanzania and bring in Neema Lugangira. She's an MP, and she's also the chair of the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance. So we might be hearing from her a little bit later. But in the meantime, Josh, over to you.
Yes, great. And I've kind of always had mixed feelings about the title of this summit, this panel, Organised Chaos, but I think it's actually somewhat appropriate. We've heard a lot today already about the multitude of approaches to AI governance. We've had a strong focus on what's been going on domestically. We had a great panel before on what's been happening in the EU, but we've heard also views about what's happening in the US, in Africa, in Brazil, in other countries. We're going to cross to Simon shortly to get a perspective on what's going on in Canada. But we started out this event by having a conversation around the emphasis on domestic AI governance as really being the kind of building block towards forms of international cooperation. And we use this concept of international cooperation in AI governance to speak to the need to build alignment and interoperability amongst different AI governance approaches happening domestically. So the standards conversation that Cam moderated fits into that as a mechanism for building interoperability through standards. There are other approaches to that as well. But there is, of course, also another sort of parallel, complementary possible conversation that talks about international AI governance, which at some levels posits other developments at the international level for governing AI, and this is an opportunity to have a conversation about how that may or may not look. We've got a slightly shorter panel just because the day has been full and we've run a little over time, so I'm going to get right into it. And Simon, I'd love to just turn to you initially. Thanks for your patience and being online. And Canada's doing quite a bit on AI policy, both in terms of legislation, but also in terms of you have centres of excellence. Canada's been one of the sort of prime supporters of GPI. So I'd love to hear sort of broadly about what Canada's doing domestically and how Canada is thinking about cooperation on AI governance as well.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Joshua. I'm really delighted to be able to join you guys virtually. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. Some people will know that Canada has made artificial intelligence a priority now for a number of years. We were actually the first, I believe, the first country to have a national strategy on AI. We launched in 2017. We were, I guess, blessed perhaps, by luck to have a number of the leading founders of the field be Canadian, and the government of the day took that as an opportunity to build around some of those leaders, Yoshua Bengio, Jeff Hinton, and others, and invested significant money to create 3 AI institutes. And so we have actually quite a stable of scientific and research expertise in this space, and people who have been thinking about issues such as AI safety for a long time. We recently renewed the strategy last year with another significant federal investment, and we, in addition to kind of support for research, we added a component for support to commercialization in an effort to try to move a lot of the work kind of out of the laboratory, if you like, and actually into the economy, into our healthcare sector, for example, into the financial sector to try to make use of these technologies. As these issues and concerns around the safety, responsible use of AI have grown more and more pronounced over the last number of years. In keeping with this hope that Canada would continue to play a leading role in this space, we did a number of things. The government of Canada actually introduced legislation about a year ago or so now to actually create a foundational approach to the regulation of artificial intelligence. It's called the Artificial Intelligence and Data Act. It is now in our House of Commons, moving through the legislative process. We were the second jurisdiction, I think, in the world to have this, at least advanced, democratic jurisdiction to have this kind of effort to kind of regulate and put guardrails around AI after the European Union. That legislation has actually produced a lot of debate, and we've had people, very vocal on one side or the other about the merits of what we're trying to do. Very briefly, for your audience and for the panel, we chose quite deliberately in the legislation to put in place a framework approach, kind of a general, a law of general application that would apply to all activities in the economy. And it was really not designed to have an enormous amount of very precise detail around specific sectors. And the way that I think of it is it's a little bit like consumer product regulation. Generally, if you go into a large, department store, there are thousands and thousands of different consumer products. And generally, if you look at Canada or the United States, for example, there is legislation on consumer product safety that is meant to be general legislation that sets an expectation that people that manufacture consumer products do so in a way where they exercise due diligence. If they become aware of dangers in their product, they're required to withdraw from the market. They're required to do testing and that sort of thing. But generally, there aren't very, very prescriptive rules set by government around every single consumer product in the market. That would be almost impossible to do. And, the innovation happening in the private sector is significant. So every year, new products come to market. And so you need rules of general application. So that's what we try to do with our Artificial Intelligence and Data Act, with the plan being that once we have that basic foundation in place, we would then be able, to go in and develop very specific regulations about specific aspects of AI and specific, specific issues as they arise. This was partly because, what we heard from experts was this is an area that's evolving so quickly that it would be folly to imagine that we have the detailed knowledge now to allow us to regulate with a great deal of precision. And I think we've been validated in that approach because actually it was after we tabled the legislation that there was this, explosive kind of rise in interest in generative AI, ChatGPT-4, coming out into public consciousness, and the rise in concerns about generative AI and large language models. And our view is that legislation actually, that basic kind of foundational approach, serves us well to deal with these kinds of developments. In addition to the legislation, we have been working and actually recently released a voluntary code of conduct, working with our private sector, working with civil society, with an aim being to bridge from now until that legislation comes into force. And that code of conduct, talks about principles such as the need for transparency, focusing on human oversight and monitoring, and it includes things such as developing mechanisms to enable AI-generated content to be detected, such as watermarking. Those who sign on to the code, commit to undertaking, rigorous risk assessment, mitigation, and testing measures, such as, red teaming, for example, when you're developing, new AI products that you would put out into the marketplace, and in committing information sharing among participants in the AI value chain. And we've had important companies such as Cohere, OpenText, BlackBerry, CGI, and others that have signed on to that. And of course, we've been a very active participant in the international discussions around AI governance. We've been one of the founders of GPay, of course, but very active in the G7 Hiroshima process. The Prime Minister and my minister, the Minister of Industry, were participating in the recent UK summit. And we're very pleased actually to see the evolving international discussion around governance of AI. I mean, our view is that this is a very powerful general purpose technology. It will undoubtedly reshape every sector. from health to transport, to education to finance. And as these systems become, more pervasive and more capable, not only will the potential benefits, be important, but actually the risk will be significant. And if we're going to build public trust, and if we're going to ensure that the benefits of AI accrue, evenly or distributed across society, and that there's a measure, I guess, of kind of, justice in terms of, the access of different regions and different countries to the benefits, and that we are able as humanity to manage the risks, it's going to be very difficult to do that without having some, shared benchmarks around, transparency, responsibility, and so on. So we think that international governance is going to be an important part of the equation, and we think that the work we've done in Canada, would be, we need to be working domestically on these issues if we hope to make a contribution internationally. And we certainly don't see domestic regulation and the development of domestic codes and standards as incompatible with the international dialogue. They really reinforce each other. So I hope that's helpful. That would be kind of a quick overview of what we're doing here in Canada.
No, some that's very helpful. And one of the conversations that has a theme, at least I think that's come through today, has been this contrast that's been drawn between, whether it's binding or non-binding. And so, the executive order in some sort of formal sense is non-binding. It's unlike legislation. Legislation is binding, and that's the EU approach, and others. And Canada has sort of weaved, I think, an approach which binds together what you call general purpose approach through regulation, but then relies heavily on general purpose set of laws through a piece of legislation, and then you're relying quite heavily on regulatory guidance to be adaptive and to provide a lot more of the detail. And I thought your example of how kind of product regulation works actually was quite illuminating in that respect. And so it underscores, I think, that maybe the debate is less about binding, non-binding, but it's more about flexibility, because we're all trying to achieve common goals here, and how do we understand and learn from each other's experience to identify best practices and approaches going forward. So I think the Canada example is a really excellent, third example of how you can combine sort of forms of hard law legislation, but also relying a lot on sort of more nimble regulatory approaches as AI develops and new challenges come forward. I'll come back to you. I don't know if there's anything you want to kind of comment on as I reflect on that, but I'll certainly come back to you again shortly.
Well, just very briefly, I would say, and others are, to be frank, maybe more expert than I am in AI specifically, but I have to say that I'm not entirely certain that the evolution of governance in AI will be a whole lot different from the evolution of governance in other very important, areas of society or the economy that all countries are grappling with. Issues around how you manage national security, how you manage taxation, and so on. I mean, I was the Prime Minister's representative of the G20 years ago, and national governments will inevitably want to set, in some cases, hard rules that reflect the values of their society. It's unrealistic potentially to expect that every country is going to land in exactly the same place. But even if you don't land in the same place, you may well share the same sentiments. You may well share the same principles. So I think, given the pervasive and really transformative nature of AI, every country is going to have to grapple with this. But different societies are going to reach slightly different conclusions about where to set the dial in terms of their own regime. And that's going to inevitably necessitate, a dialogue around interoperability. There may well be some common standards, that arise internationally that perhaps, countries might want to memorialize in a treaty or in a bilateral agreement. So, and then, because of the pervasive nature of the technology, I mean, akin maybe to electricity, you're going to have probably some, combination of hard rules and regulations, but also codes and standards and best practices. Like, I think it's a good thing that, this is going to be an evolutionary process. And I think actually being nimble and recognizing that there's going to be a wide variety of governance tools that are going to come to bear, and that you can have codes and standards and kind of softer approaches coexisting with harder approaches like law and regulation, and you can have voluntary existing with mandatory, and you can have coherence and coordination working alongside more rigorous processes like treaties and so on that are much more binding, and you see that in a whole variety of international governance. So I think we'll probably have some evolution of the rules, much as we've seen in some other areas. So I don't know. I hope that's helpful. But I would say I'm not sure that the governance challenges are a whole lot different than they are in some other, really important areas of the international architecture. Thanks.
No, that's very helpful. And in fact, you've answered the question of the panel, so we might actually finish early. But what I do want to do is take a step back and open it up now to maybe just the foundational question and ask each panel to just reflect on this, which is, given the developments we've been talking about today, why do we need international cooperation? And from your perspective, if you want to sort of get into the types of forms that you think would be kind of most helpful, most productive, and most realistic in terms of what we can achieve. Let me open it up to you.
Sure, thank you. And I think the event today, it's very, very topical, not only because exactly AI is on top of everyone's mind, but it is also coming a week after, what seemed like a culmination of very important events in the US with the executive order, at the G7 level, in the UK with the summit. And I think that by now everyone agrees that international alignment is very important. Now, from the perspective of my company, Salesforce, we are an international company. We were founded in the US, but we have been operating here in the EU since 2000. We have physical operations and customers in many, many different countries around the world. And our customers are also international companies. So there is kind of this chain, let's say, of like the regulatory developments and the regulatory compliance that we will need to do, also the one that our customers need to do. We provide enterprise software solutions, applications to our customers, but we are also very much invested in the cloud, but we're also very much invested in AI for many, many years now. So these are all questions that we haven't been asking ourselves since ChatGPT was out, or for a couple of years now. It's been like a conversation we have been having as a company, but also with our customers. And I think that's an interesting perspective when you look at the value chain or the ecosystem. When we're talking about companies like Salesforce, that we operate in the business to business, the questions about fairness, transparency, safety, protection of data, all our customers have been discussing these things with us. So we have been developing a body of knowledge, let's say, and of course, the right practices, responsible development of our technology, et cetera, for some time now. Exactly because we operate in this international context, we have been advocating, supporting international alignment on any more or less regulatory topic you can think about when it comes to the digital sector. By default, it is the way we believe that, through international alignment, you can build more robust frameworks. You can find more robust solutions to questions that are, frankly, don't know any borders, like the risks about AI. They're not like specified by a country or by the borders of a country or even a jurisdiction. So there are players like the EU, the US, the UK, Canada, Japan, who have been like doing a lot of great work. All these players coming together, but also other jurisdictions that we believe might have important things to say, sitting together at the table with civil society, with industry, with academia, with players. This is the way to go forward when it comes to tackling the full spectrum, really, of harms, because we see some conversations are really focused on the very existential, forward-looking, scenario, sci-fi scenario, almost type of risks. We are also seeing like very important conversations for the day-to-day risks, let's say, or the harms that AI is already causing today. Especially in our sector, we see, like, as I said before, concerns with regard to like the protection of data, the safety of our customers' data, bias, toxicity, things like that. That are a bit more of a tangible concern. So all these different fora, the conversation, the fact that it's happening, it's very welcome. I personally see a sense of urgency shared by many, which sometimes at the international level you don't see that often. So we have seen really, from the moment ChatGPT entered our lives, or the conversation has happened in so many different levels so quickly, and I think it's really astonishing to see the willingness of all these, as I said, nations and different players to get together and discuss and find solutions.
That's fantastic. regulatory alignment, wherever we can do it, is a plus. I'm going to pick up on that shortly. Matteo, let me turn to you.
It's hard to add more to what's already being said. So I guess we can try and look at it from a slightly different perspective in terms of what it is that we mean with AI governance. Because echoing what Simon has said, there are other fora that have dealt with foundational issues that are horizontal in nature and have put together governments, social forces, and civil society, and private sector, and so forth. One key aspect that is important to keep in mind is that AI is equally foundational, will touch upon a number of different sectors, and there's a lot of experience in those sectors. So the expectation to have AI as a monolith, and then in a system of international AI governance as a monolith that sort of deal with that and put that kind of armor on it, is great, and it would be amazing, but I'm pretty sure you would need an AI to do that, because it would have to put together a wealth of knowledge from a million different sectors that are going to be touched by AI in very different ways. So one important aspect of that is also taking that into consideration, as obvious as it might sound, and not fall into the temptation of wanting to solve everything in one place. One other important aspect, echoing again the experience of Canada and other places, is recognizing the differences that you have at the domestic level, at the regional level, the sub-regional level, as we heard today too. It's important to agree and accept that not one system is better than the other. And that is a risk that as industry you see, and you can translate that into a requirement for interoperability, alignment, but fundamentally not having the expectation that that one particular system is better than the other. Because you might want, again, as Simon said, you might want to get to the same place, but you probably take different ways to get there. If you take the executive order, if you actually look at it, indeed it is not that far away in the approach from what the AI Act is doing, from what Canada is doing. And one might fall into the trapping of call it non-binding, or it's not an actual law, but at the same time it will carry the force of law on a number of things. So it would be reductive to expect that to be then immediately translated into federal law. Probably would be better to have that, but at the same time, it's going to carry a number of obligations. So the ability to have international fora where you can exchange that information and you can talk to your peers, be them governments or private sector or civil society, and understand that your approach is equally valid, and agree, for example, a number of important foundational aspects. What are the principles we're looking for? What are the objectives we want to achieve? What are actually we talking about? Is the terminology and taxonomy is quite important. We've seen now that the US and the EU are discussing that right now. I think the next meeting they will discuss taxonomy and terminology. That probably is one place to start. And then you might go at it in different many ways, but if you can agree to the fact that you all want the same objectives, that can lead to better cooperation at the international level.
Great, thank you. Interoperability, which is a theme that's come through, I think, across the day. Let's get back to that. Rebecca.
Yeah, thank you so much. Pleasure to be here. I wanted to pick up on this dynamic nature of the domestic and the international, and I had the opportunity, I can't believe it was just last week, to be in Bletchley Park, and I chaired the round table that was what should national policymakers do. And I think everybody in this room would be aware. The fear, of course, is that the policymakers and representatives of government would show up with their 2 pages, they would read their prepared remarks, and the round table was over. And there was a part that was certainly that experience. However, I was really heartened to see the level of engagement around the room. Now, it's not just the policymakers, but with industry and civil society representatives as well, really trying to reject the binary between regulation and innovation, despite what they may be positioning externally, really trying to get into the nuts and bolts of what are all of the different levers that governments have, and how can they learn from each other. So all the way from different types of hard law approaches right through to regulatory sandboxes and all of those other things, and capacity building across their populations and skills development and otherwise. So it was a really interesting conversation, and it gets back to your point, which is that I think it was a useful conversation to share their own experiences, and one of the recommendations that came out of that discussion was, how can we be doing more of that internationally? How can we be creating those spaces for policymakers to learn from each other, appreciating that they have to respond within their national context? So linking that now to international collaboration. I come from the Partnership on AI, which is a multi-stakeholder organization. And it's interesting that governments will often say they want to put in place a multi-stakeholder process, or industry will come together in trade associations or otherwise. But there are very few nonprofit organizations, in my experience, that are set up and founded to be multi-stakeholder from the start. So we were founded in 2016 with an investment from Amazon and Apple and IBM, Microsoft, Google, and Facebook at the time. But the interesting thing was we also were founded with an investment from the MacArthur Foundation, and the ACLU in the United States has been an active member of our board right from the very beginning. So we really see our work as being a lifting up civil society and a civil society perspective that is informed across our multi-stakeholder organization. So what does that allow us to do? It allows us, I think, to move more quickly in setting up what we think of as voluntary best practices that really drive changes in practice, but also can inform policy moving forward at the international and at the national level. So 2 examples, every voluntary set of commitments that has come out of governments working with industry has talked about watermarking. But watermarking, as everybody in this room knows, is very complex. How you do it both from a technical capability, how it interacts in different use cases, and then what are the governance mechanisms that sit on top of it. So that's an area that we, for example, have been working on for about 4 years. So identified it very early on, realized that detecting deepfakes was probably not the best way to go, and we needed to focus more on provenance and authenticity. So there's an example where we can do some work early on. We can release a code of conduct. We can bring a community together that's fairly diverse. So TikTok is there, Witness, the human rights organization, BBC, the media organization, can come together to really figure out how to move it forward.
That's great. That's super helpful. And we obviously very much think a multi-stakeholder approach to developing this is essential. And you guys have been doing excellent work in this space. So one of the things that we've been hearing, I think, throughout the day is, it's clear that there's different places where international conversations are happening on AI. We've heard about the role the G7 has played. We've talked a bit about the Trade and Technology Council between the US and the EU. We've mentioned GPI. We're going to hear from Amandeep shortly about the developments that are happening in the UN space. So it's clearly a distributed landscape. There is potentially some way of thinking about this structurally. We saw, for instance, that some of the outcomes from the Trade and Technology Council are sort of fed into the G7 process, such as around the Code of Conduct. That was also then came out of the White House as well in July. So there are linkages that are coming out, but there are also areas of complementarity and overlap. And it's a question, I guess, starting with you, Simon. How do you see this landscape at the moment? Is it a place where we should be at the moment, and this distributed arrangement allows for maybe flexibility and agility, or are we missing something there at the moment that we need to add on or develop?
Well, my own sense, Joshua, is it's a bit too early to tell. I mean, certainly there are voices, prominent voices who have called, for international governance along the lines of, say, an AI version of the International Energy Agency. But I think we have some way to go, would be my sense, before we can make a determination of whether we need a very formalized international organization that coordinates all this. My own personal view is this is a very dynamic area now. I think some of these questions will be answered and will shake out in the next couple of years. I think it's a very positive development that you have, the major powers are all very active in this space, and that you have these dialogues going on at the G7, through the OECD, through GPay. We had, China attend the AI summit in the UK. We have the announcement of the new AI safety institutes that the US and the United Kingdom are going to put together. We're actually examining doing something similar. So I'm sorry, I don't mean to, not deliberately try to avoid answering your question, but I actually think that, it remains to be seen how all of this evolving work coalesces. I think objectively, it's a good thing that you've got Europe, the United States, certainly Canada's a small player, but you've got jurisdictions that are actively trying to think through how to govern AI. They're moving to put in place, guardrails and to further develop governance in this space. And then all of these players are actively talking. I think that's all a very, very good development. And then the question becomes, would a kind of a loose approach like that, will that be sufficient and where does it lead in the longer term? My own personal view would be, I think we've got to kind of let that process play out. And my own view would be, again, I'm not maybe the world's foremost expert in this space, but it remains to be determined whether or not we need a new formal institutional architecture, or whether something that is a bit more multipolar might work. I mean, I don't want to overdo the analogy, but there's been a bit of a debate in trade circles in the same space. You've got the WTO, and I think everyone agrees that's been a very important institution to help to mediate global trade. But there has been also a school of thought that actually bilateral trade agreements might be the way to go, given that the WTO can only, frankly, achieve so much, and that there are certain kinds of arrangements that countries might want to make, amongst each other that are much harder to do in a multilateral setting. So, without wanting to overdo it, I do think, there probably is some merit to having a more formalized international architecture at some point. But I think there's probably more work to be done for nations and countries to evolve their own thinking, and for the international dialogue to advance before we can get to the point where we start making pronouncements about what things should look like.
No, Simon, that's very helpful. I mean, we started off the day by talking about what's practical, what's doable, and I think keeping the conversation grounded in the realities of politics and geopolitics, and the also pressing need to make progress on AI here and now, considering the time and political capital that would probably take to set up any type of organization and to make it effective, I think is a really important way that you've grounded that response. So I think that sort of level sets for us really nicely. Alika, let me turn to you. I want to sort of pull out you on this same conversation. Like, how are you seeing the architecture of what's happening internationally? How does it look from where you sit?
It's definitely, a lot of conversations happening, as we said, in different fora. However, there are things, there is convergence on many of the topics. So, and it's also like a lot of the players present in, G7, they have been also very active within the OECD and the UN conversation. So there is like some definitely complementary efforts. There's definitely, I also see it like that, like links of the same chain or of one chain. You can use also like, for instance, the OECD, the language that we saw there about what is AI, the definitions made its way into the EU AI Act. Then the EU AI Act is used as a template for maybe other countries that are thinking about regulation. So there is some continuity there. I think it will be possible that, or I think we will see maybe some of these fora specializing on specific issues. So we talked about safety. Maybe some of these fora look more into these kind of frontier models or the very advanced models. Maybe some fora look a little bit more into the human rights aspects of the uses of AI. Maybe others will look into the perspectives, as we said, of like maybe businesses using AI for more now and here type of concerns. So I think we might be seeing in the next maybe year some more clarity as to how all these things tie up together. As I said before, we have seen everyone reacting to these conversations very, very rapidly. So I think it has created also this kind of, we all need to be there talking to each other. As Simon was saying, it's very, very important. The important thing from my perspective is to make sure that there are some things like very basic concepts, like definitions, like the risk-based approach that we were discussing also in other sessions today, like the realization that there is like responsibility for players along the value chain, depending on their role, that everyone has a role to play in making sure that AI is developed and deployed safely. There are some like high-level themes like these and very important concepts that I think would be better decided and agreed at a very horizontal and at the highest level. And of course, there can also be more sectoral approaches AI is also posing so many questions. We were discussing competition in the previous session. It was mentioned privacy considerations, copyright, intellectual property considerations as well. And there are already conversations happening at the enforcement agency level. So we saw G7 competition authorities also discussing recently. We saw data protection authorities discussing recently these issues. So I think everyone will find a little bit like their space in that conversation. What I think is important, as I said, is that like big and important fundamental concepts for the risk-based approach, for allocation of responsibility throughout the value chain are agreed at the highest and more horizontal level. And I also think it's very important that these conversations reflect a little bit the whole ecosystem, that there is plurality from nations and countries. It's also plurality from the voices from the industry around the table. We were mentioning before how important this diversity of opinion and different actors getting together. As I was saying at the beginning, I think businesses like Salesforce, who have a presence in the enterprise world, exactly because of all the expertise we have developed throughout the years and the fact that we're talking to so many different sectors, there is a specific value for us to participate in these conversations and not only focus on the consumer-facing or mass market software applications or AI applications that sometimes dominate the conversation.
Yeah, that's actually very helpful. I think that really kind of lays out a landscape that kind of complements what Simon said. I just want to pull out a couple of key themes and then turn it over to this side of the panel. It seems to me that one of the things that AI is clearly challenging both domestically and internationally is we need to think very innovatively about how we approach it. We've used a lot of analogies, seatbelts, to take one example, which has been illuminating in part because it's sort of revealed how different AI and the challenges and opportunities and risks are to previous sort of innovations and technologies. And I think that's also true when we think about governance, in that we have sort of mechanisms we've developed for particular opportunities and challenges, the WTO, for instance, being one, the IAEA being another, but again, AI in some respects is different. And you both have outlined sort of this multifaceted world where you have forms of binding commitments, a lot of voluntary approaches, you emphasize cooperation, there's a lot of bottom-up approaches as well that will filter up, and thinking about this in this kind of multifaceted way sort of challenges, I think, typical binding, non-binding, international, non-international, and so forth. One of the so I want to I put that out there, and I'd love any kind of responses to that. The other piece I want to ask you is, one of the points I think has been made repeatedly throughout the day is we need to get our definitions down, and maybe that is something we need more international attention on, and alignment on some of these big points where I do think we are increasingly getting alignment, such as risk-based regulation. How do we think about conformity assessment and so forth? Any reflections on that in the context of where you're seeing the AI governance space developing at the moment?
Yes, and I think it's interesting, just to build up on Aliki's and Simon's point, how it's simultaneously, in a way, it's too early to tell, and it's already been told, because AI is not this thing that develops outside of Earth and then just folds on us, and then all of a sudden we have to design a completely new infrastructure for everything AI does. AI is being integrated in sectors that already are regulated. So how do we help those sectors implement, enforce, adapt, update, scale down, scale up the rules that already exist? And that's a place where you can have international AI governance, because then you can exchange best practices, you can exchange what your considerations are in specific fields. And I think, for example, one incredibly important point that Vice President Harris made last week is even the concept of existential threat, how relative that might be. So as you start to translate that, you have this kind of two-way cross-pollination between what is international and what is domestic, and at the same time what's horizontal and what's sectoral, and you kind of have to find a way to make all of that work together. And it can be translated into something we can call interoperability, which I think is sometimes a misnomer for the way that legislation and essentially different legal perspectives can work together. It makes you think more of a machine, right? It's not really how that works. The body of law is much more alive, and I think all of us are bred into this kind of legal traditions that, you know, the law evolves, and the way that the US might do case law is completely different the way that EU might do it. We heard today a very important point about the importance of not thinking exclusively through the lens of some specific legal traditions, and now Africa is somehow right now just watching what happens and see what washes over them. That's absolutely not the right approach, because it's important to make sure that whenever a regulatory framework, a voluntary framework is implemented and put to work in an African country, it's recognized just as valid as others. So how do we benefit also from the understanding that there are countless experts in their specific sectors that are seeing AI being deployed, let's say in banking? How do we have an expectation that World AI Commission is able to regulate everything on AI, give you all these principles without listening to them? They're seeing it on the ground. So it is too early to tell, but at the same time, we do have international organizations that have built on this ability to be horizontal and high level, but then also kind of let go a bit of that ability. The WTO is one excellent example, another the UN to a degree. So maybe that's also a template we can follow, but at this stage, even building up a World AI office, however you want to call it, it would be such a monumental effort that by the time you're done, you have to hire so many people to actually catch up that you have to start over again.
Yeah.
I would absolutely agree, and I agree with Simon's comments right off the top. And I don't think that means we're not doing something. I think that's the important message we need to deliver. In fact, there are many, many efforts underway, regionally, domestically, and internationally as well. And I think those need to keep moving forward. And it's been interesting, I think, to see the relative level alignment that, you know, in terms of what the G7 is doing, in terms of the White House commitments that kicked off very early on. Now we're seeing other commitments. There's a fairly general alignment around where those are falling. And so that's good, because that can happen and we can keep moving forward with what we're doing. In terms of all the proposals that have been made, I'm not even sure about the IPCC model that a lot of people are talking about. It is unclear to me, one, that we have the scientific capacity within the AI community to stand up something similar to the IPCC, and that there's enough even scientific consensus out there with regard to the current path from what we are currently calling foundation versus frontier, nor do I think, you know, in terms of figuring out how the member states would get involved in that work. Now, that may be something that evolves, and I'm looking forward to seeing that, and I know it's a strong point that many people are advocating for, but it's not clear to me yet that that can happen. And it comes back to Elham's comments this morning about the need for the scientific underpinnings of this technology. And the one thing that Simon didn't mention, but as a Canadian I have to mention, is that one of the reasons why Canada has such a strong research base was because of the very early investment in publicly funded science and research that happened across Canada, particularly when it came to engineering, early work on robotics and AI and otherwise. And so if there was one thing I would say, it's the work in, whether it's Horizon Europe or the work that's happening out of NSF and elsewhere across different jurisdictions, the need for publicly funded open science with regard to AI is crucially important. Too much is happening behind closed doors.
Yeah, it's interesting, the IPCC, because we had the conversation from the Irish minister earlier today, where they had stood up an independent expert to sort of talk about the latest in AI science, and that being an interesting and a seemingly positive experiment at a domestic level. The IPCC, of course, is not an international organisation; it's a network of scientists, and that's different. And there is a question, I think, around, unlike climate change, which can be studied, out in the field, we would need to get access to foundational AI models held by the private sector. So I hear that there's a lot of challenges with that. I want to open it up to questions from the audience. I have plenty more questions from the panel, but I want to give the audience an opportunity to come in. So raise your hand if you have a question, and we have a microphone. Yes, gentleman over here to start with.
Robert Whitfield from the One World Trust. I've been very struck that today it's about global AI conference. Today's panel was on the trajectories for global governance, and yet there's been no reference to the Global Digital Compact. There's been one reference to the High-Level Advisory Board on AI, which seems strange. And so I'd be interested in the panel's view on those processes. I know we're going to hear Amandeep sing shortly, but what are your views about the current UN processes and whether AI should be part of the Global Digital Compact, if it should be separated out? What are your views?
Yep. Anyone want to kick off on that?
I don't have a view on the Global Digital Compact. That's an interesting question. I hadn't thought about that. With regard to the UN, I think that Amandeep is doing a very good job of building a community to raise awareness, which I think is one of the things that the UN can do very well, is take a human rights approach to raising awareness and also bringing many, many other voices around the table with regard to AI. I will be interested to see the work that that group is going to do moving forward, but I'm actually quite happy to see that that has been stood up, and I think there's a very important role for the UN to play. And just coming back, I am on the science question. I'm quite interested to see what happens with the safety institutes, because that could create the network that allows for some of this international work to happen as well.
Simon, do you want to come in on that question at all?
Sure, I have a whole lot more to add. I would say we're obviously interested in the work, but what is striking to me is the sheer number of bodies where this is an active dialogue: the G7, the G20, the TTC, the OECD, GPAY, the Freedom Online Coalition. There's a lot of players that are active in this conversation, and we're involved with all of them. But I don't have a particular view on that particular forum that's rolling.
And there's clearly a conversation which we were going to have a more deeper conversation around access in the African context, because there is, I think, a question around the SDGs, development, the role of technology broadly, but certainly artificial intelligence in kind of enabling that to happen, and what we have in place and what we don't have in place. It's not necessarily, I think, an AI-specific conversation, because it's a broader technology enabling access development conversation. But I think the AI conversation, for what we've had today, really adds additional kind of need to have that be real, because the digital divide potentially widens rather than narrows if we don't make progress there. Cam.
Thank you. So my question is to Rebecca. You mentioned that at Bletchley there was a lot of focus on what are the levers that governments have, and I wonder in that context sort of how the executive order that Anu Bradford called the mother of all AI laws was received and looked at as a roadmap for pushing levers across a variety of sectors.
Well, certainly from my perspective, it was remarkable to see the executive order come out 2 days before the safety summit. And as with all, has anybody read the whole order? Anybody in the room made it to, oh my gosh. I'm so impressed. So this is, really significant and comprehensive as a government, as we've talked about earlier today. So I think it in some ways it set the baseline for the conversation going into the summit, in that it was a recognition that, in this case, the U.S. government was prepared to take significant domestic action with regard to what we're broadly defining as safety, but also brings into the TAFE. And I think that was the other piece probably of the executive order, right? Was that it was broadly defined, not just in terms of frontier safety, for what that means, but really thinking about current harms as well, whether it was worker protections or bias and discrimination or otherwise. So I think that was very, very important.
Great. Any other questions? Yeah.
Hi, Christophe Zeng. I'm the founder of World Artificial Intelligence Supervision Commission, Association in Geneva, and as well as some other associations. I set up a lot of associations. Well, if that civil society commission already existed, and the plan already existed, and even the headquarters had already been identified, and the adoption was only a political will, depending on some geostrategic choices. How would you see this panel or the European Union or the different stakeholders engage each other for maybe adopting or not adopting, at least having an answer for this?
Okay. Anyone want to?
I just want to make sure I understood the question 100%. You're talking about the one international body that would supervise or
rule them all,
regulate.
Yeah. The one ring.
Hybrid between the UN and the different, and then since the UN is has some advantages and disadvantages, then this entity or this set of entities can take the relay on speed.
I don't think there is. I mean, personally, I don't think there's like a perfect answer, like the perfect institution, body, agency, whatever you want to call it. Exactly for the reasons that I mentioned before. AI touches upon so many different things. Either you need to find really experts on all the different questions arising from the very important, like human rights questions, where maybe the UN has more to offer, to competition concerns, to data privacy and protection, to cybersecurity and safety concerns. I think it's going to be more of a effort like where more players will actually provide like their expertise. Now, when it comes to like how the EU might be cooperating, I think the EU is very keen on taking a leadership role, and rightly so, because they do have the expertise, the know-how about regulation and many of these safeguards. I'm very pleased from the perspective of my company to see how the EU is endorsing these international conversations. They were discussing with the US on a code of conduct even before the G7 kind of came into that conversation, and they were very eager on getting like input from industry. So I think they are really making the effort. More than that, I think it's a question more for government officials, to be honest with you, to answer. But again, I'm going back to the point that at the moment what we see is a lot of willingness. How exactly will translate into in practice, what that would look like might be a bit of an open question for now.
Yeah.
Joshua?
Yeah, Simon, you want to comment on that? Yep.
Just very briefly, and I'm sorry, I want to sort of, provide, I guess, a statement of the obvious, but I had this experience many years ago working as a government official, but kind of dealing with the shipping industry. And this was in the wake of the Exxon Valdez oil disaster in Alaska. Some people might remember there was a large super tanker that broke up and was, kind of created headlines, certainly in the United States. And the U.S. Congress, within a very short space of time, passed legislation to dramatically strengthen the rules around oil tankers and so on. The reason I'm telling you this story is there was longstanding international governance around shipping on the high seas, including standards for marine oil tankers and pollution prevention and this sort of thing. And and that had been around a long time under the UN system and so on. And when Congress decided actually the standards weren't good enough and just unilaterally made a move, it actually dragged most of the rest of the world along with it. And the reason being, if most shipping companies want to be doing business with the U.S., and the U.S. became a bit of a pace setter because they just said if you're going to dock in the U.S. port, you have to follow our rules. And I think that analogy kind of holds here, like the fact that the U.S. Some of these international institutions and architecture we're talking about, the UN system and so on, are really important, and we shouldn't in any way dismiss them. But I think realistically, they're only likely ever going to be useful as a role to, in a sense, set some minimum standards, try to socialize, and bring a kind of a bit of an international baseline to whatever activities, whatever regulatory or legal activities that countries choose to do in the AI space. But at the end of the day, the major powers in this space that have the tech companies, that have the economic clout, such as the United States, such as Europe, I mean, realistically, they're going to be key players in determining what the rules look like. And so the fact that the Americans came out with this executive order with extensive rules, that's going to, in effect, as Canadians, we're aiming to play a meaningful role. We actually have things we can contribute. But when a country with 20% of the world's GDP and most of the major platform companies and some of the and a huge amount of the critical mass in AI decides that it's going to set a certain set of rules, let's not kid ourselves. That's going to be a major development in what the international architecture will eventually look like. And at some point, obviously, the Chinese and others are going to, they'll be jockeying and jostling. But I think, the dynamic between the major, superpowers in this space and how they choose to act and what kind of rules they choose to put in place and how that then transmits into the global governance is important, because we can talk about these international institutions. We need to contribute to those. We want to have some multilateralism in this space. But I think at the end of the day, and it was ever thus, those who are the biggest, players and have the most clout, in some respects, are going to, play a significant role in determining what the global architecture looks like. And I think we're already seeing that happen with the moves the European Union and the Americans are making in this space.
Yes, Simon, that's a very helpful, I think, perspective. I guess it's a little like how the WTO developed with the Green Room process, the Quad, which was then kind of broadened out to other countries. And I think the realism that you kind of bring to this in terms of how this might develop is very kind of helpful. We've got one, but did you want to come quickly on Simon's?
I wanted to just add, it's undeniable that that's the effect, right? Like that's the EU and the US and other players in the world are going to be trendsetters. At the same time, I think it's interesting to also look a bit at the threads of policy priorities you have. And certain places are in different stages of where it is, but as much as it's a buzzword, like a risk-based approach, it is what most countries are looking at. The EU is looking at it. You may be far ahead in having determined what the risks are, what the use cases are deemed risky. Others might be at the stage where they're analyzing their legislation. I think one piece of the work that the HLAG in Europe did, which is often overlooked, is the second part of the guidelines, which is looking at EU legislation. What do we have? How do we make it work with AI? That it's an important piece, and many countries are doing that right now. That doesn't mean they're not doing anything, as Rebecca was saying. It's a very important part of what you're doing. But fundamentally, you're seeing that the policy trends are there. You have a mixture of binding rules and at the same time a mixture of voluntary rules. You have roughly an umbrella of horizontal rules. The EO is in a way, executive order is in a way that, the AI Act is definitely that, and then it often goes down vertically. So yes, there are trendsetters, but in a way, they're also the trends that are already there in a way, because the technology itself lends itself to that kind of approach. Because eventually, because it's such a horizontal technology, you are faced with the insurmountable challenge of either regulating with an omnibus piece of legislation that is the be-all end-all, one ring to rule them all kind of legislation, or you go down vertically at some point. So I think that's there, and maybe your one AI office might not be the one that puts together binding regulation, but definitely puts together a network to share information. And it goes back to the interoperability, so to speak, question. How do we make those different frameworks work with each other? And that's where international AI governance can help.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you for your patience. Over to you.
Thank you. I will be a little bit challenging about that. It seems to me that there is something which is missing, which is how could we use also AI to do a different AI governance? And in fact, we should probably think about how AI can help to do some collective decision completely differently. And in fact, this is also something that we should think about, which is not just trying to put a governance for AI, but also try to use AI to do a different governance for AI, but also for international governance globally.
Yeah, I love you've opened that Pandora's box with 1 minute to go. Can any of the panelists want to respond to how AI can help govern itself?
I can bite.
Yes, Simon.
I'll be very brief. Just to say, I agree with that comment. When we were developing our AI legislation, we spoke to a lot of experts, and one thing we did hear was, don't kid yourself that even some of the developers of these sophisticated systems know exactly, how they function and exactly how the algorithm's operating. And actually, we need to allow space for AI for sort of the private sector to actually play a role in self-regulation, play a role in harm identification. So I definitely agree that we shouldn't come with the presumption that say nation states or governance are going to be sort of omniscient and know exactly how to sort of put the guardrails in place. We should allow space, and indeed in Canada our legislation envisages that we allow some space for the private sector to innovate and bring forward innovations that will help to ensure that we have good guardrails. So I just want to say, Joshua, I just endorsed at least at a conceptual level what the member of that audience there said. Thanks.
I agree, and it's a monumental amount of information you're looking at. And to echo some of the comments made in the previous panel, unfortunately, sometimes the need for that amount of information to be factored in the policy decision is just not sacrificed, but somehow put aside for the political expedient of actually getting legislation done. At the same time, you do have technology that might be able to give you at least a degree of understanding of how things work. And obviously, you're not going to ask the AI what they think about being legislated. That would be a very, very interesting question to pose to certain models. But at the same time, if I can pivot towards the answer saying it's really important to keep the flow of information in the policymaking activity throughout the process. It's just as iterative as you get there to the proposal as it is afterwards, as you're about to finalize, as you put it into force. So maybe a trustworthy AI that helps gather all that information, that's definitely something that policymakers could use.
Should use.
Yeah, Rebecca.
Yeah.
Yep.
I am just a couple of things. First of all, I think it's a great idea. I think we have a pretty good understanding of when we deploy AIs into low resource settings, and government is often a low resource setting. I would just want us to be super cautious about thinking about relying on it for efficiency when there may be decisions that need to be made, and make sure we've got the right human oversight in place to make that happen. Having said that, we're all here in this room because we may be talking about safety, but really we believe that AI has the transformative potential to drive innovation, to drive better quality of life and benefits for the people around the world. And I am concerned that the current debate about safety is overtaking the debate about how do we innovate responsibly to drive benefits for people, and how do we widen the number of small to medium-sized enterprises and otherwise, and governments that are using AI to actually drive benefit.
Great, that's great, thanks.
I think that's the perfect maybe conclusion also, because we're talking about safe design, deployment, adoption of AI solutions. I think is also, together with deployment, a conversation we also feel hasn't been explored enough, because we're talking about the risks and the dangers, but how actually the potential that is out there, and how to make sure that responsibly you harness all the different solutions. I think that's something still missing a little bit from the policy debate.
Well, that's great. I'm going to have to wrap up, unfortunately. Like the other panels, there's a lot there that we could still get into. I like the idea. I think where there's human feedback reinforced learning, which makes foundational models more accurate, we can use AI to make AI governance more effective. So that's part of our marching orders. I think one of the things that came out from this panel at least was let's, an international organisation, international body, maybe one day, but that's not where we should be putting our focus and attention at the moment. The domestic governance that's evolving is going to be central, and building interoperability, I think, amongst them will be absolutely key. But then we need to be thinking about creative other forms of building linkages, self-regulation, codes of conduct, being adaptive and nimble as technology develops and new challenges are on the horizon. And I think, this AI governance piece also leaning into the multi-stakeholder approach, right? Like really, what do we mean when we talk about bringing in the private sector in a genuine way to really help government understand what is needed and what the processes are, and how can they actually contribute to better governance and better outcomes, I think is clearly got to be part of it going forward as well. So let's thank the panel for what I thought was a very rich and important discussion. Thank you so much. Thanks, Simon.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Joshua, as well, and all our moderators that you've met on stage throughout the day. I'm going to take a seat here. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming almost to the end of our International AI Summit, but we've still 3 keynote speeches for you. And as we've been hearing all throughout the day, AI, it feels a little bit like the World Cup of AI, with everyone talking about AI and everyone taking on AI, including the UN. And just last week, of course, we saw the Secretary General of the UN, Antonio Guterres, announce the creation of a new advisory board to tackle AI. So for more on that, we can now bring in Amandeep Singh Gill. Hello, lovely to see you. Your name has popped up a lot today at the International Conference, so we're delighted that you can be with us here. You're live in Brussels with an audience of about 200 people and about 1,000 people tuning in online all across the place. So we're delighted to hear from you and hear your take now, and hand over to you.
Pleasure is all mine. Thank you very much for this opportunity to share some thoughts from the UN's perspective. Now, the UN is not a newcomer to this conversation. I think we have to get this narrative straight. From the beginning of his mandate, the Secretary General has emphasized the importance of digital cooperation, emphasized the importance of addressing both the misuse and the misuse of digital technologies, the opportunities that need to be harnessed to accelerate progress on the sustainable development goals while protecting humanity against harms, understanding and responding to the risks to human rights, to human agency, fundamental freedoms, democracy, and the rule of law. And most importantly, to address what has been referred to as the digital divide. There is an essential connectivity divide. People, 2.7 billion, don't even have access to the internet. Many of them don't have, even if they have access, they don't have meaningful and affordable access in their own language, in their own context. And then on top of that, we have these growing data and AI divides. So there are plenty of reasons why for the past 6 to 7 years, the SG has been emphasizing this issue. And then we've been engaged in work across the UN system. I had the privilege of chairing for 2 years in 2016, 2017, the negotiation on lethal autonomous weapon system, where AI as applied to weapons, how does it impact on international humanitarian law, safety and security? I mean, we've been having a recent conversation on safety and security. And this is something that's been around for a while in certain contexts. I would also point out, since you're meeting in Brussels, the work that's been done at UNESCO on AI ethics. Now, coming to the advisory body that has been launched recently, this was proposed by the Secretary General in his roadmap on digital cooperation about 2 years ago. And obviously, there was, people asked, oh, why do we need this kind of a global expert group? And here we are, nearly 2 years later, when everyone is talking about scientists need to come together. They need to understand this problem for us, lay out in a science-based, evidence-based manner, what's the direction of technology, what are the risks and challenges, and we need to do it fast. So obviously, this is a theme that's important. And we have set about this in the manner which is best suited to a universal forum, that's the UN, which means that it cannot be scientists and experts from one geography or one set of stakeholders. It has to be global, broadly representative, diverse, gender balanced, and also balanced in terms of different stakeholders, governments, the private sector, and civil society, which includes the tech community, independent tech experts, academia, and civil society activists. So this body of 39 members has elected 2 co-chairs, Carme Artigas from Spain, James Manieka from Zimbabwe, coming out of the government and the private sector stakeholder groups. And it's been given a task, and the task is come up with interim recommendations by the end of the year that cover One, the risks and challenges. And it's not only a risk conversation, it's also a challenges conversation, which impact on the risks. The pace of tech development, the opacity around some of these AI models, they complicate our responses to the risks. So they have to be looked at as well. And it's not only a conversation about existential risks, long-term risks, but also about the now risks to misinformation, the integrity of public information, to discrimination, human rights. So some of the medium-term risks around shifts in the job marketplace. And I think we've had this experience with globalization. Politicians have had to deal with Rust Belts and so on. There were references to WTO in the previous panel. So this is not only a conversation about what could go wrong today, what could go wrong 50 years from now, but what could politicians and our social protection institutions might be facing a few years down the lane. So we need to have this balanced and comprehensive assessment of risks and challenges. That's one. The other one is opportunities and enablers. I'm a skeptic, having worked for 3 years in the practical applications of AI in the health space. I'm very enthusiastic about the technology. I love the potential to bridge the last mile gap in delivery of health, education, other services. I also love the potential it has in accelerating R&D, scientific. Some of the skepticism around international responses. Oh, but the WTO is deadlocked. The Conference on Disarmament can't get to consensus on its program of work. But then we are selecting our data set, with certain things in mind. If we broaden it, there are many things that work on an ongoing basis without attracting much attention. And the Wi-Fi routers we use, the standards behind those, the planes that fly, the baggage that gets shifted around, baggage belts. So that's all in response to that smoothness, that interoperability, those safety, security, standardization aspects are coming out of international institutions. However you may wish to place them. Safety Summit that took place in London recently, the US executive order, and I could go on. There are many of these. There's a proliferation of responses as people realize the potential impact and the economic and social consequences of wide-scale AI deployment and respond to it. There's, of course, some competition, because that's always been the case. The stronger powers them try and set the rules early. My experience of 30-odd years in international diplomacy around science, around strategic technologies is that power diffuses. You face surprises. We face several surprises in the nuclear domain. So you need to have institutions. You need to have international collaboration, multilateral collaboration. Major powers are not always enthusiastic about these institutions because they imply sharing of power. They imply sharing of power with those who may not have those capabilities. But that's the true essence of democracy. That's the true essence of multilateralism, the essence of the UN Charter. And it's important that we make sure that diverse voices are on the table. At the end of the day, if AI matters for humanity, for good or for bad, it's a moral and a practical imperative for us to ensure that all of humanity is engaged in that conversation. And I want to conclude by mentioning the Global Digital Compact. I heard someone from the audience mention that. Thank you, sir, for highlighting that. Next year, we have several summits that are taking place, but we have a summit of summits next year. That is the Summit of the Future. All 193 member states of the United Nations will come to New York for a summit meeting. It's really a once-in-a-generation opportunity. The Global Digital Compact is one of the 5 outcomes that will be attached to the Pact for the Future. It's the main outcome of that summit. And AI is one of the 8 themes in the Global Digital Compact. And the advisory body's work would feed into the Global Digital Compact negotiations next year. So that gives us an opportunity to capture the insights from this inclusive, diverse, globally representative body, scientific, multidisciplinary body, into that decision so that our responses whatever be the nature of those responses, as part of this ecology of responses, as part of this nested response from governments, national jurisdiction, and the private sector, whatever be that, it is made sustainable for the benefit of all humanity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amandeep. And stay with us there, because I'd like to ask you a couple of questions and also look around the room in case there are any questions specifically for you. It's great that you could listen in earlier to the conversations that we were having before. One you might have missed, though, was earlier when we spoke about China. And China seems to be very happy that the UN is taking on this role in the field of AI and wants the UN to play an even bigger role here, setting the goalposts when it comes to AI. So what will your role be in bringing the world together here in this field?
Yes, but it's not only China. At the UKI summit, for instance, you had Brazil, Indonesia, Kenya, Rwanda, Spain, the Netherlands, all speaking for a stronger role for the UN. So I would say there is a majority out there, a large majority, that is keen on a UN role. But what kind of a UN role? And that's something to be determined. The Secretary General is very clear that we are there to help if asked, if invited. There are certain things that can be done through the UN. So we are ready to take on that responsibility, building on the foundation that we have. It's also a question of legitimacy, about the question of credibility, and what kind of a foundation you want for international governance of AI. Is it based in the human rights conventions, the UN conventions, those core conventions that are already there, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the SDGs framework, the UN Charter, or do we kind of, craft a new basis for that? The geopolitical competition is there. It's the drivers are quite fundamental, but I think we have a window of opportunity. Before we have a kind of a bifurcation or a trifurcation or whatever you want to believe in, and people start to follow their own path, and you get into a kind of a arms race dynamic. I think there's an opportunity to bring some basis for collaboration and bend the arc of investments in the direction of common benefit.
And just on geopolitics, because of course AI is impacting geopolitics on a daily basis. So what concerns do you have about how AI could actually spread deep fakes, and how democracy could be undermined by AI technology? Next year we have, of course, big elections in DC, we've big elections as well here in Europe, and 65 different elections all across the world.
Yes, India. So I think a majority of the world's population is going to the polls next year. Deep fakes are a concern. The dropping cost of misinformation, disinformation, the realism that you can paint onto these things, that's a concern. And I think we are in a longer term sense, we've been leeching agency to technology for a while. So AI is going to accelerate that trend. So humans are cognitively lazy. So we like others to take care of things, and tech steps in beautifully. So as information is mediated, as human behavior is kind of through nudges, through recommendations, directed in one place or the other, we need to be careful about at what point, because these layers kind of stack up, and then, where this influence is coming from, you lose sight of that. This can have serious consequences for democratic participation, for the distance, between our political leaders, elected leaders, and citizens. And these are things that we haven't. Focusing on misinformation, disinformation is important, but sometimes it occults this kind of a deeper phenomena. So that worries me. And I also worry about the impact on social protection, our social contract, the institutions we have today for dealing with marginalized people, even within advanced societies. That has an implication in terms of populism, has an implication in terms of societal harmony and unrest. So those, again, I mean, these are indirect effects of AI, job market, concentration of economic wealth, and so on, but they'll come back to haunt us in terms of rule of law, democracy. And then the third point here is that governments, frankly, some governments may weaponize AI for surveillance, for violating human rights, and so might companies in the sense of, there is a certain incentive structure, quarterly earnings, earning calls, what are my investors going to say, etc. So they may put profit first. And so therefore, there may be those kind of consequences which restrict civic space, which restrict the space available to individuals to kind of be creative and, be sometimes, like Foucault said, being in the moment and constructing our own reality from that point on, those things might get restricted.
Okay, Mandeep, we just have 2 minutes left on the clock. If there's anyone here in the room who would like to make a comment or question for you. I think people are getting a bit tired here. We have been in the room since 9 o'clock this morning. Andrea, you've got, yeah?
All right. Hello, Amandeep. This is Andrea Renda. Good to see you. I have 2 quick comments and see whether you want to react to them. One is the work on human rights, right? Knowing one of the 2 co-chairs, Carmen Artigas, she's done quite a lot of work of neuro rights or rights in the digital age, right? Do you think that the human rights framework would need to be expanded in view of getting ready for the future, right? And in particular for the summit on the future. And the second thing that I wanted to say is, of the many things that the process that the UN has kickstarted might achieve, perhaps the most difficult, or the one that, in my opinion, we are the furthest away from, is finding a mechanism for ensuring that the less developed countries partake in the benefits of AI. So is there a way to imagine transfer of knowledge, empowering, creating and retaining values in low and middle income countries? Do you see any such things coming out of the high-level multi-stakeholder group or not?
So you've
Should I go
45
ahead?
seconds to answer that. Amandeep.
Thank you, Andrea. The second question first. Yes, there is a way, focusing on the enablers and coming out with specific concrete suggestions. We have some ideas that we want to operationalize also in the context of the Global Digital Compact. Within the group, the advisory body, there is a group that's specifically looking at opportunities and enablers, and hopefully we'll come out with some ambitious recommendations. And on your point about human rights, I think they are an essential foundation for AI governance, and that also allow us to hold people accountable. So it's an accountability framework as well. I don't know if we need new human rights, but we certainly need to refresh our understanding of existing human rights and how they apply in the context of these emerging technologies, not only AI, but neural and potentially other technology. That's ongoing work in Geneva and elsewhere, and we will facilitate that also through the Global Digital Compact.
Okay, and here we'll keep an eye on that report coming out a little bit later this year. Not a lot of time for you to get working on that, so best of luck with that. Mandeep, and thank you so much for joining us here today at the International AI Summit here in Brussels. Take care. A round of
My
applause
pleasure.
for Mandeep.
Thank you.
So now we've heard from the UN, we can now get the view from DC, because of course we've spoken a lot as well today about the White House's executive order. It's created ripples in this town and an outburst of reactions. So let's now bring in Alan Davidson, that's the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communication and Information at the National Telecommunications and Information Administration. Good morning to you. It's about 11 o'clock there, is it?
It is. Good morning, and delighted to be joining you.
Well, you can bring some energy into the room because we have been here 200 250 of us in the room since 9 o'clock, having intense conversations, getting deep, getting complex. It's nearly the end of our conference. After, you will be hearing from the EU Commissioner, Věra Jourová. But first, you know, what is the mood over there in DC? I mean, a lot happened in the last couple of days.
Well, I think the mood is good, and I think people are feeling very engaged. Like the sense of urgency of the moment is really upon us.
Okay, and I believe you have some other words to share with us today. You've prepared a couple of, I mean, it's called a keynote speech. We'll just call it, you know, what more can you tell us really about this executive order, how it will change the world as we know it when it comes to AI?
Excellent. Well, why don't I say a few words, and I'm really glad to take questions and talk to you more about anything that's come up during the course of the day. And I will say, I really am excited. Thank you, Maeve, and thank you to Forum Europe and the organizers for inviting us to join you at what is really an exciting and historic time to be discussing international work on AI issues. And we're here today because of the growing power of technology in our daily lives. As I'm sure you've been talking about all day, advances in artificial intelligence systems are going to bring enormous benefits to people. You know, from drug discovery to precision agriculture, AI tools will change lives. It is also now clear that there's cause for concern about the risks and the potential harms from AI system use. And we know we will only realize the promise of AI if we address the serious risks that it raises. You know, new AI and machine learning systems present a spectrum of new risks. We're already seeing some of those across the globe, such as the use of AI for targeted surveillance or censorship. Other more emergent or long-term risks have also received a lot of public attention, including some of the threats to safety and biosecurity, cybersecurity. But those, you know, those serious concerns over new risks should not mask the current risks and the real harms faced in the deployment of machine learning systems today. Those include concerns about safety, security, privacy, discrimination, bias, risks from disinformation, which I know have come up, impact on the labor market. And so, as Vice President Harris said ahead of last week's UK Safety Summit, you know, we must manage all these dangers to make sure that AI is truly safe. And I will say, and as I said at the top, there is a sense of urgency across the Biden administration on a path forward in this space. President Biden's AI executive order, which we think is the most significant action any government has taken on AI, brings the power of the US government to bear in a wide range of areas to manage AI's risks and to harness its benefits. That's very important. The executive order offers I think what we think is a sweeping framework. It harnesses every facet of our federal government. Among other things, it will lead to the development of guidance for clearly labeling AI-generated content. It will require developers of the most powerful AI systems to share their safety test results, I should say, with the US government. And it's also going to offer resources for research and broader engagement in the development of trustworthy systems. And notably, I should say, the executive order also directs federal agencies to modern and streamline their visa criteria to welcome talent from across the globe. So we're hoping that we'll be doing more hiring in the US, note to folks in the room there. The order builds on the commitments that President Biden secured from leading AI companies this last summer. And these are all important steps forward. But I will say we're also quite clear our work does not end here, which is why today's conversation is so important. AI is a global issue. Math does not stop at the border. And the United States is working closely with like-minded countries to promote transparency, information sharing, and interoperability with the goal of harmonizing our policies on AI. We reached a major milestone last week with the G7's announcement of an international code of conduct for developers of advanced AI systems. And this code is consistent with, builds on the voluntary commitments that we've secured from leading AI companies. I think you could view it also as a big signal about where the world's leading democracies are heading in terms of what they expect from AI developers and ultimately deployers. We're hoping that this international code of conduct can be used and expanded to guide developers of advanced AI systems as they operate. We look forward to engaging, to continuing to engage, I should say, with our international partners on this effort. Domestically, I'd say, we at the Commerce Department and NTIA are doing our part. You've heard earlier from our colleagues at NIST about their important work, the risk management framework, which has been a huge contribution, and now we'll go further. The new AI Safety Institute that was launched just last week, among many other things. We are also deeply engaged in a project we started earlier this year on AI accountability policy. We've posed this question: what policies are needed to make sure that AI systems are actually behaving the way that they say they are? And you can think of how audits have helped create trust in the accuracy of financial statements. Similarly, accountability mechanisms for AI are going to help ensure that an AI system is working the way it says it's going to work and that it is trustworthy. And we do think that public policy was necessary in certain ways to make that happen in the financial sector. And it may very well be necessary here too, to create a good AI accountability ecosystem. So stay tuned there for our coming policy recommendations. And then just to conclude this initial set of thoughts, I just say safe and trustworthy AI innovation across the globe. It's a pretty ambitious effort. Given the growing role of AI systems in all of our lives, it's actually about far more than just this technology or technology policy. It's about creating economic opportunity and new jobs. It's about improving equity. It's about promoting human rights and fundamental freedoms around the globe. Those challenges are daunting, but I will say I'm encouraged by one thing, which is all of you here in the room and listening in to this conversation. Because conversations like this one, and like the ones that have happened last week and recent weeks around the world, they are harbingers of a level of engagement on technology that the world has rarely witnessed. Governments are stepping up. Businesses and civil society groups and academics are stepping up. And most encouraging to me, the next generation of computer scientists and technologists are also stepping up. And not just to develop great AI systems, but to understand the implications of those systems and the things that we build on the world that we build them for. And how we can harness those developments for the betterment of our world. This is our moment. The potential for technology like AI to promote human progress has never been greater. And the decisions we make now will lead us to a world where technology works in the service of a more free, open, equitable, and just society. And together, I know we can build that better version of our future. So thank you for inviting me today, and I really look forward to the conversation and questions.
Thank you so much, Alan Davison, there for those thoughts. I'm just looking around the room to see, does anyone have any question for you? We've also since been joined by the Vice President of the European Commission, Vera Jourova, who'll be speaking in just a minute. She's already arrived in the building. Any thoughts there from the room? I mean, because Alan, you've been working obviously in tech for decades, since the mid-90s. So you're the right man for the job. But how there have the conversations, like the public policy conversations around AI, how do they compare to back then when the US government was regulating the internet?
Well, I don't know if the U.S. government was regulating the internet, but I think what's interesting is that it's quite different than where we were with the start of the internet. And I think the biggest difference here is that we're engaging a lot earlier. And I know it probably doesn't feel that way for folks who've been in this conversation for years, but I think if you were to look at sort of the early years of the internet or of the web, it took a lot longer for companies to engage. It took a lot longer for governments to engage. I think now you're seeing, companies, even smaller companies, who are building these very impactful models, they're showing up earlier in the conversation. They're hiring people to help them think about the implications of what they're working. And I think we have a much more sophisticated set of industry folks. We've got a much more sophisticated set of folks in civil society. And I would just argue that government is engaging quite a bit. You've seen it in just the last week, right? People are feeling the moment, we are feeling the moment, and we're showing up.
And what about the EU's AI Act? Have you been keeping an eye on that as well?
Of course we have. And I say with some admiration for the work that's been done. And I think it's been quite influential in the way that people around the world are thinking about it. At the same time, we've been working very, very closely with the European Union and the Commission on all of these efforts. It showed up in the G7 work that we're doing. I think you'll see shades of the same themes and ideas within the executive order that was just released. And I know that I'm sure that the Vice President will have a lot more to say about its progress moving forward. We are, of course, keenly watching it.
Absolutely, she certainly will. Well, Alan Davidson, thank you so much. We will say goodbye to you now because there are no more questions here in the room, as you can see. Thank you so much for being with us. Keep in touch and take care.
Thank you.
Applause there for Alan
Thank you all
Davidson.
for participating.
And as Alan said there, Vera Jourova has indeed entered the room and can come up and join us right up here on stage. Vice President of the European Commission, thank you so much for being with us and for concluding our conference. As we've been here all day, we've heard a lot, and we are all very curious now to hear what you have to say. Your name, as you can imagine, has been mentioned many times. The EU AI Act has been mentioned many times. We had some MEPs here as well, so now you can take the floor.
Okay, thank you very much for such a nice warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Glad to be here. Changing the topic, we discussed the whole day about enlargement and a historical moment for the EU. And another historical moment for the EU is indeed how to handle the development of technologies, how to promote and support innovations, how to attract the brains to the EU to work on them, and of course also how to set the meaningful and proportionate rules. So I'm glad that Alan is watching because it's true that we cooperate with the United States quite intensively, and we have a lot to say to each other also under the Technology and Trade Council. And it's a little bit ungrateful task to be closing this conference because the whole day you are speaking about these things, so I am now a bit scared whether I can say something new to you. But I will try. After so many excellent contributions to all aspects of the global development of AI, what more I can possibly add? Perhaps maybe a little bit of a memory jogger. I can start by reminding you of how extraordinary this meeting today would have seemed to anybody living in the distant past. I speak about 2019. In the EU, there were ethical guidelines proposed by a high-level expert group on AI. I think it was already in 2018. And the OECD had adopted some principles on AI as well, but that was all about voluntary actions. So, legislation on AI, that was not on anybody's agenda. And discussing even the theoretical possibility of binding rules on a global level would have seemed positively absurd back then. Yet, here we are, a whole 4 years later, and the fact that AI is a proper subject for regulation is taken for granted. Of course, not everybody agrees with every approach, but voices still arguing that AI should not be regulated at all are getting fewer. The main reason for this is that AI in 2019, it is also very different from what we expected it to be a few years ago. Back then, we predicted that there would be a large number of autonomous cars on the roads by now. On the other hand, what we did not anticipate was ChatGPT. In the past, when a new technology came along, it always took quite some time before it was widely used. However, with digital technologies, the speed of deployment increased so much. ChatGPT was downloaded 100 million times in just 2 months after its launch. So creating guardrails for such fast emerging technologies becomes ever more urgent. And we are not starting from scratch, as we have been debating the AI Act for quite some time now. The European approach to digitization puts people first. There is a common line to everything we do. No matter how fast technologies evolve, they must always serve a human purpose and leave no one behind. The rights we enjoy as people must remain with us. I use the same optics when it comes to AI. Even though we are talking about technology, my approach is always to see things through the eyes of a human, a consumer, a voter, a citizen, because technology, regardless of how advanced it may be, has to remain human-centric and serve the people. In the EU, we are now in the finishing stages of adopting the AI Act. It addresses the risks that certain AI applications create in a proportionate manner. For high-risk uses of AI, it provides for a robust framework for risk management, market surveillance, and enforcement. The AI Act will intervene only where necessary, allowing AI to flourish, and flourish it will. This is partly because of constantly improving algorithms, but to a large extent it is because of the avalanche of data that we generate every day. In the EU, we have regulated the data economy to promote trustworthy data sharing. The Data Governance Act regulates voluntary data sharing structures like data intermediation and altruism. This will foster trust in data sharing and increase the availability of data for the common good. The Data Act introduces new rights for data access and portability, enabling the development of innovative digital solutions and enhancing competition, especially in favor of the many SMEs that offer services in the aftermarkets. In addition, we are creating European data spaces with strategic economic sectors and domains of public interest, such as health, environment, energy, agriculture, mobility, finance, or manufacturing. But we are not only improving our regulatory framework, we are also developing tools to better leverage our existing assets. For example, thanks to our investment in the last years, Europe has now become a leader in supercomputing, with 3 out of 5 most powerful supercomputers in the world, and the new ones to come. Seizing the opportunity, the Commission will propose an EU AI startup initiative, allowing startups to access Europe's supercomputers. But let me dwell for a moment on an aspect that is close to my heart, yet difficult to grasp. I am talking about the impact of AI on democracy. I am very often being asked whether our democracy, the way we understand democracy, can survive digital revolution. Now we speak about AI. It has to, but it has to be supported. The lifeblood of democracy is dialogue of real people, advancing your arguments, refuting other arguments, formulating interests, signaling readiness to compromise. All these communicative functions are the essence of the political life of a democracy. Since AI profoundly alters the way we communicate, it will have a huge impact on the functioning of our democratic institutions. It changes where we get our information from, who gets to decide which information is widely circulated, and whom we can trust. And there is a real risk that people will lose trust in what they see. Deepfakes have become so good that they often become I will not say the word. Indistinguishable. Shable.
Indistinguishable. Not an easy one.
That they often become uneasy to recognize, okay, from reality. This applies text to images to videos. We already had cases of the usage of deepfakes in several EU elections. To my regret, we are still not able to assess the impact on the elections, but we have to work further on better analysis. I always say that the elections have to remain the competition of real people, real visions, and not the competition of dirty methods and robots. And I think that it has to remain like that in the EU. That is why we were thinking about how to protect free and fair elections and democracy in broader context in the EU. We need an obligation to label artificially generated content and deepfakes in the AI regulation. We have already put some basic transparency requirement in the political ads regulation to know if AI was used to produce a political ad or not. Also, the Code of Practice on Disinformation provides a good example for collaboration to address systemic risks. Just this summer, I requested the signatories of the code to launch a dedicated working group on generative AI, which they are currently preparing. We will all have to get used to a world in which we can't believe everything we see online, no matter how plausible it looks. We need media literacy and we need AI literacy. We will have to get used to critically assessing the likelihood of what we see online being true. Let me now turn shortly to the title of today's conference, The International Dimension of AI. As AI does not stop at Europe's borders, we are working together with our international partners across the world to rapidly shape minimum global standards for the safe and ethical use of AI. Just recently, I managed to conclude what Margaret Vestager started, namely the G7 AI Code of Conduct. I also traveled only recently to China and Japan to discuss these issues, and we had good discussions at the UK AI Safety Summit last week. In September, President von der Leyen stressed that it is important to join forces with our partners to ensure a global approach to understanding the impact of AI in our societies. I have noted today that there is a great deal of support for international cooperation. It will be a long way before we get to a comprehensive international framework for AI. But every journey, no matter how long, starts with the first step. And if today's conference shows anything, it is that we have already taken the first step, because the first step is acknowledging that you have to take action. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Take a seat. I know it's been a very busy day for the European Commission, as you said, with the big news on enlargement and talks regarding the entry of Ukraine and Moldova to the European Union. Talks will kick off very soon after Commission President Ursula von der Leyen's trip to Kiev. But another news story that we're following very closely is the trialogues that are taking place on this AI Act. All eyes, of course, on the 6th.
Not today, I hope.
On the 6th of December. That's what we're being told. With the political pressure on, of course, with the elections coming up, can you bring us behind the doors of those talks? What are the sticking points, and will they find agreement on these issues like the facial recognition, etc.?
First of all, it's fascinating work. Of course, I always hear the voices, do not overshoot, because the innovations and the people's motivation to develop the new, hopefully useful things should not be affected. But you want me to invite you to the kitchen of the co-legislators. So I believe we might have the last trialogue on the 6th of December. So you might get it for St. Nicholas Day. And we, in fact, if I summarize it, we still have 4 hanging things hanging in the air for conclusion. Now the technical teams are working days and nights on it. The first thing is what you indicated yourself, the biometrics and the usage of AI by the states, state actors, which means the security bodies, police, law enforcement side. We still need to clarify very precisely in the text what can be done, how the technologies can be used. And this is exactly the chapter where we appear in that battlefield between the priority of protection of privacy of individual people and security, which is the common interest of the society. When this happens, always it is a very difficult thing to calibrate the solution well. We still have to discuss what can be, how can the technology be used ex ante when the criminal action is underway or being prepared, especially we speak about terrorist acts or missing children and these kind of situations, how these technologies can be used ex post during the prosecution. We discuss very sensitive topic, how the AI can be used in migration for identification of the people. You know, these kind of extremely sensitive themes are on our table now, and I believe we will have a hopefully good solution. The second thing is the enforcement and implementation structure. So there are several ideas. We are discussing also this enforcement structure in relation to the new chapter, which is the third topic, which is the reaction on the development of generative AI, the foundation models and the smaller systems, because we believe that the enforcement structure should be well tailored on what will have to be done. And here we speak about very large capable models and smaller systems. So we have a tradition in the EU that in such cases we develop some entities enforcing the legislation on the central level in the EU and at the level of the member states. So that's the indication of where we might land. So that's enforcement, that's biometrics. Yes, of course, the new chapter on generative AI. I can tell you I have never experienced such a moment when the 3 co-legislators are drafting fresh new chapter in the legislation. Because always it's the proposal of the Commission and the co-legislators are improving or not the original proposal of the Commission. So we are drafting together. It's interesting. Of course, also we hear the voices. How can we regulate something which we don't know what it is?
That you cannot define. I mean, that is what we heard so many times today. You know, there was a lot of warnings from business, from industries, from startups, saying, slow down. If you're not clear of the definition, how can you actually regulate it to make sure you don't slam the door on creativity and innovation?
We don't speak about prohibitions. We speak about better control and better managing of the possible risks from the side of the developers.
I'm just going to look around the room to see, are there any questions from the floor? We have a gentleman there, yeah, representing the startups. Do you use AI on a daily basis?
I don't use computer.
You don't use...
Forget it. It's my horrible Czech joke.
We need a joke, I think.
Good evening.
Just introduce yourself. I know we've met you earlier, but just so the...
Henri Perret from a startup which is called Wasati. We are providing, in fact, AI governance capabilities. You are in charge of values and transparency. And we see, and all the day, was to talk about transparency through the overall day. But one of the problems that we talked about was to measure and to provide some metrics. The problem is I see values as something which is continuously moving and evolving, And even if we say and claim that Europe citizens have some values and we want to defend those values, the problem is we have more definition about values than we have about AI. So how do you deal with that? How to define values in a way that we can measure that and see if we are progressing?
How do you define values, right?
To measure it, to measure them.
To measure them.
Measure them.
Not an easy question. You see, we can, there's so many layers to this, right? As you peel off another layer, the more complexities arise.
Dear sir, I would love to have met you 5 years ago. You would advise me. Because when I got the portfolio of values and transparency, of course you cannot measure values. You can measure the success in fiscal policy or maybe something connected with economy. But values are here to be assessed and to be respected and to be supported. And when I speak about the values, I speak about universal values which do not, which are not limited by ideologies. So you can imagine I'm dancing on the eggs every day. But that's why, because I work in this sphere of values so many years, I always wanted to be present in developing of the regulations for the digital sphere and AI. Because I believe that we have to be extremely vigilant and careful not to create a system which will demolish everything which the people created for themselves for well-being over decades, sometimes centuries. What I have in mind, discrimination must not happen. I always speak about the need to be absolutely careful not to copy-paste the imperfections from the real world into the AI sphere. And it concerns discrimination, it concerns the different security problems. The social scoring must not contain any kind of unequal treatment. In relation to AI, I really have a big concern that we have to manage to keep the human rights for human beings. It's my big topic, because just imagine if we share with the robots the freedom of speech, and I am pushing the digital platforms to remove illegal content, and there is always a problem, because the freedom of speech has the priority in the EU. But I am convinced that we have to protect the freedom of speech of real people. Mr. Nobody, without the legal personality, should not have this right. The same comes to copyright. And I could continue. So I think that we should avoid something I call theft of human rights. What was developed for human beings should remain for them.
Okay. Oh, we have one more question there. Gentleman in the white shirt.
Hi, thanks. I'm Conor Dunlop. I'm from the Ada Lovelace Institute. I know you were at Bletchley Park last week, Commissioner. So my feeling with everything going on in the UK is that they've done quite a good job of identifying some of the risks, but they're not doing as much to actually take the next step and mitigate them with regulation. So this is what we can do with the AI Act. So I was wondering, do you have a key takeaway from your conversations at Bletchley? Mm-hmm. And has this sort of updated at all your thinking around how we can do to solve some of those challenges in the AI Act?
Yeah, in Bletchley it was, I think, a very, very important moment that we met and that we discussed where we are. There was also Gina Raimondo from the United States and many other important people who have influence on whether to regulate or not in different countries, even different continents. What I received as a message from the UK was something I heard many times when they still were the member country. Let's wait and see. And so in UK, I heard that they want to take more sectoral approach to address the risks which can appear in different sectors, rather than horizontal piece of legislation similar to AI Act. With UK, I think that there is a promising way of space for cooperation, which we are now discussing. First thing is the cooperation between the researchers, because the UK announced the institute, the research institute for AI. The same we had with the US. We also will have a very strong research platform which we want to establish on the basis of AI Act. And I believe that it should not be very clever if three are doing the same thing. So I believe that there might be synergy and cooperation. And the second thing what the UK proposed to us was cooperation on testing methodology, which might be also very useful. So there was a lot of practical ideas, and we can do together much more than alone.
Kind of out of time. Is it really urgent? This gentleman has posed about 10 questions today. He came very, very prepared to the conference. Christoph, this will be your last question, and that will conclude the conference, and then we all have a well-deserved drink together.
I will faint, and it will be the end.
Hi, Christoph Zeng, AAA.AI Association. Actually, I was also in Bletchley Park, but I was outside and just walking around, and I met these people.
It was raining.
It was raining, yeah.
Sorry.
But there were also people protesting, and they had quite, some of them had quite radical points of view about AI. So I had quite interesting conversation with them, and they were advocating for something that's called pause, right? I just wanted to know if of course things went somehow one day out of control, is it on the EU's table to say pause? Yeah.
To pause what? The innovations, or to pause regulation?
No, to pause the innovations, right? They were talking about the innovations. So if it went out of control one day.
I would not like to live in Europe which can pause innovations. But we want to support innovations which are safe. And I think that's the main philosophy of everything we are doing. And I could also speak about all the programs and financial supporting programs which we are preparing or which are already running, how we support the blending of private and public money which is needed in this sphere. We still have a gap compared with China and US. So of course the gap also contains the investment gap. So vice versa, we want to support innovations, but at the same time, I believe that this is a very rational approach, that we develop the rules which set the parameters for safety for the AI technologies.
Okay, Fiora Jourova, Vice President of the European Commission, thank you so much for being with us. A round of applause.
Thank you very much.
You are, of course, the final speaker of the day, and that, ladies and gentlemen, brings the International AI Summit 2023 to an end, organised, of course, by Forum Europe and by Euronews. You might have noticed Euronews reporters were roaming around the room today, catching some sound bites, taking some of the best lines that you heard today. So do look out for that over the next few days on Euronews and, of course, on Euronews Online. All that's left to do is wish you a lovely evening. I'll see you downstairs, hopefully now. Those that are in the room for the networking drink, enjoy Brussels. Those that are visiting, take care and keep talking about AI. We'll keep following about it. And at Euronews, of course, we will keep reporting about it. Thank you so much for your attention. You've been a fantastic audience. Bye-bye.